Chapter 1: A Dreamer's Dilemma. The light wanes, casting shadows that play among the crumpled papers strewn across Lorelei's room. With her sketchbook perched on her lap, she bends forward, the ink-smudged pages whispering secrets only she can hear. The air is thick with the scent of graphite and imagination, vibrant bursts of color peeking through her scribbles. Today, her mind conjures a trickster, a creature of whimsy and wonder. She draws a figure caught between worlds, its form elusive and yet enticingly tangible. Each stroke of her pencil sings a rhythm only she feels. Shadows blend with the vibrant hues she imagines, and the boundaries between reality and art blur, forming a sanctuary where she reigns supreme. Lorelei twirls the pencil between her fingers, the familiar motion as comforting as the warmth of the fading sun. Every line bears her intent, each swirl, each twist of the character embodies the freedom she craves but feels perpetually out of reach. She bites her lip, concentrated on capturing the flicker of mischief in the trickster's eyes, wanting desperately to breathe life into this illusion, her small act of rebellion against the expectations clamoring for her attention. "Lorelei, dinner." The clarity of her mother's voice cuts through the air, a sharp reminder of the world outside her refuge. It shatters her focus, a jolt that twists in her gut, pulling her reluctantly from the comforting arms of her creation. She hesitates, pencil hovering above the page, grappling with the weight of interruption. With a heavy sigh, she clutches her sketchbook to her chest, as if it might shield her from the encroaching reality. The light streaming through the half-open window dimly highlights the chaos of her space, the clutter of brushes and jars filled with pigments, resembling the hopes she dares to hold on to. Lorelei knows what lies beyond her walls, a dinner table set with polished silverware, voices of her family clashing with her silent turmoil, academic accolades glaring down at her from proud displays. Rising from her bed, she takes a moment to glance back at her drawing, an ache settling in her chest. There's a sense of yearning buried in her heart, a longing for a path unfettered by the confines of scientific pursuits. But duty beckons, its call undeniable. The door creaks as she steps into the hallway, her feet moving with reluctant compliance. The cacophony of dinner echoes faintly behind her. The laughter that floods their home swirls in her mind, a chorus of brilliance she admires yet feels utterly disconnected from. She swallows hard, longing to preserve the sanctuary of her bedroom, even if only for a moment longer. The dining room gleams under the warm glow of the chandelier, every surface meticulously arranged, an ordered universe, far removed from the wild creativity of Lorelei's sanctuary. As she takes her place at the table, the weight of polished silver and crisp linens feels almost suffocating, a clear indicator of the precision her family lives by. Their success hangs like artfully framed achievements along the walls, each certificate glistening in its enclosure, a reminder of what is expected. "Did you see the data from the latest experiment?" her father begins, enthusiasm bursting from him as he gestures, animated and engaged. The clink of utensils fills the air, mingling with his words, technical and fervent, laden with achievement. Her sister chimes in, voice bright with excitement, "I ran the simulations 3 times this week. The results were conclusive." Each assertion feels like a proud trophy, bouncing off polished surfaces, filling the space with their accolades. Lorelei nods along, her hands trembling slightly in her lap as she presses her fingertips against the table's edge. A lone fork sits untouched on her plate, a mockery of her commitment to a different path. Each laugh and light-hearted debate about molecular structures and theoretical physics slices through her, a reminder that she stands outside their circle of expertise. She shifts her gaze, fingers curling tighter around the table's edge. How can they talk so easily, buoyed by their success, while she remains a shadow in the corner, chasing ghosts of her imagination? The words whirl around her like a fog, and she feels each syllable pulling her farther away from them. In this space, every accolade they mention deepens her sense of dissonance.
But you must try this new technique.
Her mother leans in, her excitement framed by bright, expectant eyes.
It could revolutionize our findings.
Lorelei, what do you think? Have you come across anything like it in your artistic endeavors? The question lingers, a drifting lifeline thrown into the fray, yet it seems to float just beyond her reach. She forces a smile, wishing she could twist her art into some science-laden revelation that might bridge the gap between them. Instead, she shrugs lightly, not really. Just exploring different styles. The moment hangs in the air, a fleeting silence that envelops her, and she can feel their collective gaze shift away from her, returning to their spirited discussion. The ache deepens, an internal wound pulsing beneath the surface. It feels unbearable. The echoes of laughter that once resonated joy now strike sharp notes of exclusion. Dinner progresses, and with each passing minute, Lorelei's stomach tightens. The scent of roasted chicken and garlic mashed potatoes wafts toward her, yet it barely registers as her mind drifts through wild imaginations that contrast with the academics her family thrives upon. Conversations dip and rise, punctuated with insights that flow seamlessly between her parents and sister, but she remains anchored in her silence. With each spoken detail, she feels the burden of expectations loom heavier. The table, a polished oasis of success, feels at odds with her frayed edges and ink-stained dreams. It's an elegant stage she longs to dismantle, yet she remains tethered to this reality, constrained by affection and duty. As dessert is served, she lingers on the edge of conversation, a spectator in their world. She listens, notes the nuances, every achievement sewn into the fabric of familial pride. Her heart clutches tighter with every laugh they share, an uninvited reminder of the divide. She wishes to whisper the fervor of her creations, to expose the richness of her imagination, but each time the urge rises, it falters.
Lorelei.
Her mother's voice draws her back, soft yet tinged with concern.
I'm fine, she replies, attempting nonchalance, yet feeling the lie throb within her.
Silence drapes over her words, a pall of unresolved conflict hanging in the air. Each moment slips away into an intangible twilight, underscoring the chasm where her art sits, waiting to be embraced yet shrouded in uncertainty. Stepping back into her bedroom is like inhaling a breath of fresh air, chaos that welcomes her home.
As she walks down the hallway, the fading sounds of dinner swirl around her, each word twisting into an echo that slips through her fingers, leaving only a faint memory behind.
The noise grows softer, muffled by walls that safeguard her sanctuary, and as she closes the door, a bubble of solace forms around her once again. The ambient clutter of her room embraces her. Every shadow, every ink stain reflects pieces of herself that are often ignored. She inhales deeply, savoring the unique scent of paper and creativity.
But something catches her eye amid the art supplies, the remnants of her earlier creation. A plain envelope lies atop a stack of routine mail.
It sits there, heavy with implications, contrasting sharply against the disarray of her world. With cautious movements, she approaches, fingers brushing the surface before she grasps the edge. The embossed seal commands her attention, a distinct symbol of opportunity, one that feels both promising and perilous. She lifts it slowly, the weight resting squarely in her hands. It might as well be a portal to another realm, or a straitjacket of expectation. With her heart thrumming in her chest, she closes her eyes for a brief moment, allowing the silence to seep in, swaying in her thoughts between anticipation and dread. The envelope is an invitation to walk the path her family envisions for her, a prestigious science scholarship, promising success, yet echoing the burdens of their dreams. The very idea constricts her throat. The image of those expectations looms like an immense shadow in her mind. They'll cheer and congratulate her, their excitement unwrapping like a gift in the form of accolades and pride.
But what about her art?
Gazing around the room, she's reminded of her true self, where imagination runs wild and creativity knows no bounds. She remembers her sketch of the trickster, and how for a fleeting moment she felt alive, free from the pressures that press against her. With deliberate intention, she lowers the envelope, her fingertips trailing over its surface. The air feels charged, each second expanding as she contemplates her desires. To pursue a career in art, wouldn't that be a glorious rebellion? A chance to finally escape the expected, to transform the wild visions that dance within her mind into reality. A breath shudders through her, as if the very act of acknowledging her passion redefines her narrative. With hands trembling slightly, she grips the envelope tighter.
It feels like a fork in the road, each choice laid bare, a daunting question she cannot sidestep.
Lorelei's gaze sharpens, focus centering on the crisp edges of the letter. She opens it slowly, heart racing at the possibilities spilling forth within. To leap into the unknown, to truly embrace her artistry. Her dream mingles with the pressure that weighs heavily, yet somewhere beneath the hesitation blooms a fierce resolve. No matter how tangled her feelings may be, one truth resonates: her heart yearns to express itself beyond the constraints defined by familial expectations. As her fingers trace the embossed seal once more, she feels it shift, transforming into a promise rather than a burden, solidifying a new sense of purpose. It might be difficult, the road ahead rife with uncertainty, but she is ready to claim her place in this world, to speak through her art and embrace every wild, exquisite twist it may take her on. Chapter 2: The Weight of Expectations. The bright fluorescents buzz overhead, a cold glare illuminating the sterile confines of the advanced science classroom. Lorelei Müller sits at her long, rigid desk, scribbles of equations intermingling with stray pencil marks on her notebook. Her eyes dart between the smartboard's complex formulas and the half-finished sketches in the margins, each stroke a quiet rebellion against the rules that surround her. The teacher's voice cuts through the silence, clipped and matter-of-fact.
"Class, this is where we discuss the intricacies of chemical bonding," she says, her gaze scanning the room before landing on Lorelei.
A brief nod of acknowledgement, words unspoken but heavy, wrapping around Lorelei like a suffocating embrace. The approval of her classmates buzzes like a fly caught in the sterile atmosphere, murmurings that echo around her, and she fidgets with the edge of her sleeve, trying to mask the feeling of not belonging. The fluorescent lights cast sharp shadows on the smooth surface of her desk, each shadow a reminder of expectations unfulfilled. Her classmates huddle together in groups, sharing knowing glances and muttering insights, while she taps her pencil, a rhythm of anxious uncertainty that breaks the otherwise oppressive quiet. As numbers and chemical equations blur together, a veil of confusion descends over her mind, suffocating the artistic spark she desperately clings to. In this world of structured minds and rigid rules, Lorelei feels like a watercolor in a world of textbooks. Her thoughts spill out in strokes of color, but the atmosphere is defined by gray certainty. She fights against the weight of her parents' dreams, their voice echoes in her mind, uttering promises of success and futures paved by logic and reason. It isn't them she resents, it's the fact that she must fight for her own vibrancy amid their expectations, which turn her creativity into mere scribbles on the margins of life. She turns her attention back to her sketchbook, where swirls of graphite hint at a world alive with possibilities. An imagined figure emerges in the corner, an embodiment of her thoughts, fierce, vibrant, free. Lorelei presses her fingers against the page, but the pencil is heavy in her hand, burdened by the expectations she can't shake off. Around her, the fluorescent lights buzz incessantly, the air conditioner hums a lifeless tune, and she feels as if she's drowning in a sea of analytical discourse, her artistic spirit struggling to resurface. The teacher continues, lost in her own narrative, unaware of the battle raging within her only audience member. Lorelei catches fragments of praise floating in her direction, but feels an unmistakable distance. The words hang in the air, reverberating off the sterile walls, yet they fail to penetrate her heart. Lorelei is more present in her sketch than in the praise offered to her, the art pulsing with a life of its own. It vibrates against the coldness of formulas she should embrace but cannot. Time stretches and distorts, the classroom's activity fading to a blur. A glance at her classmates, nodding along, reassures her of their approval. Yet inside, a storm brews, a tempest of doubt crashing against the shores of her resolve. Their smiles feel like a facade, an acknowledgement of her existence, while deep down she knows she doesn't quite fit into their world. The fleeting thought of walking away and simply being absorbed in her art lights a flicker of hope within her, quickly extinguished by another wave of equations assaulting her senses. Lorelei bites her lip, daring to glance back down at the intricate lines she has sketched. Each curve pulls her further into a sanctuary of expression, beckoning her to escape. She swallows hard, trying to focus, but the layers of academic pressure suffocate her in this room full of ambition. It becomes an urgent battle to stay tethered, eyes darting helplessly from equations to sketches, as the distinction between where she is and where she wishes to be collapses entirely.
Lorelei, the teacher addresses her again, cutting through the fog.
It's a command masked as a question, an invitation that feels far less welcoming than it ought. She knows she should answer, acknowledge the praise, but a part of her is lost in the art. So she nods, a weak gesture that she hopes conveys what she cannot voice, the yearning for a life defined not by rigidity but by creative expression. Around her, the fluorescent lights buzz on, their cold glow dimming the warmth of her imagination.
But the pulse of art flows within her, an undercurrent of rebellion amid the weight of expectations, swirling just beneath the surface, begging for a moment to breathe.
The art classroom hums with the low murmur of creative minds at work, a stark contrast to the rigid lines of the science classroom. Streaks of natural light filter through tall windows, illuminating the chaos of scattered sketchbooks and jars of vibrant paints. Lorelei leans over her cluttered work table, where worn pencils dance across the page, lost in the world that spills forth from her imagination. The familiar scent of ink, and the comforting mess of well-used sketchbooks envelop her like a warm embrace. Each tool, graphite pencil, ink pen, and splashes of paint, becomes an extension of herself. She is free here, every line flowing effortlessly as the pencil races across the textured surface of her paper. A figure emerges, detailed and expressive, revealing emotions that simmer beneath her skin. She frowns in concentration, her brow furrowing as she captures the essence of a creature born solely from her dreams. The pencil moves with a confidence she lacks outside this room, bold strokes transitioning into soft curves. Here, the weight of her reality fades. The classroom buzzes around her, filled with the scratch of pencils, the rustle of pages, and quiet encouragement from fellow students immersed in their art. They inspire her without words, each shared moment, a thread connecting her to this vibrant tapestry of creativity. And then, a familiar voice leans over her shoulder, full of warmth and an infectious enthusiasm.
Lorelei, this is incredible, her art teacher observes, eyes sparkling as they take in the sketch coming to life. Have you ever thought about art school?
The words hit her like a sudden gust of wind, shocking her out of her artistic trance. The pencil hovers just above the page, the suggestion swirling in her mind like confetti caught in a storm.
Art school.
The idea feels foreign and yet deliciously tempting, each syllable ricocheting around the hidden corridors of her thoughts.
"Ah," she stammers, lost for a moment in the implications of those two simple words.
Her hands tremble slightly, and she can almost feel the electric anticipation of possibility thrumming through her fingers. The nearby students continue their creative chatter, blissfully unaware of the conflict now igniting in Lorelei's chest.
"Really?" the art teacher encourages, sensing her hesitation, their voice steady and reassuring. "You have a unique perspective, a gift that needs to be shared. I think you could really thrive."
The classroom's energy shifts, bright and electric, yet Lorelei's heart sinks under the weight of uncertainty. Her world constricts into a single moment of doubt, each thought cascading like a waterfall tumbling over sharp rocks.
What would her parents think?
Would they see this as an extension of their belief in her potential, or would it just heighten the rift between her and their dreams? The noises of the classroom blur into a muted backdrop, the sound of pencils scratching against paper a mere hum, as she envisions what pursuing art could mean for her future. This passion, her sanctuary, now throws her into a chaotic spiral. In a place where creativity flourishes, doubts seep in, gnawing at her confidence. The soft sounds around her turn foreign, the thrill of creation suddenly overshadowed by fear of not fulfilling the expectations sewn tightly around her.
"It could be an amazing opportunity," her teacher persists, genuinely enthusiastic. Yet, it feels suffocating. Art school.
The phrase looms larger than life, challenging her identity with a twist of fate that could change everything. In this moment, as she hovers between decisions, the vibrant figures in her sketch flicker like fading stars, becoming ghosts of possibilities. The warmth of the sunlight feels softer now, distant and faded compared to the electrifying pulse of uncertainty. She gazes at her drawing, every line a question, every shade, an aspiration uncharted. Could she truly abandon the safety net of the scientific path paved for her, risk the comforts of the known for something that teetered on the precipice of chaos? The idea stirs a wild thrill within her, but the heaviness of expectation weighs down on her heart. And yet, a flicker of defiance simmers beneath her doubt, an urge to draw lines of her own amidst the rigid confines of their expectations. As the murmurs of encouragement flood back in, Lorelei finds herself withdrawing into a breath, focusing on the warm light spilling across her work table. Here, with art as her ally, she knows she must find a way to weave her dreams into existence, even if it means battling against the current that seeks to shape her.
"Art school," she whispers finally, her voice barely audible but filled with a trace of longing, uncertain and wavering. "Maybe."
The dinner table is impeccably set, a landscape of neatly arranged dishes that speak volumes of expectations, each item a reflection of the future her parents envision. Steam rises from platters laden with food, the sense of success hanging in the air like a cloak of obligation. Lorelei sits in silence, hands twisting around her napkin, feeling each bite of pressure choke her like an unrelenting grip. The atmosphere is thick with measured optimism, each clink of cutlery echoing against the weighty walls of familial ambition. Her parents chat easily about the day, voices smooth and refined, blending into a tune of what's expected, while she's locked away in a silent retreat. They discuss the scholarship opportunities, painting a future bursting with scientific discovery, their eyes sparkling with hope and certainty, as if life were an open book she should effortlessly write. Lorelei's heart thuds against her chest, a muted drumbeat in the face of their enthusiasm. The words wash over her, but she can't swim in this ocean of expectations. "A promising career in research," her mother proclaims, serving up another round of fervent beliefs, while her father adds weight to the narrative with carefully chosen phrases like, "It will open so many doors." Each statement is a nail, sealing her fate within the confines of a reality she feels she doesn't belong to. A lump settles in her throat, tightening like a vice, as she fights back the rush of emotions that threatens to spill over. The food, once enticing, feels heavy and bland, a stark contrast to the vibrant world blooming within her. Lorelei steals a glance at her parents, smiling expectantly at her, and in that moment, the tension becomes palpable, pressing down on her like the weight of 1,000 books stacked too high.
"Are you okay, Lorelei?"
Her mother's voice cuts through, laced with concern but tinged with an underlying hope that suggests they believe she'll conform. Lorelei nods, the gesture forced and hollow. Their love feels conditional, tightly wound around expectations that grip her tightly.
"Maybe you could attend some summer programs," her father adds casually, as if the suggestion carries no ramifications. "Science camps. It's the perfect way to build your resume for college applications."
The suggestion curls around her mind, tightening until she can't breathe. In that moment, it's as if a storm brews within her, churning with doubt and discontent. What if she doesn't want to chase after a career marked by others' desires? The gentle melody of artistry calls to her, yet here it feels miles away, another world lost to the tide of pressure and duty.
"I'll think about it," she finally mutters, the words heavy with reluctance.
The surface of her resolve shakes under the weight of those simple sounds. Lorelei knows she is compromising, a sacrifice to preserve peace in a world that doesn't understand her. The meal progresses, though it is now a blur of movement and clinking plates, each minute amplifying the tension within her. Every bite is a reminder of the choices that are not truly hers. As her parents weave a future of research and success, she sinks deeper into her silence, hands clenching tightly around the fabric of her napkin, feeling like she might crumble if anyone looks too closely. After the plates are cleared and the last bites of dessert consumed, Lorelei slips away. Each step away from the dining room becomes a rebellious act of self-preservation. Her heart pounds as she descends the creaking staircase, and the familiar scent of dust hangs heavy in the air, a comforting blanket draped over her shoulders as she makes her way to the attic. The door creaks as it swings open, revealing a dim, dust-filled sanctuary, a forgotten space filled with relics of the past and whispers of her dreams. Lorelei presses her back against a worn trunk, its surface rough and familiar. She sinks down to the floor, allowing the coolness of the wood to seep into her skin as she envelops herself in a bubble of solitude. Here, surrounded by fading photographs and boxes of memories, she allows herself to breathe, exhaling the weight of expectations that had bound her at the table. The attic is a refuge, its stillness cradling her as she allows the storm inside to rage without restraint. She surrenders to the vulnerability of her thoughts, each pang of longing for a life driven by art, illuminating her internal struggle. Amidst the dust motes dancing in the sparse light, Lorelei closes her eyes and envisions the vibrant colors of her art, each hue speaking volumes about who she is beneath the layers of expectation. She understands then the need to carve out her own path, to chase the call of creativity that stirs within her, even in the quietest moments. A deep breath escapes her lips, and with it, a flicker of resolve. This moment isn't the end but a beginning, a gentle reminder that her passions hold their own kind of power.
And despite the whirlwind of pressures around her, in this dusty sanctuary, she dares to imagine a future she can truly claim as her own.
Chapter 3: The Forgotten Sketchbook. The attic lies still, a breath away from the world below, where laughter and light clash against the walls of her mundane home. Dust motes swirl lazily in the flickering light, each particle a whisper of history. Lorelei Müller climbs the last step, feeling the slight shudder of the floorboards beneath her weight, a creak echoing in the silence that holds the space captive. She feels as though she is stepping into a dream, the familiar rhythms of her life muted beneath the shadows. A rusted hinge shrieks as she opens the door, revealing a treasure trove of forgotten items and relics. Boxes are stacked precariously, cobwebs hang like forgotten banners, and the scent of aged paper envelops her, wrapping her in a cloak of nostalgia. She stands still for a moment, inhaling the musk of history and the sweet tang of memory. Here, where the light is faint, she could lose herself, where time collapses and the weight of expectation is left behind. Her gaze wanders, searching. Lorelei remembers the tales her grandmother spun, stories of fantastical lands and strange creatures that danced like shadows across the canvas of her imagination. It is that inspiration that pulls her, each heartbeat echoing her desire to create. This attic, layered with dust and time, feels like a world waiting to be unveiled. Then in the farthest corner she spots it, a chest, ancient and ornate, its wood weathered with years. She approaches slowly, a sense of reverence washing over her.
It feels sacred, this find, as if she's about to unearth the secrets of 1,000 dreams.
The hinges groan under her touch as she crouches before it, fingers trailing along the surface, her breath hitching with anticipation. She bites her lip, coaxing the latch open.
The chest creaks, a sigh of relief or perhaps sorrow, as the lid reveals its hidden contents.
Inside, nestled like a pearl in an oyster, lies a leather-bound sketchbook, its cover embossed with intricate patterns that twine and twist as if alive. Lorelei's heart quickens, ink-stained fingers trembling as they brush against the rough leather. This relic of the past thrums with possibility, the weight of her ancestors and their stories enveloping her. She lifts it carefully, cradling the sketchbook as if it were fragile glass. The weight is oddly comforting, grounding her in a way that feels alien and familiar all at once. Flipping open the cover, she is greeted by a faint mustiness, the scent of old paper, stories waiting to be read. The first page unfolds before her eyes, an intricate drawing of a winged serpent coiled around a gnarled tree. A rush of wonder floods her veins, and she exhales softly, the sound reverberating through the attic. Each curve, each stroke speaks to her, the artistry is exquisite. She flips through the pages cautiously, her breath catching with each turn. Here, fairy hovers mid-flight, iridescent wings capturing the light in delicate dances. And there landscapes swirl into view, mountains that reach for the stars, forests dense with promise. Lorelei's mind races with thoughts unbidden, her own brushes and paints, her struggles to translate the visions inside her head onto the blank page. In this forgotten sketchbook, she finds pieces of herself, stitched together by the hand of someone who once walked the same path, eyes open to the marvels of the world. She pauses, running her fingers along the edges of the yellowed pages, imagining the artist who crafted these images, wondering if they felt the same tug of doubt, the same fear of not being enough. This quiet sanctuary, alive with stories, hums with her unfulfilled dreams. She is caught between the weight of family expectation and the lightness of her own artistic aspirations. As the minutes crawl toward midnight, Lorelei feels time thinning, twisting, blurring the edges of reality in the attic's silence. Shadows deepen, and the flicker of her lamp casts elongated shapes across the wooden beams, as if the very walls conspire to contain her revelations. She sighs softly, savoring this moment, cocooned in warmth and light, where her creative heart begins to stir like the ink drying on a fresh page. As the clock chimes midnight, a shiver runs through the attic, a pulse reverberating in the stillness. Lorelei's heart races, caught in the web of anticipation, her thoughts a whirlpool as she studies the drawing before her. The line between reality and fantasy blurs, electric with possibility, as if the very universe holds its breath in witness to the magic about to unfold. The intricacies of the mystical landscape glow softly, inviting and mysterious, each detail beckoning her closer. She stares at the enchanted world depicted in vibrant hues, the colors swirling and shifting like whispers of secrets just out of reach. A tide of wonder sweeps through her. The lines that form the shapes of enchanted trees and creatures tremble, a tremor that she can feel deep within her soul. Suddenly, the air around her thickens, shimmering with unspoken energy.
It feels as if the room bends, reshaping itself into something more than wood and dust, more than her attic.
The colors bleed out from the page, vivid and pulsing, spilling over the edges like laughter bubbling from a child's mouth. Lorelei's breath hitches. There on the paper, the winged serpent uncurls, a flash of iridescent scales caught in the fleeting glow of the lamp, and her pulse quickens. Her gaze darts back to the page, eyes wide with shock and disbelief. The serpent moves gracefully, curling around the trees that rise like ancient sentinels, weaving through landscapes she cannot even begin to comprehend. Lorelei is rooted to the spot, eyes fixated on the drawing as if it were a window to another world, while a palpable energy tingles at the nape of her neck. Without warning, the page thrums to life, illuminating the attic with a dazzling light. The boundaries between here and there fracture, reality unravels in a spectacular cascade of color. Her thoughts collide, fear mixing with an exhilaration she cannot name. She can almost hear the pulse of magic, calling her deeper. The edge of the page glimmers, forming a portal that grows wider, its light swelling in an overwhelming crescendo. In that electric moment, the attic vanishes, replaced by the overwhelming sensation of being drawn forward. An inescapable pull grabs hold of her, yanking her into the vibrant vortex. Lorelei's body jerks, her arms flailing as she reaches for the edge of the chest. The sketchbook slips through her fingers, landing with a muted thump on the wooden floor. She is airborne, weightless, spiraling into the brilliance of a world beyond comprehension. The world fractures, colliding and reshaping around her. In an instant, she finds herself hurled into a lush forest, where colors burst in a riot of life that defies description. Every leaf, every blossom quivers with a heartbeat of its own. The air buzzes with energy, thick and sweet like honeyed dreams, wrapping around her like an embrace from an old friend. As Lorelei lands softly on a carpet of moss, the forest pulses in rhythm with her own heartbeat. Shadows dance between the trees, flickering figures that feel like echoes of her thoughts, ethereal and gentle. Her eyes widen in awe, as shimmering translucent creatures emerge, weaving through the air like living thoughts, a reflection of her inner landscape. The moment is surreal. Each creature embodies pieces of her essence, tiny figures flit past, a collage of her insecurities and aspirations. Fear simmers within her, mingled with exhilaration, as the realization dawns, this world responds to her mind. Lorelei steps forward, filled with the thrill of discovery, every fiber of her being ignited by the sheer magic surrounding her. As she glances around, the forest stretches infinitely in all directions, each path unfurling like the pages of a book waiting to be written. Shadows shift in the corner of her vision. Are they beings from the realm or mere figments of her imagination? In this vibrant, living dream she is both artist and muse, and her heart beats with the longing to explore, to uncover the mysteries of this new realm, where the boundaries of possibility extend beyond the limits she once knew. Chapter 4: The Trickster's Welcome. Lorelei wanders through the Nibelung Realm, where the ground ripples beneath her like liquid light. Every step is uncertain, each twist of color blurring her sense of reality, drawing her into a world where luminescent flowers pulse with life, and shadows morph into fleeting shapes. Her ink-stained fingers clench the edges of a stray sketch, a fragment of her imagination, as the air thrums with a vibrant hum that speaks to her artist's soul. Around her, the landscape vibrates with magic, a harmony of light and sound, while echoes flit through the air like whispers of forgotten tales. Each breath fills her lungs with a taste of strange fruit and wild dreams, the sweet notes hanging like jewels on the periphery of her thoughts. She feels a connection, not to the mundane world she knows, but to the shifting symphony unfolding around her. Stems sway gently, some as wide as her arm, while the colors swirl in shades she had never dared to capture with her brush. Bold cerulean blues, shimmering yellows that seem alive, darting in and out of sight. She leans closer, eyes wide, tracing the delicate veins of petals that undulate with unseen rhythms. This is her canvas, but also her challenge, a realm where artistry meets chaos, and she stands at the brink, a soul wrestling with destiny.
As she takes another tentative step, the ground shudders, and warmth floods through her feet, a sudden surge that pulls her forward before retreating as if playfully teasing her balance.
A myriad of disembodied sounds echoes around her, a soft laughter, a mournful sigh, the rustling of wings that seem to flit in her peripheral vision just out of reach. It overwhelms her, sending ripples of awe and fear racing up her spine. She draws the sketch closer to her heart, as if it can shield her from the uncertainty. And yet, amid the enchantment and disorientation, a sense of longing blooms within her, a desire to feel whole in a world that oscillates between the tangible and the ephemeral. Lorelei's heart races, tethered to a hope that this place, with its wondrous energy, might whisper the answers she seeks. Will her art ever bridge the chasm between her and her family's expectations? Will it ever find a home beyond the confines of her own longing? The air thickens, and just as her thoughts swirl like colors on her canvas, she freezes. A presence materializes from the ever-shifting mist, a familiar specter she knows only too well. She had encountered him before in dreams and fleeting shadows, an enigmatic figure wrapped in the soft embrace of mischief. The air crackles with his energy, vibrating like a taut string ready to snap. Loki emerges, morphing before her eyes, a lithe fox with sharp, sparkling eyes that catch the light, then shifting to a man with a grin that hints at untold secrets. His presence is electric, drawing the chaos to a hush, a spark that momentarily calms the storm around them.
"Ah, but look who we have here," he quips, his voice smooth and playful, swirling through the air with an engaging cadence. A threshold dreamer, wandering carelessly among fables and flickers of fate.
The smirk that plays across his features suggests he knows something she does not, his shape flickering with light and shadow. He steps closer, eyes glimmering with mischief, a puppet master amidst the threads of reality. "I am Loki," he announces, each word punctuated by a flash of his form, "and you, Lorelei, are capable of bridging worlds with your art." His tone is brisk, each syllable dripping with urgency as he gestures broadly to the chaos that envelops them, the radiant hues bursting suddenly into view, only to fade into a foreboding darkness. "The void is consuming this realm," he warns, his voice weaving through the disorienting sounds.
"If you do not seek the guardian of fables, both worlds will fall." A jolt runs through her.
Lorelei's eyes widen, heart pounding against her ribcage as his words sink in, heavier than any weight she has carried before. She clutches the stray sketch tighter, her knuckles whitening. The gravity of his statement pulls her in 1,000 directions, each a path lined with dread and possibilities. A million thoughts scream through her mind, intertwining disbelief with an undeniable responsibility she cannot shake off. Caught between her instinct to flee and the profound pull towards destiny, her silence hangs in the air like a taut wire, trembling under the weight of unsaid things. The realm around her continues to pulse, as if urging her toward an answer she feels reluctant to grasp. She stands frozen, drawn into the gravity of Loki's gaze and the urgency of his plea, wondering if she is ready to take on the mantle of her own fate. The vibrant chaos swirls around Lorelei, the disjointed whispers of the Nibelung Realm, filling her ears with fragmented thoughts and cautionary tales. Loki's form shimmers beside her, half shadow, half light, and with every quip he delivers, the air buzzes like a plucked string, vibrating with potential. She feels the weight of his presence, playful yet pressing, urging her forward into the tangled web of destiny woven from art and ambition.
"Ah, but you look so lost, dear Lorelei," he teases, his voice flickering with the mirth of 1,000 possibilities. "Like a painter in a gallery of the absurd."
He gestures grandly around them, as if inviting her to explore this realm that balances on a knife edge between reality and whimsy.
"But this place, with its delightful pandemonium, is a canvas screaming for your artistry. It's simply tragic to see you paralyzed by indecision when the world is about to explode into chaos."
Her breath catches, mixing frustration with fascination.
"Explode into chaos? What do you mean, Loki?"
She crosses her arms, ink-stained fingers trembling at the sudden gravity of his words.
"What is the void, and why does it care about me?"
The void, he explains, each syllable sharp and deliberate, is a consuming force, a hungry abyss that feeds on creativity and dreams, twisting them into nightmares. You, Lorelei, with your exquisite imagination, possess a rare spark that can light the path through this darkness. Your art can stitch together the tattered fragments of reality that the void seeks to unravel. His eyes twinkle with a glimmer of intrigue, but the corners of his mouth flatten slightly, betraying a more serious undertone. She looks away, the weight of his words pressing down on her chest. Doubts bubble within her, wrestling against her ambition.
"But what if I'm not enough?"
My family. She falters, casting her gaze downward, tracing the patterns on her sketch as if they hold the answers.
"They've always excelled, pushing for achievements I can barely comprehend." "Ah, but how dreary a world it would be, filled solely with scholars and metrics, when there exists the wild magic of the heart, stories longing to spill forth."
His voice shifts, an echo of excitement mixed with urgency.
"You see, in this realm, you are not bound by numbers or rigid expectations.
You're free to become what you truly are, a creator.
It's what makes you a threshold dreamer."
He leans in closer, dropping his tone, drawing her into a conspiratorial intimacy that tugs at her heart. Believe me, my dear artist, the battle against the void is fought through the very essence of what makes us alive, imagination and passion. It's about intertwining paths of fate and shaping them into something incredible. Will you wield your brush, or will you allow the shadows to consume them? I want to wield it, she whispers, a flicker of determination igniting within her, but insecurity still lingers.
"But what if I fail?"
Loki's expression shifts, and he takes a step back, his playful demeanor turning slightly serious. In a realm of tales, failing is merely the beginning of a new chapter. Your struggles breathe life into the stories we tell. Each stroke, each attempt, feeds into the tapestry of existence, a magical interweaving of shadows and light. Lorelei looks up, meeting his vibrant gaze, an awakening sense of purpose stirring within her.
"Then what do I do?
Where do I find the guardian of fables?"
"Ah, the guardian," he muses, grinning as he spins effortlessly, light shifting around him.
They are a curious creature, both keeper and weaver of stories, existing at the very heart of this realm's balance. To seek them is to understand the depth of your own creativity.
They'll show you the way to mend what is being lost. Her heart races as she absorbs his words, each pulse igniting new courage. "And how do I get to them?" "Fear not.
For I shall guide you if you agree to embrace your potential," he replies, a theatrical flourish accentuating his mischief. "Our path will not be simple, but it will lead you to new realms of creativity, if only you follow your instincts." Lorelei steels herself, the shivers of uncertainty shifting to excitement. She feels as if she's standing at the precipice of a cliff, ready to leap into the unknown, defying all limitations and expectations.
I'll do it, Loki.
I'll seek the guardian and embrace what I am. Loki's face breaks into a beaming smile, the confidence radiating from him like light.
Then let's not tarry, dear artist.
The void waits for no one. With a flourish of his arm, the landscape around them shifts, vibrant hues swirling like a storm ready to reveal its hidden secrets. As they set off together, the Nibelung Realm transforms around them, an explosion of chaotic beauty guiding them deeper into the unknown. Lorelei feels the ink in her veins pulse in rhythm with the shifting magic, a call to creation echoing through her soul. For the first time, she embraces the urgency within her, artist and dreamer, ready to uncover the stories yet unwritten. Chapter 5: The Shadow of Doubt. In the twilight of the Eldergrove, gnarled trees lean close as if sharing secrets, their limbs rustling with whispered encouragement. Loki strides ahead, each step purposeful, confidence radiating from his every movement. Behind him, Lorelei hesitates, her hands clenched at her sides, eyes darting nervously over the shadows that cling to the forest floor. She feels the weight of expectation, not from the realm itself, but from the uncertainty brewing within her.
The trees shiver slightly, their roots twisting like ancient thoughts unearthed.
Here, the very air seems imbued with imagination, flickering between the tangible and ethereal, an arena of conflicting emotions swirling around them. Loki, with his sharp grin and quicksilver presence, glances back at Lorelei, the shadow of worry brushing across his face.
Your art is more powerful than you know, he insists, voice ringing out against the whispering canopy.
She doesn't reply immediately. Instead, her focus flits nervously over the darkening forest. Shadows pulse, edging closer, an ominous gathering just beyond the sprawling trees.
I'm not special, she spits back, the words leaving her tongue like an unsheathed blade, the insecurity seeping into her voice.
My art isn't important enough to save worlds. Her stance remains rigid, fingers trembling as they grip the strap of her sketchbook, a lifeline made of pages and ink that suddenly feels so inadequate. Loki rolls his eyes, frustration flickering behind the mirth in his eyes.
It's not about being special, it's about believing in what you create.
He moves toward her, cutting through the dense air, weaving between branches that sway like the doubts clinging to her thoughts. He gestures animatedly, contrasting sharply with Lorelei's hesitant, defensive posture.
What good is art if it doesn't challenge, doesn't transform?
Every line you draw, every story you tell, there's power in those worlds. She scoffs, body tense and unwilling to yield to his enthusiastic push.
It's just.
She takes a breath, staring down at the rough cover of her sketchbook, its edges frayed from constant companionship.
What if it's not enough?
A silence hangs heavy between them, thick like fog rolling in from the deeper reaches of the forest. The whispering leaves rustle in response, echoing the turmoil that flits through Lorelei's heart. Beneath her ribs, doubt coils tightly, while Loki's confident words weave a bright thread of defiance through the murk. Creating is the rebellion, Lorelei. Look around you, the Eldergrove is alive with stories.
You think these trees only stand here?
His hand sweeps dramatically, encompassing the ancient giants that tower above them. No, they thrive on the creativity of those who tread beneath their branches. You are a part of this. So channel that nervous energy.
Let it flow into your art. The trees shift again, and shadows ripple like ink pooling in water.
Lorelei swallows hard, her breaths coming quicker now, matched by the frantic beat of her heart. She is a watercolor painting, vibrant but smudged, a dreamer surrounded by textbooks and lofty expectations. A wave of insecurity threatens to swallow her whole, and she glances into Loki's keen gaze, searching for certainty.
Loki.
Her voice falters, caught between a plea for reassurance and the overwhelming desire to believe in herself.
Trust me, he interjects, a grin breaking over his features, mischief dancing in his eyes. What would the world be without a little chaos?
Without imagination. He sidesteps gracefully, shifting his form like light shifting on water, exemplifying the changeable nature of the world they inhabit. Just as she is about to answer, the ambience of the elder grove shifts. The soft murmurs grow thick with anticipation, the ground vibrates beneath them, and a rustling grows near the forest's edge. Lorelei's heart plummets, an uninvited chill creeping along her spine.
Use your power now, create a distraction.
Loki's tone turns urgent, his usual wit evaporating into something sharper, more desperate. Lorelei's eyes widen, fear gripping her, as dark forms begin to materialize among the trees, shadows stretching, coiling and solidifying into the ominous silhouettes of the Shadow Court. Their twisted figures loom elegant and terrible, exuding a cold superiority that sends her instincts screaming. Her hand hovers above the sketchbook, frozen in time as the encroaching shadows close in. She can feel the ominous presence enveloping her, suffocating the vibrant colors of her imagination with an unseen grip. Leaves rustle with warning, their whispers merging into an unsettling harmony that amplifies the rising dread in her chest.
Lorelei.
Loki's sharp call cuts through the thickening tension, reverberating in the silence, pleading for her to act amid the impending storm of shadows.
But she stands paralyzed, breath caught like a moth trapped in a web.
The whispering woods seem to press in on her, shadows undulating with a sinister purpose as her mind races, caught between the need to respond and the fear that she's simply not enough. The darkness stretches and pulses, drawing nearer, leaving her immobilized amid the gathering storm of shadow. As the last rays of twilight sink beneath the horizon, the shadows at the edge of the elder grove stir with purpose, unfurling into the ominous forms of the Shadow Court. Lorelei's breath hitches in her throat, each heartbeat thunderous in her ears as darkness descends like a shroud, a nightmare solidifying before her eyes. The trees that had once whispered encouragement now stand silent, their limbs frozen as if in fear, allowing the encroaching shadows to seize control. The Shadow Court, tall, elegant figures shrouded in shifting darkness, advance with an unsettling grace, their cold presence sweeping over the forest floor, dimming the colors that had once danced vibrantly in the light. Lorelei's fingers twitch involuntarily, the grip on her sketchbook tightening as uncertainty washes over her. The weight of their gaze feels suffocating, like the brush of an icy wind against exposed skin.
Use your power now, create a distraction.
Loki's voice breaks through the haze of fear, urgent and commanding, pulling her back from the precipice of panic. He stands poised, lean frame tense with unyielding determination, the embodiment of all the artistic defiance he so passionately advocates.
But Lorelei is frozen, her mind caught in a cycle of dread.
Thoughts race, wrestling against the looming figures that seem to drink the very light around them. What if her creations aren't strong enough? What if her art fails to stave off the darkness? The specters of her insecurities coalesce, menacing shadows that match the dark forms advancing before her. She remembers the times she faltered, when doubt flooded her mind like a frigid tide. She remembers the whispers of inadequacy.
Lorelei.
Loki snaps, the sharpness in his tone pulling her back to the present. His expressive eyes search hers, a flicker of urgency igniting beneath his surface charm.
Listen to me.
The only thing more powerful than their darkness is your light.
You have to believe in it.
The weight of his words sits heavily on her heart, but she struggles to breach the chasm that has opened between confidence and fear. Still, the shadowy figures draw closer, each step enveloping them in an unsettling presence that chills her bones.
They seem to watch with cold interest, evaluating, anticipating.
With a deep, shuddering breath, Lorelei closes her eyes for a heartbeat, letting the memories swirl through her, colorful images filled with life and spirit, bright strokes that dance through her imagination, laughter and creation that echo against the void. The forest calls to her, the whispering trees surrounding them pulsing with encouragement once more. For a moment, she feels the energy rise within her, her own artistry simmering just below the surface.
"Please," she breathes, and the world seems to shift.
An explosion of color ignites behind her eyelids as she opens them again. Her fingers fly to the sketchbook, and suddenly she is alive, pouring her fears into creation. The air vibrates, colors spilling from her mind into the realm before her. Lines spring forth, bold strokes manifesting into fantastical creatures that leap and swirl in a riot of energy, colors that defy the dark gathering around them. The shadow court stops, momentarily halted by the eruption of creativity, as tendrils of color dance defiantly against their looming presence.
"What is this?" one of the shadows hisses, its voice dripping with disbelief, its elegant form momentarily faltering. "Your own worst nightmare," Lorelei responds, determination flooding her, as the vibrant hues swirl around her, light battling back against the engulfing dark.
Her creations, fueled by the very essence of her fears, begin to take shape, a cacophony of fantastical beings rising against the shadows. Loki's laughter rings out, a bright spark in the gloom.
"That's it. Let it go, Lorelei.
Show them the power of your imagination." He stands tall beside her, a beacon amidst the chaos, rallying her spirit. She feels the warmth of creativity course through her, a bright flame illuminating the way against the dark. The shadow court recoils, their icy composure slipping as they shift and writhe against the onslaught of color.
But the moment is fleeting, as the figures reorganize, a tightening grip of resolve forming among their ranks.
"Creativity is a resource," they hiss, words overlapping in a chilling harmony, predatory undertones rising like the shadows themselves.
"You've mistaken your ambition for sustenance," Lorelei counters, her voice gaining strength as she adds more strokes, filling the air with brilliant depictions that sing against despair. "And I'm not here to be your prey."
With renewed vigor, she channels her determination into every flick of her wrist. A soaring phoenix emerges from the page, wings spreading, luminous fire blazing to life around it, shooting toward the approaching darkness. It bathes everything in its light, forcing the shadows to retreat, scrambling backward with each vibrant movement she weaves. Yet still, the figures move to encircle her, growing bolder with their presence. She can feel the tension crackling in the air, an electric mixture of hope and fear. Lorelei's heart races as she realizes that the balance hangs precariously. Their advance must be thwarted before they can fully engulf her creations.
"Lorelei!"
Loki's voice cuts through once more, urgency threading through his every word.
"You can do this.
You're the master of your art. Keep fighting." A flicker of defiance rises within her. Lorelei grips her sketchbook tightly, determination surging.
"Then I'll create a world that's too bright for your shadows."
And with that, she pours herself into her art, every drop of creativity forged into vibrant beams of color and imagination. As the phoenix soars above, shimmering trails of light trace its path, illuminating the elder grove anew. The air vibrates with life and beauty, shadows scrambling, caught off guard by the sudden onslaught of inspiration.
"Create," she shouts, hands dancing as her mind reaches deeper into the well of artistry.
Images flood forth, a garden of creativity bursting alive, colors blooming in every direction, each creation more vivid than the last. A chorus of life springs from her fingertips, weaving into the fabric of the elder grove itself. The darkness quivers, each stroke of color pushing back against the encroaching despair. Lorelei feels the thrill of creation surge through her, emboldening her spirit. She is no longer the passive observer, she is the architect of her destiny, wielding creativity as her shield. The shadows hiss and snap in response, but it no longer matters. She has found her voice, and it rises like a clarion call, powerful and unwavering against the gathering darkness.
Yet she knows, this fight is only beginning.
As the ethereal clash reverberates through the elder grove, a new dawn approaches, a bright promise forged through creativity and resilience, but the final outcome is still uncertain. Lorelei stands ready, resolute, no longer adrift in a world of shadows. Chapter 6: The Reluctant Artist. Above a fractured world, shadows stretch and swirl, as whispers claw at the edges of Lorelei's mind. The shadow court, relentless and elegant, encroaches, drawing closer like a gathering storm. Panic prickles her skin, a chill creeping into her bones as she grasps the hem of destiny and finds it slipping away. Suddenly a warm presence brushes against her, Loki. He shifts, his form shimmering with the energy of transformation, a bird unfurling wings of brilliance, and as he clasps her, the air tears around them, a rush that promises freedom. A pulse of energy radiates from him as he morphs in midair, growing into a colossal bird that catches the light in hues she's never seen before, a breathtaking marriage of chaos and beauty. His feathers are like liquid dreams, shimmering against the deepening shadows of the sky.
"Hold on tight," he calls, voice firm but edged with that familiar mischievous tone.
Lorelei, heart racing, wraps her arms around his neck, fingers sinking into the iridescent plumage. The world beneath them blurs into a canvas of grays and whites, as the howling wind rushes past her ears, carrying with it the whispers of the shadow court, those haunting voices promising despair and dreams stolen. As they climb higher, the ground falls away, a splintered realm collapsing into the abyss. Lorelei squeezes her eyes shut, allowing instinct to anchor her to Loki, the heart of warmth in a storm of fear.
"We're not safe yet," he mutters, sarcasm edged with urgency.
His wings beat with a fierce rhythm, each stroke a defiance against the darkness closing in around them. Beneath them she glimpses fleeting shadows, the looming silhouettes of the court gliding silently through the fragments of reality, an eerie hunt behind them, ever watchful. The ride is violent, they careen through a tumultuous sky as if the air itself is laced with despair, twisting under Loki's control. Lorelei can feel the chaotic energy surging, swirling magic rising in response to their flight. Her pulse matches the tempo of the air, every heartbeat heavy with anticipation. Colors of shadow and light collide below, creating an unsettling whirlwind of sensations that play tricks on her eyes. For every sweep of black streaked with gray, bright glimmers dance, leading her to forget the approaching darkness. "Loki," she shouts, and her voice, tiny against the shriek of the wind, carries a thread of wonder.
"Are we really going to escape them?"
A moment of silence hangs as he answers, the sharp wind gusting around them, filled with potential and peril. "Escape is a relative term, dear artist," he quips, letting a hint of laughter peek through the tremors of seriousness.
"For every shadow we outrun, another takes its place."
His tone remains playfully enigmatic, a compass guiding her through the storm. More shadows coil together below, the distant murmurs of the court threading through the howling winds. Lorelei glances back, catching brief glimpses of their swirling forms, tall and elegant, but draped in ominous power. They weave their dark promises through the air, fraying the edges of the very reality she hopes to cling to. Fear tangles in her gut, heavy like a weight pressing against her. Loki senses her uncertainty and tilts his head slightly as they climb. "Trust me," he commands softly.
"I've seen what they do. And they do not need a reason to harvest."
He gestures toward the shadows below, scenes of anguish and sorrow curling into the air like smoke from extinguished flames. Creative souls suffocating in their own unmade worlds. Each pulse of energy from his wings sends a charge through her heart, igniting a spark of determination even as fear lingers. They crest a high ridge, gliding into the unknown where the air thickens and dulls with twilight. Below them, the fractured landscape stretches endlessly, both enchanting and tragic, remnants of a reality that spirals into chaos. Lorelei's grip tightens as they begin to descend, a part of her aware of the urgent need to break free from the binds of her past. Yet another part remains chained, yearning for the comfort of a structured world, a world already warping under the pressure of creativity torn from its foundation. Suddenly, Loki lets out a dramatic sigh, pulling her focus back to their desperate flight.
What's the worst they can do?
Come take your dreams. You have the potential for 1,000 lifetimes of creativity, but your greatest obstacle is your own hesitation. The depth of his insight sends shivers down her spine as they plunge through a thick mist, each whisper of the wind stealing away her certainty. As they plummet, Lorelei feels both exhilaration and trepidation, an exhilarating concoction of hope and dread. The shadows are coalescing, this time like a dark wave crashing on the edges of her mind. With a sudden jolt, Loki veers sharply, and a cacophony of wind fills her ears.
Hold tight, he barks, before bursting through the veil into a hidden glade where a soft luminescence bathes everything in soothing twilight, a stark contrast to the maelstrom they've escaped.
They touch down on the bed of moss, and Lorelei tumbles into the embrace of nature, breathless and trembling. Her heart pounds, the adrenaline spilling over as she gasps, blinking up at the dim canopy above. Shadows retreat slightly in this hidden sanctuary, a promise of safety, yet their menace still echoes in her mind.
I want to go home, she cries out, the words splintering her voice.
The stark honesty of her yearning catches in her throat, and tear-streaked cheeks paint her desperation clearly, a girl caught between worlds, torn from the comfort of familiarity and thrust into an unknown battle for her very soul. Loki, landing beside her in human form, exhales a deep, steady breath. His eyes search hers, measuring the weight of their surroundings.
Lorelei, listen to me, he implores, his voice a grounding force. The void is already affecting your world. I've seen it.
He gestures to the glade, where threads of creativity pulse dimly, fading like distant stars. Creative blocks despair, artists drowning in their own unfulfilled dreams. The words linger heavy in the twilight, and in their reflection, visions of vivid artistry flash before them, brilliant but fleeting, colliding against the starkness of her current reality. Every desire, every spark of imagination is teetering on the brink, desperate for the kind of clarity she fears she may never find. Tension hovers like mist in the air, neither of them knowing the extent of the struggle ahead. Lorelei's gaze drops to her trembling hands, ink-stained fingers lingering with longing against the soft earth beneath her, yearning for something ungraspable, caught between the pull of home and the call of something greater. The last threads of daylight fade into the deepening dusk of the Nibelung Realm, her heart pulled taut with the weight of her powers and the dawning responsibility they demand. Lorelei knows this is only the beginning, each moment reverberating with potential. She clings to the frayed edge of hope, waiting to see if she has the strength to embrace it. Lorelei lands on the soft moss, trembling as the world spins beneath her. Heart racing, she stares into the underbelly of twilight, shadows whispering sweet nothings of what was. Home, a place of order and predictability, now feels like a distant planet, evaporating behind the veil of terror she's just escaped. The shadows still lurk beyond, unseen but deeply felt, pulling at her heartstrings, while confusion swirls inside her, a tempest of fear and longing.
I want to go home, she says, the words escaping her throat like a frail whisper, cracking against the weight of her yearning.
Her hands, stained with ink from countless sketches and works of art, tremble at her sides. There is a vulnerability in the openness of her plea, a rawness that hangs heavily in the dusk air, weaving through the trees that cradle them in shadow.
Home.
Loki's voice cuts through the stillness, playful yet laden with something deeper. He glances at her, brow arched, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, even as his eyes shimmer with an uncharacteristic seriousness.
That lovely little box with perfect walls and nice routines.
He kneels beside her, a quick shift from the confidence of their flight to a grounding presence, but his gaze carries the flicker of mischief, the familiar safety net. The vulnerability collides with her longing, but she holds on to the anger simmering beneath the surface.
It's not just a box, Loki. It's where I felt safe. Where everything made sense.
Each word comes out like the cadence of a drum, beating against her self-doubt, rousing something fierce within her. Lorelei looks into his eyes, searching for the depths of understanding she longs for, but finds the glint of amusement instead. And yet, he responds, tilting his head, have you ever considered that perhaps it's too small for the person you are meant to become? The weight of his words hovers in the air between them, saturated with both promise and challenge. Loki's wit is sharp as ever, but the truth behind his jest cuts deeper.
You don't understand, she protests, her voice wavering as she fights back tears. My family, my parents, they expect so much from me.
A flare of frustration ignites within her, bursting forth with the fervor of a creator aching for freedom, yet feeling shackled to an identity carved by others.
How can I turn my back on them?
Loki's face softens slightly, a blend of mirth and wisdom dancing in his eyes.
Ah, but, dear artist, consider the lives of those whose creativity has withered.
Artists who've shied away from the unknown out of fear. His words are firm yet gentle, coaxing her into the realization that, though the past can feel insurmountable, it is not the measure of what is to come. Lorelei watches him, conflicted. He possesses the kind of grace and ease that speaks of deep truths.
They're my family, Loki, she exclaims, gesturing with an urgency that ripples through the air. I can't just abandon them, no matter how it feels to stand outside of their expectations.
She feels the shadows of fear clinging to her, a battle of what she desires and what is pressed upon her by love.
Maybe they are not the ones keeping you from soaring.
Loki's voice lowers, threading sincerity through their banter.
Maybe it's yourself. There's a challenge glinting in his gaze now, playful but layered with gravity.
His words coil around her like smoke, filling her lungs with a necessity she cannot ignore.
I'm not ready, she whispers, the admission a dagger against the pounding rhythm of her heart, the trepidation spilling over as tears streak down her cheeks, revealing a fragile heart, aching for understanding.
She cannot escape the responsibility bearing down on her, as visions of her future flare, fleeting shadows of imagination fading in the gloom.
How can I when I've always felt so lost?
A shift passes over him, momentarily brushing away his playful facade. Lorelei, every artist feels lost before they find their way. The world outside is a blank canvas, and in the face of the shadow court, it is you who has the brush. His gaze is steady, a mixture of warmth and urgency sparking in his eyes. You have the potential for 1,000 lifetimes of creativity within you. The weight of his words blooms in her chest.
What if he's right?
A spark flickers in her mind, a tendril of hope intertwining with the fear, merging the potential of possibility.
But how do I harness it? The shadows threaten to snuff it out.
Her voice is barely more than a murmur, revealing the chasm between what she wishes and what she believes. Loki stands, brushing off moss from his knees with a whimsical flourish. In facing the darkness, you will find your light, Lorelei.
But you must first embrace that which scares you.
He gestures to the trees around them, where the luminescence glows with ethereal beauty against the encroaching night.
See those shadows?
They only thrive on fear and doubt.
It's time you turn the tables. Turn the tables, she echoes, her brow furrowing in contemplation.
There's an audacity in his words that makes her heart race, not with fear this time, but a burgeoning determination. For the first time, the notion of embracing her gifts feels less like a burden, and more like a chance for survival.
Yes, he replies, that wicked grin painting his features again, restoring their playful dynamic. Art demands chaos as much as it craves order.
Embrace the mess, let it fuel you, even if that mess comes from an unexpected place. With every beat of her heart, the shadows seem to tremble, and for the first time in the evening's weightiness, Lorelei finds her footing, brushing aside remnants of her tears. She lets out a shaky breath, grounding herself in the moment, daring to envision what it means to reclaim her narrative, a world where she chooses to paint her own dreams into existence. I will fight them then, she resolves, voice firm as clarity washes over her like the first light of dawn breaking through the night. Her gaze meets Loki's, filled with newfound defiance.
I'll harness my creativity to protect what's mine. Good, he says, the glimmer of pride shining in his eyes as the faint glow of dusk begins to linger around them, promising a shift towards something larger.
The shadow court may loom in the distance, but the weight of anticipation rises in Lorelei's chest, an echo of possibilities yet to be uncovered. The creative spirit that once felt tentative now churns, ready to take flight alongside her companion in mischief and wisdom. As shadows grow long around them, Lorelei steps forward, emboldened, ready to embrace her path, a vivid kaleidoscope of art and responsibility unfolding against the canvas of reality. Chapter 7: Whispers of the Elder Grove. At dawn, the Elder Grove awakens, each ancient tree shimmering with the last vestiges of night, their towering forms shifting in the waking light. Dewy leaves glisten like small stars strewn across the forest floor, and the air crackles with stories long forgotten, threading the space between two figures, Lorelei and Loki. Their feet disturb the slumbering leaves, and the woodland seems to whisper back, echoing with the cadence of dreams both crushed and cherished. Lorelei stands at the threshold of this enchanted realm, her ink-stained fingers poised over her sketchbook, as she watches the shimmering branches twist overhead. Each tree holds a secret, and she can almost hear the laughter of past dreamers buried within the bark. She draws in a deep breath, letting the crisp air fill her lungs, invigorating her spirit as shafts of pale light slice through the canopy like beams of hope.
Looks like the trees are showing off again, Loki quips, his eyes sparkling with mischief.
His form flickers slightly, a quick shimmer of playfulness that manifests in a bright smile as he gesticulates toward a tree, whose branches twist into a brief semblance of a dancer. Lorelei chuckles softly, a nervous tension knotting her stomach.
Is it really showing off if they've done it for centuries?
She murmurs, more to herself than to him, her gaze darting from one shifting bark face to another. With each passing moment, the grove envelops her with the warm embrace of its stories, a narrative rhythm that beats in time with her racing heart. Loki steps closer, noticing the way her eyes sparkle with wonder and apprehension.
Every hero has their day, Lorelei.
Maybe this grove just has a flair for the dramatic, he replies, punctuating his words with a theatrical flourish.
Who knows what sort of epic tales we might uncover today?
He twirls, as if inviting the very trees to dance along with him. With a soft smile, Lorelei shakes her head at his antics, but can't help the spark of laughter that escapes her.
I'm more interested in the stories hidden in the roots than in how they perform.
Her tone carries an edge of longing, a faint whisper of her doubts stirring beneath the surface like murky water.
Roots, huh?
Loki leans against a nearby tree, crossing his arms with a grin that suggests he's pondering some hidden meaning. Didn't you say you wanted to break free from the burden of expectations? Sounds like a lovely metaphor for art, buried beneath the surface but capable of blooming if given a bit of sunlight. As they delve deeper into the grove, the trees murmur a chorus of voices that vibrate through the crisp air, recounting the feats and failures of past threshold dreamers. Lorelei listens intently, trying to glean any inspiration that could convince her to seize her own narrative, her heart thrumming in tandem with the stories echoing through the leaves. She feels the pulse of creativity around her, an energy both exhilarating and terrifying.
We're not just passing through, we're uncovering mysteries, Loki continues, unabashedly drawing her attention back to him. These trees are filled with dreams waiting to sprout. They're like watchers, she interjects, surprising herself. Guardian spirits of creativity. Why yes, he grins. But far more glamorous. You see, they're harvesting good ideas. Or maybe just sharing them, tricky business that.
He tilts his head, observing her thoughtful expression. A flicker of seriousness flashes through his eyes, momentarily breaking his facade of mischief.
You're at a crossroads, Lorelei. Can't you feel it?
The forest continues to murmur, intensifying around them, but she hesitates, feeling the weight of her artistic aspirations versus her family's expectations pressing down.
It's not easy to chase a dream when everyone around me believes in science.
The word feels heavy on her tongue, a weight she struggles to articulate. The ancient branches twist and sway, forming fleeting human-like faces that seem to peer at her, the trees bearing witness to her inner turmoil. Each whisper from the leaves is a reminder of the artistry coursing through her veins, igniting her passion yet laced with doubt.
What if I'm not good enough? She whispers, half to herself, half to the watching trees. Then you create anyway, Loki responds, his tone light yet firm. Your art is not a shadow of their expectations, but a bloom all its own.
He gestures grandly at the trees as if they're putting on a performance just for them, and Lorelei can't help but smile, feeling an ember of hope flicker to life. The continuous rustling of the elder grove seems to respond, pulsing with energy, urging her to embrace the part of herself she often silences. Lorelei closes her eyes for a moment, allowing the enchanting ambience to wash over her like a wave, the resonance of past threshold dreamers intertwining with her own aspirations. It feels as if the grove itself is a vessel of creativity, nudging her toward a path she fears but craves nonetheless.
Let's keep moving, she says, her voice steadier now, the resolve beginning to unfurl within her. I want to see more.
With a playful smirk, Loki pushes off from the tree.
Onward then, dear artist.
The grove awaits with more stories.
And if we're lucky, perhaps an intriguing plot twist or two.
Together they press deeper into the elder grove, where the atmosphere thickens with anticipation. Each step charges the air with vibrant potential, as if the forest collectively holds its breath, echoing the call of a creative legacy waiting to be reclaimed. As they venture deeper into the elder grove, the air thickens with an energy that pulls at Lorelei's senses, whispering secrets and drawing her forward. The path transforms beneath their feet, subtly twisting, as if the trees conspire to guide them toward a destination long awaited. At last they stand before the towering gnarled oak, its form regal yet inviting, roots sprawling like an ancient web of stories that run deep into the earth. With its bark rippling under the soft light, the oak seems alive, morphing until it unveils the gentle visage of Lorelei's grandmother. Deep-set eyes flicker with warmth, a comforting glow that transcends the whimsical chaos of the Nibelung Realm. For a moment, Lorelei feels as though time stands still. The familiar features of her grandmother become a beacon, calling her home.
Whoa, I didn't know your family tree was quite this literal, Loki comments, his playful tone weaving effortlessly through the gravity of the moment.
He watches, half awed and half amused, as the oak's branches sway gently, shaping the memory of a beloved matriarch. Lorelei's fingers twitch over her sketchbook, longing to capture this moment in all its intricate beauty. Her pulse quickens, a tumult of wonder and acceptance swirls within her, as she witnesses the embodiment of her legacy standing before her. Her heart pounds in rhythm with the oak's whispers, each beat resonating with the echoes of her childhood, where art blossomed amidst the background of academia.
"Grandma," she breathes, the word a gentle incantation that unfurls in the quiet air.
The gnarled tree holds her gaze, and in that silence a dialogue begins. A memory unfurls, her grandmother's laughter, soft and encouraging, fills the corners of her mind.
"You've always seen the world differently, Lorelei," the oak murmurs, its voice an echo of love and guidance. "Art is a vessel, just as your heart is a compass.
In every stroke, in every shade, you breathe life into stories untold." Lorelei swallows hard, tears pricking at the corners of her eyes. I'm scared. Everyone wants me to follow a different path. But your path is yours to forge, the oak responds, as roots wind gently, wrapping around her with an embrace that feels like home. Creativity is your birthright. Embrace it. Beside her, Loki leans against a neighboring tree, arms crossed. His smirk falters, and in this moment, she sees the weight of understanding behind his playful facade.
"Seems like you've inherited the artistic wisdom of a century or two," he quips, though his tone is softer, a testament to the gravity of the encounter.
Lorelei feels a warmth radiating from the oak, its energy mingling with her spirit.
"But what if I fail?" she whispers, the words cracking like dry leaves beneath her feet.
"Every artist stumbles, dear dreamer," the oak whispers back.
"It is in the stumbles that we learn to dance."
Let the forest guide you, it's pulsing with stories and inspirations waiting to unfurl. Lorelei closes her eyes, inhaling the rich aroma of damp earth and forgotten dreams. The voices of the grove envelop her, urging her to accept her identity fully, to embrace the spectrum of creativity that pulses in her veins. She opens her eyes, her grandmother's face illuminated by the soft light filtering through the leaves, and she feels the steady resolve taking root in her heart. "Okay," she finally says, the words imbued with newfound strength.
"I want to follow my own path."
"Excellent," Loki interjects, a grin re-emerging as the atmosphere shifts.
"Now, let's see if we can shake off that fear and find you a paintbrush or two. Or perhaps an easel big enough for all those dreams."
The oak seems to chuckle with the wind rustling through its branches, and Lorelei feels a lightness blooming within her. She stands taller, shoulders squared, feeling the bond with her grandmother echoing through her.
"Let's go," she says, her voice carrying a buoyant undertone as she turns back toward Loki, her smile radiating warmth.
The elder grove feels alive with possibility, each step forward an affirmation of the legacy she will honor. Together, they continue deeper into the heart of the grove, the gnarled oak watching over them, a silent guardian of creativity that pulses through every shade of green, every whispered story entwined in the forest's embrace. Chapter 8: The Living Statue's Lesson. The underbrush grips at Lorelei's clothes, a whisper of nature's grip urging her forward. Each step through the dense foliage feels both exhilarating and daunting, as if the very heart of the elder grove breathes around her, alive with stories waiting to unfold. Loki flits beside her, an impish grin flaring with mischief, his presence a delightful contradiction to the weight of their journey. In this moment, surrounded by twisting vines and the rich scent of earth, she is both part of the world and separate from it, an artist wandering toward an unseen canvas. Branches arch above them, intertwined like old friends sharing secrets, while roots snake along the ground, straining to catch every passing footfall. The light filtering through the canopy plays tricks, dancing shadows that twist and curl around them. The air thrums with the pulse of life, chirps, rustles, and the distant calls of creatures unseen. With every movement, the landscape seems to sigh in recognition of their intrusion.
At last, they push through the tangled underbrush into a hidden glade, a sanctuary shimmering with shafts of filtered light.
The moss-covered stone benches, draped in a velvety green, suggest the ghost of a gathering long past. Ancient trees stand sentinel, their gnarled trunks leaning in close, branches extending as though they want to wrap the newcomers in a warm embrace. Lorelei halts, breath catching in her throat, a sense of reverence washing over her like the gentle caress of a summer breeze. In the center of the glade, Elysia stands, poised and serene, a living statue. The smooth, cracked marble skin of her form reflects the dappled light, catching glimmers that hint at the history woven into her being. Lorelei feels the weight of expectation press on her, an exhilarating gravity that makes her pulse quicken. Elysia's movements are slow and deliberate, each gesture infused with grace that seems to defy the stillness surrounding her.
"Welcome," Elysia speaks, her voice resonating like a chime caught in the wind.
The notes echo softly, harmonizing with the rustling leaves above. "You have traversed far from the ordinary paths of life, seeking what lies beyond the mere surface of existence." Lorelei's gaze darts from Elysia's serene yet sorrowful eyes to Loki, whose quietly amused smirk suggests he finds a hidden joke within the situation. She clenches her sketchpad to her chest, the fabric of her reality suddenly seeming so fragile. Elysia continues, words flowing like an artist's brush, each phrase sculpting an intricate vision that pulls them closer. Every soul carries a tale, a delicate balance between beauty and truth, caught in the tumult of desire and choice. To sacrifice freedom for an illusion of perfection. The trees around them seem to lean closer, their bark etched with ancient wisdom, straining to catch the sculptor's words, as if the very essence of the glade seeks to absorb Elysia's teachings. Lorelei can almost see the metaphors crystallizing in the air, sacrifices made for art, the whispers of creativity lost in the cacophony of expectations. Each brushstroke holds weight, yet we yearn for lightness, Elysia continues, her voice both a melody and a hammer striking at the core of understanding. Perfection, such a mirage, she muses, and Lorelei feels the resonance of those words echo in her own heart. Elysia's gaze seems to penetrate the veil of doubt hanging over Lorelei, stirring the colors of her fears and dreams into a vibrant tumult. How easily they could drown in the pursuit of perfection, how easily the colors of their souls could dim under pressure. In this sacred glade, time stretches like taffy. Lorelei listens as the statue recounts tales of choice and sacrifice. Each story becomes a sculptor's chisel striking against stone, each word alive, ringing true as the eternal trees stand witness. Her pulse quickens, a rhythmic thrum that synchronizes with the heartbeat of the elder grove, and suddenly it feels like she too might be carved from the very essence of creativity itself. Elysia's eyes catch Lorelei's in a moment suspended between breaths, a connection transcending the barriers of stone and flesh. A feeling unfurls in her chest, warm and ache-filled. There, amidst the weight of artistic dreams, is a thin sliver of light, a thread woven through the tapestry of her heart's desires. Loki, leaning casually against a moss-covered stone, studies her with an arched brow, his expression a mix of amusement and quiet intensity. His presence is a playful juxtaposition to Elysia's solemnity, and yet both offer strands of wisdom tangled in their own forms. The playful guardian who nudges her toward laughter, and the stoic oracle unveiling the truth of her fears. As Elysia continues, the very textures of the glade come to life in fragments of color and sound, a symphony of whispers, each rustle and creak reverberating through the air, as if eager to partake in the unfolding drama. The mossy benches seem to breathe, cradling their secrets, while the ancient trees flex and sway as if to convey their understanding.
Freedom comes at a price, dear one, Elysia states, her tone shifting to one of palpable gravity, the air thickening with unspoken truths. Art should not deny who you are.
Each stroke must bear your essence, otherwise you risk losing the very heart of your creation. As the words settle around them, a silence envelops the glade. Lorelei's breath catches in her throat. The realization washes over her like cool water, awakening a sleeping urgency. She glances at Loki, who meets her gaze with an intensity that shatters the mirthful mask he often wears. Elysia's words linger in the air, hanging like the fragrance of wildflowers, heady and intoxicating. The glade seems to hold its breath, waiting for her response, as the weight of newfound knowledge begins to anchor itself in her soul. With a careful motion, she shifts her grip on the sketchpad, feeling its familiar presence against her chest, and wonders what sacrifices lay ahead in the pursuit of her artistic truth. As Elysia extends her hand, the air around them shifts, charged with unspoken possibilities. A fragment of her marble skin glows softly, catching the scattered light filtering through the trees, dancing like a flame inviting them closer. Lorelei feels an invisible thread pulling her forward, weaving through her pulse as anticipation twists her stomach, a silent promise bound within the delicate weight of the moment. The piece of marble shimmers, almost alive, as if it holds within it the breath of countless dreams. Lorelei's heart races, a staccato rhythm urging her onward, each beat resonating with the fervent hope that now anchors her resolve. What would it mean to hold something so powerful, to grasp the very essence of creation from a being caught between stone and spirit? Elysia's gaze, serene yet piercing, holds Lorelei in place.
This, she intones, her voice melodic and precise, is no ordinary gift. It binds you to truth.
The words carve into the atmosphere, solidifying the stakes before them. The weight of the glade thickens, nature itself holding its breath in solemn expectation. With cautious steps, Lorelei inches closer, her fingers trembling as they reach for the token, the connection between them undeniable. As their hands brush, her skin meeting the coolness of Elysia's marble, an electric charge courses through her. Every heartbeat feels magnified, each second stretched into eternity, with possibility crackling in the air around them.
Let not your art deny who you are, Elysia warns, and the gravity of her words entwines around Lorelei like roots winding through the earth.
In this moment, a tidal wave of understanding sweeps over her, swirling together ambition and fear, hope and trepidation. The forest watches, the trees swaying gently, as if recognizing the monumental shift about to unfold. Lorelei accepts the fragment, the cool surface grounding her in that intangible place where ambition meets essence. As she cradles it in her palm, shadows seem to dance in the corners of her vision, echoing the solemnity of the gift she has just accepted. With this token, she carries the promise of artistry imbued with her true self, a living reflection of her spirit trapped in a world that often demands conformity. Elysia's eyes soften, understanding the weight of what they share. Your creations will echo with your voice, each stroke infused with authenticity.
But remember, beauty comes at a cost, she cautions. The path you choose may lead you through shadows.
A choice not to forget who you are must resonate with every brush and word. Each word reverberates within Lorelei's chest, carving and etching into her heart. There is a certainty now, an understanding that her art is more than a pursuit, it is her truth, a rebellion against the suffocating expectations waiting in the wings of her family's world. She feels it ignite, a bright ember in the vast unknown. Loki, who has remained silently at the fringes of their moment, watches with keen interest, his demeanor transforming from playful to something deeper. His gaze flickers between the two figures, caught in the soft glow of the glade's enchantment. There is wisdom in his silence, acknowledging the transition happening before him. Lorelei's breath steadies, anchoring her within the intense weight of the scene. She slides the marble fragment into her pocket, fingers lingering on its cool surface, every pulse in her hand thrumming with the promise of the transformative journey ahead. As she stands there, poised between reality and her desires, she feels the glade wrap around her like an embrace, whispering secrets known only to those who dare to tread upon the sacred ground of truth. Shadows deepen and the world holds its breath, waiting for her next move.
The trees seem to lean in closer, the glade a living testament to the boundless possibilities of creation.
Together, they have shifted the fabric of her existence, revealing the intricate patterns hidden just beneath the surface. In this moment, she feels not just Lorelei the artist, but a dreamer embracing the flickers of inspiration threading through the universe. Elysia smiles, a fleeting blend of wisdom and empathy as she regards them both, stone yet somehow alive with untold stories.
Remember this moment, she implores gently, for it marks the beginning of your journey.
With each stroke you create, let it reflect the dance of your truth and imagination. As her words float through the air, Lorelei's heart swells with new resolve, the marble fragment a token of authenticity binding her to her dreams. She glances toward Loki, a silent acknowledgement passing between them, their paths entwined in this expansive realm of the Elder Grove, in a journey yet to unfold, filled with the potential for exploration and self-discovery. The atmosphere shifts, tinged with electric anticipation, marking the passage from understanding into action. As the sun dips lower in the sky, rays of gold filter through the trees, casting flickering patterns that illuminate the glade. Lorelei feels ready, poised to navigate the balance of truth and creativity, sculpting her destiny against the soft whispers of nature and the ancient wisdom held within the marble depths of Elysia. Chapter 9: The Memory Marketplace. The marketplace thrums with life, a tapestry of memories suspended in the air, like the glimmer of an enchanted breeze. Colors flicker and dance as if woven from laughter, each stall a world of captured moments waiting to be traded. Lorelei's eyes widen, drinking in the artistry surrounding her, a palette of nostalgia brushing against her imagination. Beside her, Loki grins, his sharp gaze flitting between vendors like a playful shadow, and his quips cut through the weight of the atmosphere, lightening the heavy anticipation that clings to the air. They wander past stalls draped in silks of every hue, some glimmering with the essence of joy, others shrouded in the shadows of loss. One vendor calls out, her voice a silky thread weaving through the market's bustling chatter, offering glistening vials of captured laughter and crystal jars holding remnants of bittersweet farewells. Lorelei can't help but reach toward a jar filled with a faint, shimmering light, an echo of laughter that feels achingly familiar. "Careful," Loki warns, leaning closer, his voice a mischievous whisper. "You might end up swapping your most cherished giggle for something entirely uninspiring, a single sneeze perhaps." She shoots him an exasperated look, but can't suppress a small smile. His teasing is a welcome distraction, a reminder that while this marketplace offers countless memories, it also echoes with the weight of choices yet to be made. Lorelei feels a gentle tug within, caught between the allure of memories and the dread of losing what makes them precious.
"Look over there."
Loki gestures animatedly toward a stall showcasing embroidered canvases that capture fleeting moments of joy, a sun-drenched picnic, a shy smile exchanged between friends.
"Bet you could snag the whole experience for a trinket. I mean, who wouldn't want to be remembered for, oh, I don't know, an uneventful afternoon of tea?"
Lorelei laughs, the sound buoyant amidst the marketplace's hum.
Maybe not, but I'd trade for the feeling of that picnic, the warmth of the sun, the laughter.
Her fingers drift across her sketchbook, idly twirling a pencil, as her heart beats in time with the memories surrounding her. Loki smirks, but his gaze turns serious for a moment, as if assessing the weight of their journey ahead.
We'll find what we need, watercolor girl.
Just remember, sometimes the things we cherish most aren't so easy to let go of. His words linger as they approach a stall draped in faded velvet that speaks of secrets and long-lost tales. Here, the air thickens with mystery. In the center, illuminated by an orb's warm glow, stands Unraveling, the memory merchant. She is a figure both ethereal and grounded, her silver-streaked hair shimmering like moonlight caught in flowing mercury. Her eyes glisten with the shifting hues of memories being traded, each glance a reflection of the myriad stories she holds.
Welcome, Namora intones, her voice a gentle melody, yet commanding.
She regards them with a steady gaze that seems to peer into the depths of their souls.
I have what you need, if you give me what you cherish most. The challenge is clear.
Lorelei's breath catches as the significance of the transaction washes over her. Behind Namora, jars brim with memories, some gleam with the vibrancy of life, others dimmed by shadows of regret. Each one beckons like a siren's call, promising the essence of experiences that could be both lost and regained. Loki sidles closer, fingers tapping idly against his chin, feigning nonchalance even as his eyes dance with intrigue.
What do you think, Lorelei? Should we negotiate?
Perhaps we offer her an endless supply of irreverent jokes in exchange for a captivating memory or two. Namora arches a brow, her lips curling into a slight smirk at Loki's jest.
Humor is charming, but humor alone won't win the day.
What will you part with for the essence of your treasured memories? Lorelei swallows hard, her heart pounding against the walls of her chest. The idea of relinquishing something dear sends a shiver through her, but the allure of preserved moments, the possibility of reliving her first art show, ignites a spark of determination. She glances down at her fingers, ink-stained from days lost in her sketchbook, and nods.
I know what I need to offer.
As she reaches into her pocket, her trembling hand retrieves a small silver locket, a token of her first art show, capturing the warmth and pride that radiated within her that day. She feels a swell of emotions, an undercurrent of nostalgia that rushes through her like a tidal wave. This piece holds not just a memory, but a fragment of her very identity. Namora accepts the locket with careful grace, cradling it as if it holds the weight of the world. As the transaction begins, a current of magic surges through the marketplace, causing colors to burst forth in a cascade of vividness, wrapping around onlookers who gasp as they relive the warmth of Lorelei's debut. Each heartbeat amplifies the connection of her past, shared momentarily with everyone present, creating a vivid resonance of love and pride that temporarily unites them. With an expression of awe, Lorelei watches as the glow from her locket envelops her, drawing out the very essence of her cherished memory. The luminescence pulsates like the rhythm of her heart, a quiet confirmation of the transformative power of sacrifice. Her artistic soul aches at the thought of releasing such a vital piece of her, yet she understands the weight of the exchange and the significance it carries for their journey. Namora's expression softens, understanding the cost of what she takes.
You will receive in return something invaluable, she assures.
This map will guide you toward the Guardian of Fables, where your path may further illuminate. With a final, measured nod, Namora hands over a map, intricately etched with swirling script and delicate lines, an otherworldly artifact that pulses with the promise of exploration. The magic hums in the air, binding their transaction, And Lorelei knows that what they've just engaged in will echo through their stories, guiding them deeper into the heart of the Nibelung Realm. As they step back from the stall, the marketplace returns to its previous fervor, but Lorelei carries the warmth of her memory in a new form, a light igniting the depths of her artistic spirit, a reminder that sacrifices pave the way for adventure. Beside her, Loki's gaze dances over the bustling crowds, the next riddle already forming behind his wry smile, yet she knows in this moment they are united by the magic of their choices, shaping the very fabric of their destinies. Lorelei stands before Nemora's counter, heart racing and hands trembling. The locket feels heavy in her palm, its cool surface a stark contrast to the tempest swirling within her. Every instinct screams for her to hold on, to keep this memory close. She weighs the cost, and as she lifts her gaze to meet Nemora's knowing eyes, a swell of anxiety tangles with resolve. What does it truly mean to part with a piece of oneself? Lorelei, Loki says softly, his tone cutting through her whirlwind of thoughts.
If it helps at all, we wouldn't be here if this wasn't meant to happen.
He leans closer, his bright eyes searching hers, filling the space with a gentle warmth that brushes against her doubts.
But it's okay to feel scared.
You're parting with something precious.
The truth of his words sinks in, grounding her as she swallows hard.
This locket is not merely a piece of jewelry. It encapsulates the magic of her first art show, each brushstroke of memory bursting with the love of friends, family, and a moment of validation that shifted her artistic journey. The echoes of applause, the sunlight catching her brushwork, these sensations swirl through her mind, vibrant and intoxicating, entwined in the metal like a delicate thread binding her to the past.
You think I'll forget, she murmurs, vulnerability lacing her voice. What if I lose more than just the memory?
What if?
Stop right there.
Loki's tone sharpens, cutting through her spiral of despair.
It's not about losing, it's about transformation.
The memory will be held, transformed into something that can guide us forward. Just like your art, it evolves. His playful demeanor shines through, but his eyes hold an earnestness that drives her uncertainty away. Lorelei takes a steadying breath, nodding as she places the locket into Nemora's waiting hands.
Let's do this.
The moment she relinquishes it, a rush of light bursts from the heart of the locket. It spirals outward, swirling like ribbons of colored silk unfurling into the atmosphere. As Lorelei watches, her heart races, filled with a combination of fear and excitement. The memory, her precious recollection, flows into Nemora's orb-lit counter, sending out a shimmering wave that wraps around the marketplace. Patrons nearby gasp in astonishment as they find themselves enveloped in the memory, reliving the warmth of the applause echoing through time. Laughter mingles with cheers, sunlight reflecting off canvases like stars awakening. Lorelei closes her eyes, caught in the flux of emotion. The sensation of pride, gratitude, and longing washes over her like a gentle tide. The marketplace transforms into a canvas of light, enveloping her as her history unfolds around her. She feels weightless, disconnected from her surroundings, as threads of warmth thread through the crowd, weaving the spirit of that beautiful day into each heart present. In this shared moment, she sees familiar faces illuminated by the glow of their laughter, by the celebration of creativity that lingers in the air, their voices intermingling in a sweet harmony that breathes life into her spirit. The memory pulses, etching its significance into the very fabric of the realm, as she witnesses the delicate balance of emotion ripple outward, binding strangers through the shared experience of wonder.
And just like that, the locket is gone, the tangible weight of her past, transformed into the very essence of her story.
It settles within her, solid yet ethereal, marked by sacrifice that glows brighter than gold. Nemora stands silently, a guardian over this beautiful exchange, her expression a blend of reverence and understanding. With a final flicker of light, the memory settles back into the orb, shimmering softly, a reflection of the light now embedded in Lorelei's heart. The marketplace returns to its usual vibrancy, colors intensifying as each memory traded reverberates through those present.
"You did it," Loki breathes, his tone buoyed with an exhilarating mixture of admiration and support. "That was, well, magical."
Lorelei's breath hitches as she gazes at the magical map Namora presents to her, its swirling script gleaming with the promise of what lies ahead. Each twist and turn etched into the parchment feels like a whisper calling her to adventure, showing a path intertwined with her newfound essence, her artist's heart unfurling in response to the possibilities that await.
"Use it wisely," Namora advises, her voice a soft song that lingers like a gentle caress.
"Every turn reflects the choices you've made and those yet to come. Remember, my dear, stories evolve with the tellers." Lorelei nods, soaking in the weight of her decision, the profound truth that experiences shape not just the narrative of her past, but the adventures unfolding before her. As she clutches the map close, she senses the echo of her cherished memories, a continuous thread guiding her onward, a story waiting to unfold in all its complexities. With a shared glance, Lorelei and Loki step forward into the next chapter, leaving the marketplace behind but carrying its magic with them, a blend of lost and gained, of remembrance and hope, as they venture toward the Guardian of Fables, ready to face whatever lies ahead. Chapter 10: Shadows and Reflections. The archway, a faint shimmer in the air, pulls Lorelei and Loki into a realm suspended between reality and reflection. Inside, the corridor stretches endlessly, lined with mirrors that catch and twist the light, each surface revealing not just an image but a potential truth. She shivers, her ink-stained fingers gripping her sketchbook tighter as Loki glances sideways, a grin playing on his lips. "In this realm, every mirror reveals who you hide," he quips, his voice weaving through the disorienting echoes that pulse around them. As they step further into the labyrinth, the atmosphere thickens, pressing against Lorelei's chest. The dim light flutters, an unstable glow that changes with each breath they take. In the shadows, something stirs, her pulse quickens.
She squints at the nearest mirror, where an image materializes.
A poised artist gazes back, fingers poised delicately over a palette, every stroke confident. The colors are vibrant, brimming with life. But next to her, another mirror offers a jarring contrast, a meticulous scientist, eyes sharp and calculating, measuring the world with clinical precision. Lorelei's heart races as she shifts from one reflection to the next, the thrill of potential battling the weight of expectation.
"Quite the collection you've got here," Loki chuckles, breaking her concentration. "It's like a gallery of what-ifs."
Lorelei's eyes dart.
The tension pulls at her.
Each figure is a piece of her, yet none wholly defines her. With each new angle, her thoughts spiral, dark clouds forming overhead. What if her family's vision was the only one that mattered?
"It's disorienting," she admits, her voice a whisper, burdened with unspoken doubt.
She brushes a finger against the cool glass, feeling an electric spark.
"It's a labyrinth for a reason," Loki counters, mischief dancing in his gaze. "They're not just mirrors, they're possibilities, playful distortions of who you think you are."
His tone is playful, but his eyes hold wisdom.
"Remember, it's the ones you avoid that often have the most to teach."
They walk deeper into the corridor, footsteps echoing in the stillness, each sound mixing with distant distortions. The reflections shift, creating illusions of movement that taunt Lorelei's sense of self. She stares into one where the artist from before seems to be studying her with piercing eyes, as if judging the raw, unedited thoughts spiraling in Lorelei's mind. "Do I really want to pursue art?" she whispers, but the mirror remains silent, an unanswered question. Loki stops, turning his head as if he can hear her thoughts.
"You know that artist is you too," he says with a teasing lilt. "If you don't embrace her, you might just fade away." There's no judgment in his voice, just a persistent clarity. "But what about everyone else?"
Lorelei's voice wavers, clenching her hands to suppress the turmoil inside. She shifts to another mirror. This one shows her with tense shoulders, lips pressed together, an image of a young woman suffocated under pressure.
"What if they never see me for who I really am?" "In their eyes?"
"Maybe not."
"But the only judgment that matters is yours," Loki retorts. "Step into your skin.
Lean into those shapes you avoid." The warmth of determination flickers inside her, but it dances dangerously close to the edge of despair. Lorelei stumbles back, caught between reflection and reality. In a moment of defiance, she faces another mirror. This one holds her with a relaxed, open smile. The confidence in this version of her is radiant, a stark contrast to the tense figures lurking nearby. Slowly, her breath steadies as she recognizes a glimmer of hope in this version of herself, a lingering desire to break free from self-imposed boundaries. She nods ever so slightly, a silent promise forming in the depths of her chest. Perhaps it was time to embrace this artist, to amalgamate the fractals of her identity, challenging the narratives crafted by others. The maze offers a journey of discovery, shaping her understanding with each reflective twist and turn. Yet as they venture deeper, Lorelei senses a lingering thread, a hidden darkness trailing through the corridors, a hint of chaos that buzzes like a warning, setting the stage for what's to come. Chaos erupts as her shadow, once a silent companion, detaches and darts across the corridor. Lorelei's heart skips a beat, the ink-stained edges of her world fray as it flits between mirrors, morphing into faceless versions of herself. Panic bubbles in her throat.
"What is happening?" she breathes, desperation lacing her voice, while Loki hovers at her side, unfazed and ready to interpret the tempest.
The shadow is dark and formless, a chaotic streak against the polished glass, weaving in and out of the reflections. It hesitates briefly in front of the artist, morphing her smile into something unrecognizable, then slips into a different pane, leaving an unsettling void behind. Each movement leaves a residue of unease. The labyrinth seems to shudder in response to its erratic dance. "Shadows here reveal the repressed, the parts you've left behind," Loki remarks coolly, the words drifting like smoke in the tense air. His observation holds weight, it grips Lorelei with an undeniable urgency. She feels the weight of her unsaid fears bearing down on her. What part of her is trying to escape? With her heart pounding, she scrambles forward, veering from one distorted reflection to another, her hands twitching at her sides. The mirrors morph, their surfaces mocking her movement, with distant echoes of laughter that reverberate back in fragments. Each image holds truths she cannot ignore, the poised artist faltering under pressure, the calculating scientist suppressing the vibrant chaos within.
"Face it," she demands of the rushing shadow, the command bursting forth amidst the rising tide of uncertainty.
As if responding to her outcry, the shadow ripples and fractures into smaller pieces before merging back into a form that flickers behind her. A figure, both familiar and alien, stares back from a nearby mirror. Pausing, Lorelei locks eyes with this new reflection. Here is a version of herself with a soft, open smile, but uncertainty lurks in the background. She recognizes the glimmer of hope and warmth that this version embodies, the very qualities she admires yet fears.
It feels like a welcoming embrace, but only if she dares to step closer.
In a heartbeat, she hears her heartbeat echoing through the corridors, the pulse reverberating as she glances at the moving shadow, taunting and beckoning. With each shift in light, It flickers and dissipates, filling her with a fierce desire to reclaim this part of herself.
"You don't get to run from me," she whispers, half to herself and half to the darkness that dances just out of reach. "I think you might be missing the point," Loki teases, a twinkle in his eye as he leans against the nearest mirror. "Your shadow knows you better than you do. It carries the weight of your stories."
As his words seep into her consciousness, the shadow seems to pause, drawn by an invisible thread connecting them. An unsettling understanding dawns within Lorelei.
What if she didn't need to chase it away?
What if instead she could welcome it? Taking a deep breath, she finds a fleeting moment of stillness amidst the chaos. She steps towards the mirror, where her relaxed reflection smiles back at her. A solid ground beneath the trembling doubts. It is time to embrace the totality of her identity, to hold every piece of her in its complex wholeness. The chaos shifts as she focuses on that smile. Each beat of her heart resonates, pulsing through the shadows. As they lock into place, the divisions between light and dark blur, intertwining, merging. Her breath quickens, and she whispers her acceptance aloud.
"You are a part of me, together we can be more."
The labyrinth flickers around her, colors weaving back into existence. Light bursts through the shadows, flooding the corridor, and the tension begins to dissolve. Lorelei smiles, a genuine reflection of the complex beauty she holds.
But before she can revel in her revelation, the pathway shifts, beckoning them deeper into the labyrinth.
She and Loki stand side by side, poised to embrace whatever new truths await in this ever-changing realm. Chapter 11: The Brooding Stranger. Lorelei takes a tentative step forward, her ink-stained fingers grazing the cool, moss-covered stone. The cavernous expanse envelops them, filled with flickering light that warps reality, a distortion that mirrors her own internal chaos. It hums with an electric tension, the air thick with unspoken possibilities. Ahead, Cassius leans against a crumbling stone wall, an embodiment of dark intensity. His edges shimmer as if he's struggling against the very fabric of this realm, an anchor amidst the shifting illusions. He fixes Lorelei with a gaze that cuts through the ambient glow, a mixture of curiosity and challenge reflected in his dark eyes.
"I doubt you truly understand what you've awakened."
The skepticism in his voice rolls like thunder, powerful and unyielding. Crossed arms only serve to deepen the contrast between him and the ethereal surroundings, grounding them in his brooding presence. Lorelei's heart flutters, half in awe, half in confusion. She had imagined the realm of Nibelung filled with vibrant wonders, but this
was another kind of beauty, haunting and profound.
Shadows dance along the walls, whispering forgotten tales, yet Cassius's piercing stare pulls her back.
Why does he look at her like that? As if she were a puzzle unsolved, waiting to collapse.
Beside her, Loki drifts closer, eyes glinting with mischief. He quips, maybe he's just jealous that he wasn't the one to make a grand entrance. The lightness of his words slices through the tension, and Lorelei feels a warmth blossom within her, a reminder of her dreams. Cassius raises an eyebrow, his expression shifting to one of incredulity mixed with a hint of amusement.
"Is that your plan? To waltz into the unknown with jest and jesters?"
His voice carries the weight of too many moments spent lost in thought, grounded in an unsettling reality that Lorelei cannot fathom. The cave seems to react, a palpable stillness forming around them, accentuating the divide between the trio. She watches Cassius, every calculated movement he makes laced with an intensity that seizes her breath. Each flicker of light adds to the unsteady rhythm of her heartbeat, a reminder of her fragile wonder and the stakes of this moment. There's power in awakening but also danger, a truth Cassius encapsulates with every steady gaze, every guarded sigh.
I'm Lorelei, she manages, her voice softer than she intended, the weight of his scrutiny pressing against her.
The name feels too small here, too frail for the cavern's magnitude and the sweeping currents of destiny. A watercolor in a world of textbooks, Cassius muses, his tone dry, yet an undercurrent of respect brushes against the hardness. Do you paint your dreams or allow them to paint you? Lorelei swallows, trying to catch up with his words. This man, a flickering shadow against the backdrop of their surreal surroundings, challenges her core. Does she truly understand the visions she feels stirring within her? The realm shifts, vibrant colors blending into one another like secrets longing to be told.
Art doesn't awaken, she retorts, her passion rising like a tide, crashing against his skepticism. It ignites something that already exists.
The weight of her response hangs in the air, a defiant spark against the looming darkness of doubt that Cassius embodies.
Does it?
Cassius's voice drops, layering each word with gravity, weaving doubt through her carefully constructed defenses.
Or does it blind you to the path ahead?
He glances towards Loki, who feigns disinterest, though the corners of his mouth quirk with a secret smile. Loki's presence pulls Lorelei from the edge of despair.
Paths are overrated, he interjects, his tone dripping with playful irreverence. What matters is the company you keep while wandering aimlessly.
He leans into Cassius's serious demeanor with exaggerated charm, a dance of duality playing out between them. Lorelei finds herself caught in the current, torn between Cassius's raw intensity and Loki's light-hearted approach. She yearns for the straightforward answer, but finds herself in a labyrinth of thoughts. Shadows twist like whispering wind, the air thickening with unspoken truths.
Let me show you then, Lorelei breathes more to herself than to them.
The cavern seems to shift at her utterance, shadows brimming with anticipation, alive with possibility. She feels a surge of determination, realizing she must prove herself, not just to Cassius, but to the delicate artistry woven into her very being. Cassius watches, the edge of a smile barely breaking through his stoic facade. In that flicker of expression, Lorelei sees something, a hint of warmth beneath the guarded surface, perhaps a glimmer of hope.
But the overwhelming fear remains. What have I awakened?
The silence returns, charged and crackling, wrapping around them like a cocoon as they stand at the precipice of something grand and terrifying. The three figures, distinct yet intertwined, shift amidst the interplay of light and shadow, each representing a piece of the unknown. Lorelei glances at Loki, who leans in closer, eyes twinkling with mischief.
You could at least ask him where the snacks are.
It's a quip that feels lighter than air, a reminder that even in uncertainty, laughter can bridge the gaps, can create pathways where none existed before.
And so they stand, at the crossroads of potential and reality, their fates tangled in the fabric of this bizarre realm.
The journey is just beginning, the steps uncertain, yet they step into the unknown with new purpose. Together. As they transition from the cavernous space, the air grows damp, and the walls of ancient stone close in like the arms of a long-lost embrace. Each step into the narrow passage resonates with the echo of falling water, a reminder that beneath every surface lies the potential for growth and decay. Shadows cling to the moss-covered stones, darkened whispers filled with secrets long buried. As Cassius begins his tale, the sound of his voice flowing through the cool air like a stream carving its path through a reluctant earth.
I've seen dreams turn to dust if you let them run wild.
Cassius speaks low and steady, his voice weaving through the damp air, curling around Lorelei and Loki like a mist. The corridor grows darker, shadows pressing in, cradling the weight of his words. She steps closer, drawn into his orbit, her breath hitching as he recounts the moments of isolation that have shaped him, a life spent questioning the very essence of existence.
It was a dance of solitude, he continues, gaze locked ahead, fixating on memories hidden just beyond the recesses of this realm.
In the depths of the Nibelung Realm, I was but a flicker of consciousness trapped in an expanse of dreams, surrounded yet utterly alone. As he speaks, the stones seem to breathe with him, each exhale of memory sending ripples through the air. Lorelei can almost see the echoes of his past swirling within the shadows, the struggles he faced, the relentless questioning of his purpose etched across his brow.
There's a tenderness hidden in his hardened demeanor, a man wrestling with ghosts that refuse to let him move forward. But that solitude can be a breeding ground, he warns, his voice dropping to a whisper as they navigate the narrowness, the chill settling deep in her bones.
A fertile soil for despair if unchecked, and dreams become nightmares in their wake. He glances at Lorelei, the glimmer of understanding softening his sharp features for just a heartbeat. Lorelei's heart beats a little faster, a maelstrom of emotions swirling within her as she absorbs Cassius's words. Does she dare delve into the chaos of her own burgeoning power? A myriad of questions dance on her tongue, a fear that twists around her fragile aspirations. What if, like Cassius, she lost her way, becoming nothing more than a whisper in the winds of forgotten dreams? Loneliness is a fickle companion, Cassius murmurs, an intensity swirling in his eyes, an invitation for her to recognize the struggles within herself.
What power lies in creation becomes a double-edged sword, giving life to art, but often snatching it back with a cruel grip.
Before she can respond, Loki bounces in, humor stitched into the fabric of his words, an antidote to the encroaching shadows.
But I prefer to think of it as an exploration.
Who needs a predictable map when the detours can lead to unexpected delights? He throws a playful glance at Cassius, his voice bubbling with charm.
Or at least the occasional pit stop for snacks, right? Snacks in a dream realm, Cassius retorts, his brow arching with skepticism.
Yet beneath that exterior, a hint of amusement surfaces, a flicker of warmth breaking through the seriousness of his demeanor.
Perhaps that's the key to maintaining one's sanity.
Lorelei can't help but smile, the contrast pulling her out of her spiral. Loki's humor acts as buoyancy against the heavy undertow of doubt.
But Cassius's words linger, a haunting echo weaving through the joy.
She feels the intensity of her dreams swirl with uncertainty, the dawning realization that her artistic passions may not just lead to triumph, but could also tip into despair if mishandled. As they make their way deeper into the narrow passage, the atmosphere thickens, absorbing their laughter and stories. Lorelei's heart flutters as she clings to the fragments of hope ignited by Loki, while Cassius remains anchored in a wary realism, a chasm between their perspectives palpable with each step. In the shadows, the burden of responsibility hovers over her like a storm cloud, heavy yet unavoidable. She grapples with the tumult of her dreams, the desire to create something wondrous juxtaposed with the fear of awakening the dark corners of her mind. What if she stumbles, misusing the power that calls to her like a siren song?
But how do you know when you've found your purpose?
Lorelei finally voices, the question tumbling out as they navigate the serpentine twists of stone. She glances at Cassius, her uncertainty peeking through the layers of her bravado.
When does art become a calling instead of a curse?
The passage feels alive with anticipation as Cassius studies her, dark eyes alight with an understanding she desperately hopes is there. Purpose is a nebulous concept, he reflects, his voice brushing against her fears.
It's sculpted through experience, by venturing into the depths of your soul and not shying away from the shadows that whisper doubts.
Loki bounces ahead, grinning as he twirls in exaggerated movements.
But never forget, the best artists often step into the unknown without a net. Otherwise, where's the thrill? Where's the art?
He leans against the mossy wall, arms wide open as if to embrace the uncertainties they face together. The passage opens before them, revealing the broader realms of possibility. Lorelei's heart quickens, there's fear entwined with excitement. Perhaps Loki's jests mask truths worth pursuing, the uncharted paths vital for the artist's spirit. Cassius speaks again, voice deepening, intertwining with the dampness of the stones.
Art, like the dreams it births, flourishes in vulnerability.
Do not be afraid of what it reveals about you, or the world around you. His gaze flits between them, lingering on Lorelei, probing yet sincere, urging her to delve deeper. The corridor vibrates with energy, the three of them juxtaposed against each other, Cassius with his somber insights, Lorelei tangled in her emotional whirlpool, and Loki casting aside the weight of fear with effortless charm. In this collective uncertainty, Lorelei begins to grasp a sense of belonging, not solely in their company but also within herself. And as the shadows coil around them, hinting at challenges yet to come, Lorelei realizes that perhaps awakening was only the beginning. With each step deeper into the passage, they forge a path that intertwines purpose, art, and vulnerability, ready to face the beautiful chaos of the Nibelung Realm. Chapter 12: The Shadow Court's Advance. The village lies in muted silence, a ghost of its former self, where vibrant colors once danced on the walls like memories now forgotten. Buildings sag, their once proud facades reduced to dull husks, and the people shuffle like specters, eyes hollow, lives drained of hue. Lorelei, with ink-stained fingers poised to create, stands at the forefront, with Loki's sarcasm bubbling like a hidden tide beside her, and Cassius, steely and resolute, plotting their next move. Here, amidst the shadows of despair, they prepare to fight. As they rush through narrow alleys, the air grows heavier, thick with the scent of faded hope. Cassius glances at the gaunt figures that occupy doorways, their faces blank slates devoid of inspiration, whispering just beyond his reach. "Stay sharp," he commands, voice low but steady, cutting through the oppressive silence.
Look for vulnerabilities. We need to adapt. Adapt? That's your plan? Oh, how delightfully boring, Loki scoffs, darting ahead like a firefly.
The mischievous glint in his shifting eyes hints at a deeper concern, as he pushes off from a wall and lands atop a crumbling facade.
What fun is adapting when we could do some destruction?
Lorelei's heart races, a thrumming pulse of uncertainty in her chest. She watches shadows writhe at the corners, dark figures, the shadow court, drawing closer, their presence a palpable threat. They move with elegance and ruthlessness, siphoning what little color remains, their elongated forms devouring vibrancy like hungry ghosts. She suppresses a shiver, feeling their cold ambition leak into her bones.
"Loki," she shouts, grounding herself amid the chaos. "Keep them distracted.
I can create something." A vague idea flares, hope flickering at the back of her mind like an ember awaiting kindling.
"Right.
Distracting is my specialty," he replies, infusing levity into their grim setting, his body blurring as he transitions from one cover to another.
I'll serve them a performance they won't forget."
As shadows loom ever nearer, her determination solidifies. She digs deep within, seeking that familiar spark. It wells up in her chest like an eruption, bursting through her fingertips. With each stroke of her pencil, vibrant shapes materialize midair, fluid tendrils of color curling and dancing across the desolate surfaces. They splash like bright paint against the monochrome of despair.
"Now!"
Cassius barks, his voice steady as he gestures towards the shadows.
Lorelei, push harder. We have to.
But in an instant, Lorelei feels something pull at her, a force from the depths of her shadow. In a sudden disorienting moment, her detached shadow detaches from its usual distance, surging forward like a ravenous beast, connecting with her own shadow. Electricity courses through her veins, illuminating her creations in a dazzling burst.
But that brilliance warps, splintering into grotesque forms, edges oozing corruption, tainted by a darkness that wasn't hers.
She watches as color floods the air around her, only to twist and turn into something unspeakable.
No. What have I done?
Panic claws at her throat, choking out her thoughts.
Focus.
Cassius snaps, and the urgency in his voice cuts through her confusion.
Channel it.
Direct it. I can't, she gasps, losing her grip on her artistry, as the corrupted remnants of her work writhe before her, twisted shades of reality entwined with the vileness of the shadow court.
They're changing my creations, my art. Trust in yourself, Lorelei, he implores, pressing his hands against her shoulders, grounding her amidst the swirling chaos.
The villagers, silent witnesses to the spectacle, begin to stir, a low murmur weaving through their drained expressions, igniting a spark of hope, tentative yet persistent. As some begin to reclaim remnants of color, others take hesitant steps forward, eyes wide with fragile belief.
What do we do? One woman whispers, the weight of her despair lingering in the air. Fight, Cassius replies, his voice steadying like an anchor. We need to drive back the shadows, protect what's left.
Loki reappears beside them, eyes alight with mischief.
Yes, let's give these dullards a show they won't forget. It's showtime.
He takes flight again, dashing between the distorted remnants of Lorelei's art, as he weaves a tactical dance, distracting the shadows with his reckless confidence. Lorelei, standing among the warped remnants of her art, clenches her fists, a tempest of fear and determination spiraling within her.
What have I unleashed?
The question lingers, heavy and unresolved, as she steels herself for the confrontation ahead. The shadows, emboldened, lurk closer, the urgency of their hunt pressing against her like a distant storm. In that fractured square at the heart of the village, Lorelei, Cassius and Loki unite, a fleeting force poised on the brink of an epic battle to reclaim what was stolen and defend what little remains. As the shadows grow bold, so too does their resolve to light the path back to creativity. A stillness blankets the village, eerily quiet after the chaos of unleashed artistry. Lorelei stands in the remnants of her creations, colors contorted and twisted, a beautiful disaster reflecting her inner turmoil. Shadows hover at the periphery, unsettling reminders of their presence, while the air hangs thick with uncertainty, and a flicker of hope slowly begins to pierce the suffocating silence. She feels small, encircled by the echoes of her art, vibrant but grotesque, scattered like the shattered remnants of dreams. Lorelei's heart races, pounding a rhythm of guilt that reverberates through her chest, threatening to drown her. What have I done? The question spirals, drowning out her other thoughts. Was this power a gift or a curse? Lorelei. Cassius steps forward, his intense gaze pinning her in place.
We need to gather our thoughts. That was an unexpected outcome.
His words are steady, a lifeline amidst the crashing waves of her uncertainty. I lost control, she whispers, voice cracking under the weight of her fears.
What if I hurt them even more?
Her gaze drifts to the twisted figures of her art, imperfect, yet shimmering with the ghosts of creativity.
Your creativity is powerful, he responds not unkindly. But it's uncharted territory.
We must learn from this, use it to our advantage. His tone shifts, sharp and clear, moving from empathy to strategy.
What did you feel just before the surge? There was a disconnect, she mumbles, absorbing the nuance of his question. My shadow, it felt like it had a mind of its own.
Confusion thickens her voice, mixing with the rising anxiety she can't shake.
It was a link, he suggests, nodding thoughtfully. A direct connection to your essence. It surged you with energy, but you lost the tether.
His fingers danced through the air, as if tracing invisible lines.
You need to harness that connection, to embrace it.
Easy for you to say, O wise philosopher, Loki calls from above, spiraling in tight circles before landing with a theatrical flair.
What I want to know is, will you turn your shadows into art that'd make even nightmares proud?
His voice is playful, but carries an undertone of sincerity.
It's not just about beauty, it's about staying one step ahead of our doom. What does that even mean? She shoots back, her frustration laced with uncertainty.
Do I mold chaos into something useful?
I just don't want to hurt anyone. Welcome to artistry, he quips, his tone dripping with mischief. You either dabble in it, or you unleash it all over the place.
Lorelei suppresses a reluctant smile, even as fear grips her.
This is serious. Oh, darling, so am I, he retorts, mock seriousness thickening his words. But really, are we here to mope?
While we're at it, let's fashion some monsters, shall we?
It's all the rage.
His soaring energy is infectious, breaking the somber mood. And in that moment, the villagers begin to emerge cautiously from their hiding spots, faces softening into hesitant smiles as they test their own flickering light. The remnants of color they once claimed seem to bubble up, cautious and unsure yet yearning to reclaim their joy. Look! A child exclaims, reaching for the tattered fabric of a once brilliant banner hanging limp, now tinged with muted colors. Others gather around, whispering, touching the walls, seeking what has been lost. Cassius exchanges a glance with Lorelei, a silent understanding passing between them.
This is our chance. If they're willing to try, so must we.
As the villagers begin to paint their way through the muted world, dabbing colors onto the canvas of their surroundings, something in Lorelei shifts.
Her heartbeat steadies, urgency tempered with resolve.
Yet as their art lifts, transforming the village before their eyes, the shadows cling close, sinister whispers in the distance. Lorelei shudders, recognizing the looming threat that lies in waiting.
They won't give up, she breathes, her eyes darting towards where dark figures linger at the edges of their hopeful revival. No, but we won't either, Cassius assures her, resolute. We prepare. We plan.
He straightens, surveying the emerging vibrancy.
And we fight back.
With Loki flitting overhead, offering encouragements wrapped in humor, Lorelei feels a surge of newfound strength. Yes, the burden remains, shadows weigh heavy on their path, but she understands now, the struggle for creativity, for life, is far from over. Together, they stand at the nexus of struggle and creation, gathering resolve against the encroaching darkness. The breath of battle is heavy on the horizon, but united, they forge ahead into the challenge, the vibrant spark of their hopes lighting the way forward. Chapter 13, The Guardian's Sanctuary. The sanctuary looms before them, an enigma of soft flickering light dancing across the smooth surface of a towering blank canvas. Lorelei stands at the forefront, a brush clasped tightly in her ink-stained fingers, while Cassius's tense brow reveals a quiet support as he offers her a nod. Loki sidles up beside them, mischief glittering in his ancient eyes.
This is your stage, Lorelei. Show them what fear and passion can do.
A current of determination flows between the three, igniting the air around them as they circle the canvas, the weight of creation heavy yet exhilarating. The sanctuary envelops them in an embrace of muted colors and whispered stories. The stone walls, aged and mottled, seem to pulse with history, every crack a testament to the countless tales spun within this sacred space. Flickers of light flicker playfully around the edges of the towering canvas, hinting at the potent magic waiting to be unleashed. Shadows dart in the corners, the echoes of laughter and sorrow blending into a harmonious chorus, creating a backdrop of mystery and anticipation. Lorelei steps closer, her heart thrumming like a wild bird trapped in a cage. She glances at the canvas, an immaculate white surface that beckons her, promising the unfurling of worlds unseen. Her fingers tremble, not with fear but with the heady thrill of possibility. Each breath carries the scent of adventure, a concoction of ink and dreams whispering to her to take that leap. "Do you feel it?" she asks, her voice barely breaking the stillness, a flutter of hesitation betraying her calm exterior. Cassius, his dark eyes reflecting the shimmering light, nods slowly.
It's as if the air itself holds its breath, waiting.
His tone is serious, underscored by the weight of understanding. Here, in this moment, the very essence of creativity hangs suspended in a delicate balance, as though the world outside holds no power over them. Loki's grin widens, his gaze sweeping over the canvas with playful arrogance.
"And you, my dear watercolor, are the one to let it breathe again."
His voice bounces off the walls, both teasing and reassuring.
It sparks something within Lorelei, an ember that warms the doubts hidden deep in her heart.
She rolls her shoulders back, shaking off the heaviness that clings to her like cobwebs.
"All right, let's do this."
With a surge of courage she raises her brush, its tip poised over the canvas, ready to mark it with her truth. Loki and Cassius flank her, forming a semicircle of support. The warmth of their presence wraps around her, solid yet ethereal. In this moment, they are more than companions, they are collaborators in a grand adventure of their own making. The light continues to flicker, wrapping the scene in an almost otherworldly glow, as if the sanctuary itself is part of their unfolding story.
"I know you can do this," Cassius encourages, the sincerity in his voice cutting through the anxiety coiling in her stomach.
His gaze does not waver from her, and she feels the weight of his belief pouring into her.
"Exactly."
A splash of imagination here, a dash of insanity there, and voila, we have something truly chaotic. Loki adds, punctuating his words with a dramatic wave of his hand as if he were conjuring spells. His laughter dances in the air, mingling with the whispers of stories around them. Their banter serves as an anchor, grounding her as she steels herself to paint. The canvas stares back at her, a blank void that is anything but empty. It promises both terror and exhilaration, a canvas alive with potential. As the ambient light flickers around them, casting shadows that twist and pulse with energy, the trio stands united, a fortress against their own uncertainties. The whispers grow louder, a tidal wave of ancient tales and unclaimed fables urging her onward, echoing the quest that lies before them.
"Remember, it's just a canvas," Cassius reminds her, his tone low but firm.
"Every mark is a step into the unknown.
Embrace it."
With those words ringing in her ears, Lorelei takes a breath, feels the brush against her fingers. The weight of the world fades, replaced by a singular focus. Her voice will shape this canvas, her fears and hopes bleeding into its very fibers. "Here goes everything," she murmurs under her breath, determination igniting her heart as she brings the brush down, the first stroke a declaration. The moment it touches the surface, the canvas shivers with latent magic, responding to her emotional pigments as if awakening from a long slumber. Colors leap from her palette, bleeding into each other with vivid abandon. Dark blues swirl with vibrant yellows, mingling into a lush green that pulses beneath her touch. The shapes begin to morph, shadows flitting across the canvas, a testament to her doubts, her dreams, each stroke a riddle yet to be solved. "Keep going, you're almost there," Cassius's voice calls out, steady and reassuring, as he steps closer to observe her every movement, his gaze sharp and discerning. "Every masterpiece has its puzzles," Loki chimes in, an impish smile dancing on his lips.
"Add a sprinkle of regret here, a dab of defiance there, and let it speak for itself."
Lorelei's heart races as the silhouettes shift in response to her artistic frenzy, a living tapestry of her inner turmoil manifesting on the canvas. Shapes twist and turn, forming riddles that taunt her, and the voices grow louder, beckoning her deeper into the labyrinth of her own creation. With each stroke, she feels a growing connection, a force pulling her into the very fabric of the sanctuary itself. It is intoxicating, thrilling, yet terrifying. The answers swirl just out of reach, playing with her imagination, daring her to discover what lies hidden beneath.
As she reaches for her brush again, determination courses through her.
With one final vigorous stroke, she unleashes everything. The canvas ripples and glows, transforming into a living gateway radiating with an inviting light. The moment is electric, her heart synchronized with the pulsing magic that envelops them. Lorelei glances at her companions, excitement bursting in the silence. Their eyes reflect the brilliance of the canvas, a shared moment of accomplishment crystallizing in the air. In this heartbeat, they have created not just art, but a passageway into the unknown, a portal ripe with adventure. Together, Cassius whispers, his voice a resonant chord of unity. With one last shared look of resolve, the trio steps forward, hand in hand, ready to embrace whatever waits beyond the shimmering threshold. With a determined breath, Lorelei dips her brush into vibrant pigments, feeling the soft give of her palette as she chooses the hues that best reflect her tumultuous heart. Each dip sends electric pulses through her fingertips, igniting her spirit with the thrill of creation.
As she moves to touch the canvas, shadows stir, weaving through her thoughts like ink waiting to be drawn into the light.
The brush glides over the immaculate surface, a delicate caress that quickly transforms into a vigorous dance. Lorelei allows the colors to bleed together, emotions spilling forth like tears, bright and painful and beautiful all at once. Vivid blues swirl into deep shadowy blacks as they form amorphous shapes, a chaos that echoes the doubts echoing through her mind. This is her truth, laid bare and raw, and yet it feels like an incomplete puzzle, the pieces not quite fitting together.
"What's wrong?"
Cassius murmurs, stepping closer, his brow furrowing in concern. He watches as her strokes become uneven, their intensity marking her growing frustration. Lorelei pauses, eyes wide with uncertainty.
"It's not how I envisioned it," she confesses, her voice a whisper as she surveys the tumultuous chaos unfolding before her.
The canvas responds with a mocking ripple, the shapes shifting and blending as if to further complicate her vision. "Every masterpiece has its rough drafts," Cassius assures, a quiet strength in his tone.
"Sometimes you have to feel lost to find your way."
His words settle over her like a balm, steadying her racing heart. With a deep breath, she reassesses the swirling colors, but the initial excitement dims as doubts creep back in, whispering like dark shadows in her mind. Memories of her family's expectations claw at her, rendering her strokes hesitant. Images flicker on the canvas, ghosts of disapproval and fear swirling like mist. Loki hops back, his bright laughter echoing off the stone walls, filling the sanctuary with a playful energy.
"Don't overthink it. This isn't an academic dissertation, it's art."
He leans closer, eyes dancing with mischief.
"Throw in some chaos. You know what they say, embrace the madness."
His dramatic gestures pull Lorelei's focus, pulling her back from the edges of self-doubt. She grins despite herself, caught in his infectious humor.
"Maybe you're right, O wisest of tricksters." "Of course I am."
Loki crows, hands on his hips, mirth lighting up his features.
"Mix in a dash of whimsy."
Just think, what would this canvas do if it had its own mind?
"You need to make it sing."
His challenge ignites something within her, and with renewed determination, she swings her brush again, more forcefully this time. Each stroke becomes a declaration of intent, Colors erupt as if dancing to a hidden rhythm. Shadows twist and turn, whispers curling around her like mischievous sprites, coaxing her to listen to their riddles. She finds herself losing track of time, completely enveloped in the act of creation, every stroke an extension of her soul. Cassius steps closer, captivated by the dance unfolding on the canvas.
"You're doing it," he says, almost in awe.
"Every mark is a conversation, each choice reveals more of who you are.
Keep going."
The shadows on the canvas ripple, shifting into haunting silhouettes that echo her worries. A phantom of her sister appears, doubt etched across its features, lips silently moving as if voicing the questions that plague Lorelei. Her heart stutters and she falters, the brush hovering above the surface, fear gripping her once more.
"Answer them," Loki's voice cuts through the silence, his tone both playful and profound. "Let the colors drown out the doubts.
Show them who you are." Lorelei clenches her jaw, heart racing in sync with the chaotic energy flooding the space. Channeling every ounce of emotion, she unleashes bold splashes of color across the canvas. In that instant, regret intertwines with passion, defiance melding with fear, and a chorus of voices harmonizes, each whisper resonating deep within her. The colors twist and swirl, and suddenly everything shifts, the shapes pulsate, transforming into vibrant imagery that speaks truths she had long buried. The characters dance in the midst of vivid hues, intertwining with the fabric of her thoughts, blending her history with the present. A rush of exhilaration surges through her. This is her art, a tapestry of emotion rendered in living color, finally coming together as if it had a will of its own.
"Let it go, Lorelei."
Cassius calls out, urgency threading through his voice as he leans closer, the intensity of the shared moment igniting a spark in the air between them. With one final stroke, she closes her eyes, channeling everything into the canvas, the fear, the dreams, the chaotic storm within her heart, and as her brush lands, the canvas shimmers, glowing with radiant light. The imagery swells to life, intertwining symbols and shapes colliding into a vibrant tapestry of what is and what could be. A living gateway unfolds before her eyes, beckoning her into the unknown with the warmth of possibilities. A moment of awe passes between the trio, breaths held as they take in the magnificent transformation. The flickering light caresses their skin, illuminating the sanctuary with an inviting glow. "Together," Cassius murmurs, the strength of his conviction steadying them. In perfect synchrony, they step toward the canvas, ready to embrace the unfolding adventure that lies beyond the threshold, their hearts aligned in hope and purpose. Chapter 14: Echoes of Creation. The cavernous sanctuary opens up like a giant mouth, its walls shimmering with the luminescence of countless stories, waiting patiently for their turn to emerge. Vines of light snake along the surfaces, flickering in the breaths of forgotten tales, creating a kaleidoscope of whispered histories. Each breath Lorelei takes fills her with the essence of creation, surrounding her with the heady aroma of paint and old parchment.
It's both intoxicating and daunting.
Lorelei stands at the precipice of this vast canvas, a span that feels both intimate and infinite. The blank expanse beckons like an unsung song, an invitation laden with potential and the weight of her fears.
Her heart thrums beneath her ribs as she scans the emptiness. What will it become?
Each moment spent staring adds to the churning brew of emotions swirling within her. Doubt creeps alongside excitement, teasing her with the thought of failure in the shadow of her academically brilliant family. Yet here she is, fueled by an innate drive that spirals through her veins, the urge to create something beautiful. She grips her brush, its bristles like an extension of her own pulse, dipping it into a palette of mystical pigments, hues that shift and shimmer like distant stars. Deep cerulean evokes ocean depths, Vivid crimson burns with the fires of passion. Her emotions seep into the pigments, they are alive, swirling like restless spirits. Lorelei feels the magic glisten around her fingertips as she moves closer to the canvas, the urgency coursing through her like a wild river. This is where she belongs, lost in the embrace of creation. With a steady breath, she plunges the brush onto the canvas. The tip grazes the surface, and the color bursts forth, spilling like laughter into the open space.
It sings, a harmony of strokes melding into each other, shaping dreams into form.
Lorelei's fingers dance, her heartbeat becomes the metronome. As the first creatures emerge, a shy bounding fox woven from sunlight and shadow, her laughter intertwines with the rhythmic stroke of the brush. She loses herself in the moment, the sanctuary vibrates with her essence. The colors merge and twist, forming landscapes that span her imagination. Trees arc overhead, their leaves flickering like emerald whispers against the slate sky. Each stroke draws upon the marrow of her very being, sending ripples through the ether. Time unravels as she steps back, eyes widening in awe. The world she is conjuring pulsates with life, illuminating the sanctuary with the energy of untold stories. Yet the thrill quickly shifts into something less certain. As creatures take form and begin to scurry across the canvas, a soft buzz fills the air, transforming the exhilaration into something heavier. Lorelei's breath catches. What if these creations hold more weight than she anticipates? A fragile undercurrent flows through her veins, one that tells tales of chaos as much as creativity. She paints faster, driven by the fear of letting them down, her fingers a flurry of brilliance on the edge of madness. A shimmering owl, wise and solemn, soars from the canvas, its wings brushing against the air, stirring shadows to life. It flaps gently, scattering bursts of luminescence that ripple through the sanctuary, pushing against the edges of her creation. Lorelei watches, breath held tight, and gasps as more figures arise, a herd of luminous deer galloping through the tapestry of her imagination. Each step they take seems to resonate through her, a reminder of the power she wields. The air thickens, tension coiling like a spring. She senses the balance teetering, the bright colors begin to blur, echoing Cassius's earlier doubts about his own existence. Lorelei shakes her head, shaking off the thought. But the flicker in her heart is persistent, gnawing at the edges of her elation. In this moment of flight, what if her creations demanded something back from her? A shiver runs down her spine as she begins to realize that her art is not merely a reflection, but a living, breathing entity. Every inch of the canvas sings with echoes of her emotion, yet now it is tainted by her uncertainty, sharp and jagged. What if she could not contain them? What if the stories clawed their way free and transformed into something wild? The sanctuary, once a haven of inspiration, morphs into a stage for an uncertain performance, every swirl of color steeped in potential chaos. The creatures frolic, enraptured by the enchanting world that Lorelei has birthed, but their joy is tinged with an urgency that feels unsettling. An ache blooms in her chest, a soft whisper of foreboding that pulses with every brushstroke. Lorelei steps back, nearly tripping over the energies that swirl at her feet, and looks into the faces of her creations, searching for signs of harmony in the revelry she has spun. She can feel them tugging at her heart, each one an echo of her innermost thoughts and desires. And yet, as they flourish, something begins to flicker at the edges of her vision. It's subtle at first, a shimmer that feels off balance, like a note in a symphony gone wrong. The sanctuary trembles with energy, her creations riding a wave of joy, but she senses a darker undertone weaving its way through her work. Was this new life merely a shadow of her own insecurities, lurking just outside her reach? Her chest rises and falls like the tide, a mix of exhilaration and dread swirling within her. This world, a product of her own hand, becomes a chaotic tempest, one that can just as easily consume as it can inspire. In the flicker of a heartbeat, she hesitates, brushing her fingers against the canvas to halt the flux of creation, capturing the moment in all its radiant disarray. Her breath hangs in the charged atmosphere, as she realizes that each luminous figure is now a tether between her heart and the sanctuary, a point of connection forged from her deepest truths. In this moment of uncertainty, Lorelei steels herself. Here she stands, at the intersection of fear and artistry, knowing she must confront whatever lies within her own creations. As the vibrant forms of her art cavort across the sanctuary, Lorelei feels a disturbance. The shimmer of instability at the corner of her vision expands into something deeper. Then, like a shadow cutting through light, Cassius emerges at the periphery of her created world. His presence fractures the harmony, and she watches, breath held as he flickers uncertainly, half-formed and lost amidst the vibrant chaos she has spun.
Cassius.
Her voice pierces the air, trembling with concern as his edges pulse like fading embers.
What has she done?
The brilliance of her creations feels blinding against the muted grays that cloak him. His dark eyes meet hers, swirling with an amalgamation of emotions that reflect her own fears, yet more profound, unreal.
I don't feel real.
His voice wavers, cutting through the sanctuary's enchanting atmosphere like a chill wind. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air between them, a cold reminder of the consequences of her vibrant magic. Lorelei's heart sinks at his admission, the brush slipping from her fingers and clattering against the stone floor.
But you are here, she insists, stepping toward him, eyes wide with desperation. You exist, don't you?
The words feel brittle, like fragile glass on the verge of shattering.
Do I?
He blinks, the flicker in his form growing more erratic with each spoken syllable.
I can't remember anything, only fragments of what it means to be anything.
The flickering intensifies, shadows dancing over his features as they hint at an impending unraveling. Panic begins to twist inside her, like a tightening coil.
Please don't fade.
Lorelei reaches out, trembling, afraid that his instability might be linked to the life she has poured onto the canvas. The luminous creatures leap and bound around her, oblivious to the emotional tempest forming at their center. Cassius takes a step closer, his figure momentarily solid before he flickers back, eyes glistening with unshed uncertainty.
I have been trapped in this realm, adrift in stories that don't belong to me.
His words unfurl like banners in the wind, imbued with a depth that tugs at her heart.
Your art. It pulses with a vibrancy I can barely comprehend, yet it casts me in shadow.
Lorelei's breath hitches, understanding dawning like a sunrise piercing the night. You might be one of my creations, she whispers, dread washing over her. She has always feared that her art might trap its essence, a reflection of her own spirit. What if she has shaped his existence without even knowing? As if sensing the implications of her thoughts, Cassius takes a breath, an inhale that shudders through him like electricity. In a way, I'm a reflection of the narratives you wield. His gaze holds hers with unyielding intensity.
Am I not as real as the joy you paint on that canvas?
The vibrant figures dance around them, caught in a chaotic celebration of existence, yet Lorelei feels her own vitality ebbing as her heart grapples with the reality of his plight.
I didn't know.
I didn't mean for this to happen, she murmurs, her voice barely above a whisper. She reaches forward again, her hand hovering just before him, terrified of disrupting the delicate thread that connects them.
But what is meaning, Lorelei, if not a tapestry woven from creation and destruction?
His voice shimmers with a blend of skepticism and warmth, pulling her closer to the edge of understanding.
If you feel my fading, that means I matter, don't I?
The sanctuary trembles, ripples of energy merging as her vivid creatures swirl around him, a whirlwind of motion reflecting their shared turmoil.
You matter, Cassius.
Her voice finds its strength amidst the chaos, steadiness rooted in the urgency of the moment.
Your existence is real to me.
With every passing breath, she feels the gravity of their connection. Her heart beats in rhythm with the chaotic dance around them, vibrant creatures, weaving a testament to their fragile reality. Lorelei steps closer, her palm pressing against his, the boundary blurs as their fingertips graze. The pulsing art, alive and unfurling, reaches for Cassius, straining against the confines of the sanctuary. I am no artist, Cassius states, tension coiling like a tight spring within him, but his gaze softens as he contemplates her fervor.
Yet here I stand, entwined in your creation.
The flickers around him pulse brighter, a silent battle between solidity and ethereal confusion.
Is that enough?
Lorelei looks into his deep, shadowy eyes, feeling the weight of his doubt pierce through her resolve.
Yes, she replies with fervor, her heart swelling against the swell of energy. Let me create something that holds us both. Not just stories, but a bridge, our bridge forged from your existence and mine.
As she speaks, she senses the fabric of the sanctuary shift, the vivid creations now moving with purpose, responding to their exchange. Creatures nod as they weave about them, glowing with purpose, expressions of her determination to redefine what creation can mean. With newfound urgency, Lorelei embraces her brush again, paint pooling into colors that shimmer with promise.
We can redefine reality.
You have the essence of every tale I've breathed life into, and together we can mold something grander. With each stroke on the canvas, Cassius's flickering edges respond, forming in tandem with her brush, weaving between two realms, an interlace of two souls crafting their narrative. As hues meld and stories swirl together, the sanctuary vibrates with a resounding connection, a pulse that carries the truth of their intertwined existence. Each stroke pushes them toward a reckoning, defining who they can become together. Amid the celebration of colors that erupt around them, Lorelei finds her voice threading through the chorus of creatures. Together, she whispers, conviction burning brightly in her chest. We create worlds, we define reality. A sudden clarity breaks through the confusion. A spark ignites in Cassius's eyes, igniting a transformation. Together, he echoes, the intensity within him flaring to life as stability merges with chaos. The sanctuary echoes back their unified resolve, creatures resonating with a newfound purpose. The vivid art, once merely a canvas, transforms into a space where they forge their truth, entwining hearts and destinies amidst vibrant living tales that expand beyond boundaries. In this vibrant, fluid connection, Lorelei feels the stirrings of an adventure not yet begun, a dance of creation that encompasses all the worlds and each other within the strokes of their united journey. Chapter 15: The Void's Heart. In the heart of a clearing, where light ripples like the surface of a forgotten pond, Lorelei Müller stands transfixed. Reality bends around her, a canvas caught between brush strokes and splashes of color that refuse to settle. Then a presence materializes, fluid and elusive, an amalgamation of tales long since told and those yet to emerge. The guardian of fables appears, eyes shimmering with the essence of dreams and echoes, their voice reverberating through the charged air, a sound that cuts through the stillness like a call to adventure. As the figure takes form, shadows intertwine with incandescent glimpses of forgotten myths. Each contour shifts, an ancient silhouette blending seamlessly with fragments of modern stories. The guardian is neither entirely ethereal nor wholly tangible, creating a dizzying sensation that holds Lorelei captivated. It feels like stepping into an unfinished painting, one where the brush is still moving, capturing fleeting moments that hover just beyond reach. "The void is consuming this realm," the Guardian declares, and their voice resonates with the gravity of the statement, deep and sonorous.
It hangs in the air, heavy with foreboding. It is the source of creative blocks and depression among the artists in your world.
Each word feels like a bell tolling in the stillness, echoing within Lorelei's chest.
The truth in the Guardian's tone cuts deep. Her heart clenches at the implications.
An unnameable dread washes over her, mingling with the hope that flickers stubbornly in her soul. Her fingers twitch at the edge of her cloak, fingers ink-stained from countless sketches, memories of distant whispers that had once flowed freely. A wave of protectiveness surges within her. She can't let this happen, not to her world, not to the people who breathe creativity. But a voice inside echoes doubts, am I enough? The thoughts spiral as she absorbs the depth of the Guardian's message. "Lorelei," the Guardian continues, their presence radiating warmth and strength.
"You must journey into the heart of the void and confront your shadow self."
The words wrap around her like a delicate thread, pulling her towards a path fraught with uncertainty. A silence envelops the clearing, thick with the weight of this task, punctuating the gravity of her destiny. Time stretches, the air crackling with the electric potential of what's to come.
And then, like a stone thrown into still waters, Cassius steps forward.
His dark, intense eyes are unyielding, his gaze a hard line that speaks of determination.
"I'll accompany her."
The words spill forth resolute, cutting through the tension like a knife. Lorelei turns, meeting his fierce expression, her heart racing in a mingling of dread and admiration. She knows the dangers that lie ahead, yet there is an unspoken understanding between them, a bond forged in shared turmoil. The Guardian watches them both, the edges of their form flickering, aware of the tension between these two souls standing on the brink of a precipice. Cassius's protective instincts surge forth, urging him to shield her from the risks that await in the dark embrace of the void. But even as Lorelei sees the flicker of concern beneath his unwavering facade, she feels a shared recognition, a commitment that goes beyond mere friendship.
"Is that so?"
The Guardian's voice is soft yet powerful, woven with amusement that lightens the air.
"The journey you seek is fraught with shadows.
Your paths will twist in ways you cannot predict.
It may consume you both or forge new light."
Their eyes, profound and penetrating, cast a knowing glance, hinting at possibilities they themselves may not fully understand. Cassius straightens, defiance rippling through him.
"I don't care what waits for us in the void.
If it's her fate to confront it, then I will be there, no matter the danger." The resolve in his voice underlines the sincerity of his intentions, affirming that this is not merely reckless bravado, but a genuine desire to protect and stand alongside Lorelei. A gentle breeze swirls around them, a sudden reminder of the reality pressing in. Lorelei's heart races, a fierce cocktail of fear and gratitude igniting her spirit. Yet in the periphery, a flicker of light catches her eye, a stark contrast to the growing darkness encroaching on the clearing. Her breath hitches, and she watches as Loki appears, standing at the edge of the shadows. With a playful smirk that belies the seriousness of the moment, he approaches, a radiant magical token dancing in his palm. The token pulsates, its glow a stark counterpoint to the darkness, as if embodying the potential for their return. "Take this," he says, pressing the warm token into Lorelei's palm, his fingers brushing hers for the briefest instant, an electric spark that ignites unbidden warmth. A beacon for when the shadows try to swallow you whole. His tone carries a sardonic note, yet the weight of his gift is undeniable, a silent promise of hope amidst the uncertainty. As the token settles into her grasp, Lorelei looks between the two, a wave of emotions crashing over her. Cassius's protective intensity, melds with Loki's irreverent charm. Together, they form a circle around her, an intricate tapestry of loyalty, a vow to fight back against the shadow of the void. Standing on the precipice, Lorelei feels her heart drum in anticipation, the whispers of fear transforming into an indomitable determination.
"Then let's confront it," she declares, her voice steadier than she feels.
The swirling dark portal looms before them, its menacing promise of unknown trials both inviting and terrifying. With a shared look of resolution, they step forward, three souls intertwined by fate, a trio poised on the cusp of shadows and stories, ready to reclaim light from the abyss. At the edge of the clearing, tension mounts like the stillness before a storm. Lorelei clutches the hem of her cloak, fingers trembling as the dark portal swirls with foreboding energy. It promises both menace and possibility, and with every heartbeat, the pulse of dread mingles with determination. Her mind races, each thought igniting a flicker of resolve that pushes her toward the unknown. Beside her, Cassius stands close, an unwavering sentinel. His presence is both reassuring and solid, radiating an energy that mingles with her own uncertainty. She can see the lines of tension carved into his features, and yet his gaze remains locked on her, unflinching, silently promising that he will face the shadows with her. There's a warmth in that promise, and it's a lifeline that makes her feel less isolated in this moment of impending chaos.
"Lorelei," he speaks softly, the weight of his voice a grounding force. "Whatever happens in there, we'll face it together."
There's an intensity in his eyes that pierces through the layers of anxiety swirling inside her, reminding her that she is not alone. Her heart swells, buoyed by the conviction in his words, as if the essence of their shared struggles could anchor her in the encroaching darkness. The air shimmers with tension, and Lorelei exhales slowly, trying to center herself amid the chaos. She feels the cool fabric of her cloak under her fingertips, the familiar sensation both comforting and grounding. Her artistic heart races, yearning for the truth that resides in the shadows. "Together," she echoes, testing the word on her tongue, tasting the promise it holds. Meanwhile, Loki hovers at the fringes of the clearing, the flicker of his form a dance of mischievous shadows. He watches with an air of playful detachment, knowing well the dangers that lurk in the void, the intricacies of magic, and the complexities of dreams.
"You two are practically a walking melodrama," he quips, tilting his head, a knowing smirk dancing on his lips. "Don't worry about me. I'll be waiting right here with popcorn while you face the cosmic horror."
Lorelei can't help but chuckle despite the weight of the moment, and she catches Cassius's soft, incredulous smile in response. Loki's playful humor cuts through the thick tension, adding a spark of levity just when it feels most critical. The essence of camaraderie settles around them, an invisible shield against the horrors ahead.
As she takes a deep breath, the swirling darkness of the portal seems to pull at her, beckoning her to cross its threshold.
Lorelei's heart races, her pulse synchronizing with the pulsating token now resting against her palm. It feels warm, a flicker of light in a looming tempest, the tether that could guide her home should they find their way through the uncertainty.
"Are you ready?"
Cassius asks, his voice low but firm, laced with an urgency that resonates between them. The weight of his stare, coupled with the gravity of their mission, settles deep within Lorelei's chest, igniting a fierce determination that defies the fear curling in her stomach. Her eyes flit to the portal, its edges dark and frayed, beckoning her with a shroud of shadow.
"I'm ready," she finally whispers, although doubt lingers at the edge of her resolve.
Her voice quivers, a tremor that reveals her apprehension even as she steels herself for what lies ahead. With a final exchange of glances, unspoken words painting their silent bond, Cassius moves closer, his shoulder brushing against hers as they stand united against the onslaught of uncertainty.
"Whatever happens, we keep moving forward, he reaffirms, the intensity in his gaze echoing her thoughts and solidifying their pact.
Together, they take a step closer to the edge, ready to confront the shadows that wait beyond the veil of the known. The pull of the void intensifies, dark fingers wrapping around their minds, coaxing them into its depths. For a heartbeat, the world around them quiets, anticipation crackling like static in the air. In that pivotal moment, as darkness envelops them, Lorelei's heart pounds with the ferocity of 1,000 creative spirits, each whispering to her, "This is the beginning.
This is the call of the void."
And as they step through the swirling mass of shadows, the boundaries of reality shift, the landscape of their fates entwining with threads of light and darkness, preparing them for a journey unlike any they have ever known. Chapter 16: Shadow and Light. The corridor stretches endlessly, a disquieting expanse of shadows that writhe with a malevolent grace. Lorelei Müller stands at the precipice of her fears, her ink-stained fingers trembling, as skeletal remnants of her past sketches whirl about her, mockery personified in the dim, flickering light. In this place, every doubt she has suppressed throbs with life, stretching tendrils of darkness that slither at the edges of her vision.
"Don't let them claim you," Cassius's voice snaps, cutting through the haze of dread.
His grip on her arm is firm, a lifeline in this chaotic landscape. The flickering form beside her shows signs of struggle, edges shimmering, threatening to unravel completely under the weight of the void's oppressive atmosphere. A grotesque shape launches from the shadows, twisting and contorting like a nightmare-given flesh. Lorelei recoils instinctively, eyes darting, drawn to the familiar horror as it snarls. Every twisted figure that lunges at her is a manifestation of the doubts she's buried, the inadequacy that blossoms under the unforgiving gaze of her family's expectations. The fabric of reality bends, shifting and warping, reflecting the turmoil raging inside her. As more figures emerge, Lorelei's heart races, jagged edges of her memories manifest, shrieking from their shadows like banshees of failure.
"I can't," she breathes, the words slipping out, a fragile confession swallowed by the depths around them. But Cassius stands tall, his determination flaring brighter against the creeping despair. "Fight back."
His voice carries an urgency that sparks something within her, a flicker of defiance stirring in her chest. She clenches her hands, steadying her breath, but the dark tendrils coalesce and reach out, threatening to pull her into their abyss. They tug at her mind, clawing at the very edges of her soul, whispering venomous reminders of inadequacy. She shudders as a distinct figure rushes forth, an old sketch of hers, once vibrant and alive, now twisted and malevolent, its eyes gleaming with mockery. With every encounter, Lorelei can almost hear the echo of her sister's laughter, a cruel reminder of what she believes to be her own insignificance in a family of prodigies. The image lunges at her, teeth bared, and panic surges anew. "Cassius!" she cries out, barely managing to hold her ground. "Draw strength from your truth, Lorelei." "They feed on fear," he urges, voice strained as the flickers around him grow wilder.
But the memories of defeat press heavily upon her, each image a shard of broken glass ready to cut through her resolve.
She feels her knees threaten to buckle, and a part of her yearns to give in, to let them sweep her into their consuming darkness.
It's too much.
A grotesque screech splits the air, and from the shadows her art tears free. Shadows twist into jagged hands and claws, aiming to shred the very essence of her creativity. They cascade like a rain of dread, too many to count. As they swarm around her, each contorted face reflects a fracture of her soul, distorted by the shackles of insecurity.
"No," she screams, shoving her trembling hands forward as if to deflect the onslaught. "I won't let you take me."
She tries to center herself amid the swirling madness, tapping into the flicker of artistry that still lives within. Memories flash, and as she stands against the tide, she remembers the vibrant strokes she's painted, the freedom that came when she found her true voice. These echoes, once bright, now twisted by fear, are still parts of her, facets of her journey that refuse to be silenced.
Trust in what you create,
Cassius shouts, a fierce glow igniting in his eyes. As the creatures close in, Lorelei's resolve crystallizes. She stares into the void of her own imagination. Faces lined with doubt meld into a mass of chaos, demanding acknowledgement. In that harrowing moment, she realizes she has two choices: retreat or confront the very darkness that seeks to overwhelm her.
The choice clings to her like sweat on her brow, a visceral urgency coursing through her veins.
With a raw, surging force, she steps forward into the melee. The tendrils of fear thrash against her as she lunges toward her shadow, prepared to reclaim what is rightfully hers. As the chaos begins to recede, a haunting silence envelops Lorelei. The battlefield of twisted art and shadowy figures shifts, the oppressive energy condensing into a single, looming presence. Cassius stands near, his edges wavering, caught between solidity and the unseen tide of exhaustion. Before her, a figure materializes, dark and imposing, a reflection of everything she has ever feared to confront. The shadow self towers over her, draped in an aura of malicious intent.
Its grin widens, sharp and glistening, as if it feeds off the despair that clings to the air. "You are not enough," it sneers, the voice resonating like a bitter echo through the void.
Every syllable drips with derision, seeking to burrow deep within her psyche. Lorelei feels her heart sink, a coil of panic spiraling within. She opens her mouth to protest, but the words falter. The conviction they once held evaporates in the oppressive atmosphere. She wants to turn away, to recoil from this embodiment of her deepest fears, but the realization strikes her: turning away only strengthens the darkness.
"Shut up," she finally snaps, taking a step forward.
The more the shadow taunts, the more it reveals her vulnerabilities. It twists her insecurities into grotesque shapes, reflecting back memories of her family's accolades and her own perceived failures.
"You don't define me." But the shadow merely chuckles, a sound that reverberates through the dim corridors. "Yet here you are, hiding among remnants of your art."
Pathetic.
Its words coil around her like a noose, tightening and squeezing, bringing tears to her eyes.
The shame is a suffocating weight, memories crashing in with each taunt. Cassius watches, his form shimmering dangerously, as if caught in the gravity of Lorelei's emotions.
"Lorelei, remember who you are," he interjects, grounding her, though his voice trembles slightly. "You're more than what they say. Don't let it take you down."
She takes a breath, digging deep for the resolve that had once propelled her art. In that moment, a glimmer of clarity breaks through the haze.
The darkness doesn't own her, it is simply a part of her.
The shadows of her creativity have both nurtured and haunted her. With an echo of her sister's laughter in her ears, she stands her ground, defiance igniting within.
"You're just a figment," she cries out, challenging the shadow. "You have no power over me."
The shadow falters, its form flickering as if her words strike at its core. "Denial won't save you," it retorts, but Lorelei senses the hesitation, the wavering edge of its dominance.
"I don't deny you," she replies, taking another step forward, more confident. "You're part of my journey, but you don't dictate who I am."
"I accept you, and by doing so you lose your hold."
As she embraces this dark figure, something shifts.
Colors begin to seep back into the realm, bleeding through the edges of the shadows. The grotesque art around them morphs, reshaping itself into fragmented memories, pieces of who she was, joyful and bold, riding the waves of inspiration.
The shadow screeches, "No. You're making a mistake."
The cacophony of its voice fights against the rising light, desperation evident. Lorelei feels a rush of strength, artistic energy flooding her veins as she accepts her entire self, the light and the dark. With newfound courage, she reaches out to the shadow, feeling it pulse against her fingertips like a live wire.
You're part of me. I won't let you drown me in despair. The tendrils of creativity she had once feared become anchors of strength.
She sees her sketches flash brightly in her mind's eye, a vivid celebration of her artistry. In an explosive moment of clarity, she wills the darkness back, commanding it with an intensity that echoes across the void. The shadow shrieks as it spirals away, reshaping into brilliant strokes and hues, no longer menacing but vivid with potential. Each twisted form now reflects fragments of her essence, her courage, her joy, her stories waiting to be told. The shifting void stabilizes, colors washing over everything in a bright rush as the confrontation reaches its zenith. Cassius solidifies beside her, his form glowing warmly with the aftershocks of their fight.
You did it, he murmurs, awe threading through his voice. You faced it.
Lorelei stands tall, the remnants of doubt crumbling beneath her feet like dry leaves. The shadow, now a whisper of itself, fades into the light, a harmonious note rather than a clashing dissonance. She knows now she is more than enough. In embracing her shadows, she has found the vibrant strength of her creativity. And in that, Lorelei Müller has transformed, not just as an artist but as a whole being. Chapter 17: The Price of Power. In the heart of a swirling void that gnaws at the edges of the Nibelung Realm, Lorelei Müller stands, remnants of her reclaimed shadow clinging to her like a second skin. Her eyes, pools of unyielding determination, are fixed on the emptiness ahead, where despair threatens to engulf everything she cherishes. With a deep breath that feels like a declaration, she lifts her hands, fingers trembling, slick with the sweat of effort and creativity.
This is the moment. This is her battle.
With fierce, deliberate sweeps, Lorelei begins to trace patterns in the air, every stroke sending bursts of light that shatter the oppressive darkness around her. Her movements pulse with urgency, a symphony of defiance against the void's relentless grip. A wave of color bursts forth, a splash of brilliant hues that pushes back, transforming the once static nothingness into living art. As her fingers glide, they leave trails that ripple and solidify. Crystalline trees burst from the ground, their branches shimmering like stars, streams of liquid gold wind through the landscapes, glinting in the dim light, and flickering bridges, delicate as gossamer, arch between newly birthed islands of color. The ground quakes beneath her, the very air shimmering with the raw force of her creativity, each new form a heartbeat against despair. Her vision blurs, an intoxicating mix of exhaustion and exhilaration floods her senses, but she holds on, pushing through the fatigue that threatens to steal her breath. Every flick of her wrist, every controlled movement, ignites another facet of the realm, calling forth a riotous resurgence of life, casting shadows off to the edges where the darkness still clings like a hesitant lover. In the periphery of her vibrant chaos, Cassius lingers, his figure an ethereal presence that flickers in and out of solidity. His dark, intense eyes observe the transformation with a mixture of awe and skepticism. He stands in the twilight of her artistry, rooted in his introspection, while silently witnessing the relentless battle of creation against despair. Here, in this brilliant unfolding, he feels the warmth of her creativity, yet grapples with the weight of his own uncertainty, an uninvited guest at a feast of brilliance. Can art truly vanquish the void? The question echoes in his mind as he watches Lorelei labor, the quiet intensity of her concentration juxtaposed with the chaos she births. He notices the ink-stained fingers of an artist, betraying her true essence, gripping the air like a lifeline. The elegant precision of her strokes speaks volumes, telling stories he yearns to understand. Yet there lies an undercurrent of vulnerability, a flickering doubt that pierces through his resolve. What if her light is not enough? As the landscape stabilizes, creating a mesmerizing patchwork, Cassius moves closer, drawn by an instinct deeper than curiosity. He longs to bridge the gap between their worlds, where reality wades into imagination. The very ground beneath his feet hums, resonating with the energy of her creation, and for a brief moment, he envisions a place where creativity reigns unopposed. Then, just as the vibrant tableau reaches its zenith, an imposing figure materializes amidst the colors, a breathtaking apparition of the guardian of fables, cloaked in fluid shadows and woven stories. They stand in serene contemplation, an enigmatic silhouette contrasting with the chaos, radiating a presence that demands attention. Their voice resonates, an echo that shivers through the air. Return to your world as its voice of imagination, or remain here as guardian, forsaking your human life to save this realm. The words cut through the electric tension, hanging heavy in the charged atmosphere. Lorelei's hands, still aglow with the vibrant energy of her art, falter momentarily, as disbelief washes over her. Her breath catches, eyes darting between the somber intensity of the guardian and the flickering presence of Cassius at the edge of her creation. The flickering images around her pulse in uncertain rhythm, the vibrancy dimming for a heartbeat, capturing the magnitude of the decision before her. With each passing moment, her pulse quickens, an innate drive surges within her. A clenched jaw signals the tempest within, and she steps back, nearly disrupting her own chaotic artistry. Doubt and determination tangle in her chest, battling for dominance, yet her voice, when it comes, is raw yet resolute.
I chose creation for a reason, and I will not abandon what I have built.
Each word is a decree, setting the stage for a heart-wrenching decision that will reverberate through her destiny, and that of the realm. The air hangs thick with an electric pulse, laden with the weight of choices unmade. Lorelei stands, vibrant landscapes shimmering around her, each creation a testament to her unwavering resolve, yet the echoing resonance of the guardian's voice rattles the fragile stability of her newfound world. The kaleidoscopic dreams she forged begin to falter at the edges, shadows creeping in like doubt, murmuring the threat of what she might lose.
What do you mean by forsaking my human life?
Lorelei's voice rings with an urgency that slices through the charged silence, her tone brimming with defiance. She gazes into the guardian's ancient eyes, seeking answers among the shimmering stories swirling around them.
I fought to bring this realm to life. Why should I have to sacrifice my world for this?
Each word dances between fear and determination, the tug-of-war evident in the shifting shadows of her expression. The guardian, a figure of both wisdom and wonder, regards her with an understanding that feels as vast as the expanse of stars.
Child of imagination, it is not mere sacrifice, they reply, their voice unfurling like the petals of a rare bloom.
To remain as guardian is to weave the very fabric of existence, to embrace a legacy that transcends the mortal coil. You must decide whether you will return to a world of structure, or stand as the voice of creation here, where every dream threads into reality. The weight of their words bears down on her, a gravitational pull she struggles against. Lorelei feels her heart thud painfully within her chest, a resonance echoing through the vibrant landscape she crafted with every fiber of her being. Cassius watches from the periphery, an invisible tether binding him to her turmoil. The flickering fire of her resolve and the shadows of her uncertainty collide, forming a tempest within her spirit.
Is that truly what it means?
Lorelei murmurs, half to herself, half to the guardian, a tremor threading through her voice.
To create here is to abandon everything I know.
She turns her gaze toward Cassius, his ghostly form anchored in stillness, studying her with those intense, unblinking eyes. She longs for clarity in his expression, a reflection of the courage she seeks to embody.
I do not want to lose my family, my life, but this realm, it pulses with the rhythm of my heart.
I can create here, I can breathe life into the darkness. Each word feels like an incantation, imbued with hope and desire. The brilliance around her flickers at her emotional intensity, demanding to be understood. The Guardian observes, their features shifting subtly, revealing the layers of their connection to this realm. Every choice comes at a price, Lorelei. A new path birthed by a single thought can lead to wonder or chaos. They pause, the weight of history resting upon them, a thread connecting the past with the present.
You have the power to inspire. Your voice can awaken the dreams of others.
Lorelei's chest tightens, her breath comes fast.
But what if they're the dreams of a captive imagination?
A voice muted in the chaos of their own shadows. The sharpness of her inquiry holds an edge of desperation. The battle of light and dark swirls around her, vibrant bursts of creativity warring against a consuming void, and her heart knows the truth, it aches for both worlds. Amidst the tense stillness, Cassius steps forward, the ethereal glow illuminating his features as he finally speaks. Lorelei, you wield your creativity as a sword.
But wield it wisely.
You cannot fight against despair, if your heart is torn between two realms. The words are laced with a philosophical depth, a reminder of their shared vulnerability amid uncertainty. His presence steadies her, a balm against the turmoil.
She sees the warmth in his gaze, a flicker of belief. If I choose to stay, will I still create?
Will my art endure?
The tremor in her voice fades as clarity begins to dawn.
A resolute determination blossoms within her, fierce and unwavering. It is within your choice that art finds its form, the Guardian intones, their voice filled with a gravity that resonates with the stories of creation itself. To remain here is to embrace your role, to become part of the very fabric of this realm. It is not the end of your humanity, but an evolution of your existence. The Guardian's ethereal grace seems to ripple around them as they speak, a living embodiment of the stories they safeguard. Lorelei's heart pounds, her mind racing with the implications of their words. Her artistry, her dreams, all weave together into a luminous fabric she longs to embrace fully.
I am not ready to abandon my world, but...
She pauses, inhaling deeply.
The call of creation, of colors, of life, echoes stronger within me. I can't turn my back on this.
With each revelation, a cathartic release unfolds, like the moment the first stroke of a brush touches canvas. I will be the voice of imagination, in both realms.
I choose to create.
The finality in her voice solidifies the moment, an undeniable power rising within her, as the landscapes pulse with renewed vigor, the darkness receding in retreat. Cassius's expression softens, a flicker of admiration mingling with something deeper, a silent agreement that speaks of shared destiny and unspoken bonds.
Then so it shall be, the Guardian states, a serene smile curving their lips, and the world around them vibrates with possibility.
Carry your light, Lorelei, for it will illuminate the shadows of those who seek refuge in imagination. In that single instant, Lorelei feels the ties between the realms shift and strengthen. Her creations swirl around her, as alive as her heartbeat, infusing the very air with the promise of art yet to come. With a deep breath, she stands resolute in her choice, an artist at the brink of dawn, ready to shape both the Nibelung Realm and her own with strokes of vibrant determination. Chapter 18: Worlds Apart. In a secluded clearing bathed in softly pulsing lights, Lorelei stands inches from Cassius, whose form shimmers like sunlight through water, a flickering echo of uncertainty that mirrors the pounding in her chest. The air hums with anticipation, their breaths slow and deliberate, suspended in a moment thick with unspoken words. Here, in the heart of an otherworldly silence, decisions await them both, fraught with the weight of futures untold. Lorelei's ink-stained fingers curl around the sketchbook tucked under her arm, the soft rustle of its pages a contrast to the heavy stillness around them. The vibrant colors of the lights cast an ethereal glow, illuminating the delicate features of her face, revealing the conflict etched across her brow. She senses the fleeting flickers around Cassius, who stands as a testament to everything she cannot quite grasp. He takes a slow step closer, his hand hovering near hers, an invitation wrapped in hesitation.
I know what you fear, this bond, this choice.
His voice is low, a steady anchor in a sea of uncertainty, his gaze piercing through her defenses. Lorelei's breath catches, and she instinctively glances away, as if avoiding the weight of his understanding.
I never imagined feeling so torn, she admits, her voice wavering with the weight of honesty, the gentle tremor betraying her steadiness.
Yet in that moment, the flicker of Cassius's form deepens, reflecting her own internal conflict.
Is it really the bond that frightens you?
He presses, his brow furrowing with a mix of challenge and concern.
Or is it the path you must choose?
You're caught between the stories your family tells, and the ones that rise from your heart. The rhythm of the rustling leaves punctuates his words, a natural heartbeat syncing with their exchange. Her gaze drifts to the illuminated forest around them, where shadows weave in and out of the light, echoes of the tales yet to be told.
You think I'm afraid of what my family expects, she replies, her tone sharp yet layered with vulnerability. They've always excelled in science, their stories have equations and formulas.
Mine are different. The air grows heavy with the gravity of her confession, and Cassius remains silent, allowing her to unravel in the openness between them.
I want to create worlds with colors that breathe and tales that dance, she continues, her voice gaining strength, but
I fear leaving everything I know behind.
What if I can't?
Her heart beats like the wings of a trapped bird, yearning for flight but held back by invisible strings. Cassius's silhouette shimmers in response, twisting gently as if caught in a breeze that only he can feel. Lorelei, the world has room for both. Don't diminish your spirit to fit someone else's narrative. Creativity flourishes in contrast, not compliance. He moves even closer, the warmth of his presence enveloping her, sparking something within. A tension coils in the space between them, electrifying the air. Lorelei's fingers twitch, longing to close the gap, to feel the connection sizzle and snap against her skin.
But what if this bond, this choice, she falters, her voice quiet yet intense, what if it leads to the end of the dreams I've held?
Each word carries the weight of countless doubts, intertwining with the promise of what lies ahead. Cassius doesn't break her gaze, the flickering of his form steadying in the face of her turmoil.
Or it could be the beginning, he murmurs, his hand nearly touching hers, the barest brush of intention lingering in the space. The stories you craft have the power to reshape your reality.
Fear shouldn't hold you back, let it push you forward instead. Lorelei swallows, tasting the bittersweet truth of his words. The pulsing lights illuminate their intertwined shadows on the ground, casting a physical representation of the connection they're forging, a bond richer and deeper than either had anticipated. With a newfound clarity rising in her chest, she finally breathes in the moment, their hearts sync to the pulse of the clearing. Time stretches, a tangible entity swirling around them as their connection deepens. You may never escape the expectations of your family, Cassius states, his voice gentle yet firm, but you can carve out a space where you stand tall as yourself. Her pulse quickens, and she leans slightly closer, testing the waters.
But can I really step into this unknown?
Lorelei feels her doubts pressing against her ribcage, but her heart screams with the promise of adventure. Cassius regards her thoughtfully, and in that flickering moment, he embodies all the stories that linger just beyond reach.
Only you can determine that. The choice isn't merely about stepping into the realm's stories, but about allowing your own to resonate with them.
The air around them pulses, a reflection of their shared vulnerability. Lorelei glances at his hand, almost daring to close the distance, when a sudden rustle nearby catches her attention, severing the moment just as she was on the brink of letting go. Their eyes lock, an unsaid promise hanging in the air. The stillness resumes, thicker now, filled with unfulfilled tension, as they stand, two figures caught between two worlds, teetering on the edge of their destinies. Lorelei exhales slowly, a storm brewing in her heart as they drift back into the silence. It's not the end, but rather a moment suspended in time, a prelude to the choices that await. She senses that something pivotal is rising, an impending decision that will weave their lives together in ways she can hardly begin to imagine. In a crystalline space edged by ancient stone and flickering magical embers, Lorelei stands at the threshold of possibility, the air around her charged with anticipation. Shadows stretch across the surfaces, shaped by the rhythm of the dancing lights, which seem to pulse with a life of their own. Here, among the whispered echoes of forgotten stories, she meets Loki, who watches her with an intensity that pierces through his usual playfulness, the gravity of her choice hanging thick in the atmosphere.
"Ah, the artist in the realm of gems and shadows," he declares, his voice smooth, yet layered with an uncharacteristic seriousness. "I see the weight you carry, Lorelei."
His eyes glint with a knowing light, one that both eases and unsettles her.
"Your choice bridges worlds, and it bears the weight of both joy and sorrow."
Lorelei's pulse quickens, and she instinctively glances toward the shimmering portal before her.
"I can feel it," she admits, the words tumbling out in a rush. "But how can I bear the burden of such a decision?"
One path leads to unimaginable creativity, the other, safety. Loki steps closer, his usual carefree demeanor replaced by a somber yet supportive gravity. Every choice has its duality. What you create as a guardian could echo in the very fabric of this realm, he encourages, gesturing toward the portal that shimmers enticingly, as if sensing her contemplation.
"But the familiar warmth of home is its own treasure, wouldn't you say?" As she stands at the precipice of decision, her heart aches for both possibilities. "I want to breathe life into my art, to let it flow with all the colors of my imagination," Lorelei confesses, her voice steadying with each passing heartbeat. "But what if it means leaving everything I've known? What if I can't return?"
The conflicting emotions surge within her, a turbulent wave of longing and fear. Loki studies her, a flicker of empathy softening his mischievous edge.
"And what if you find that you belong to both worlds?
If you step into the realm of creation, it doesn't erase your past, but adds layers to it.
This moment is yours to seize."
His words vibrate in the air, a call to her heart. With a deep breath, Lorelei gazes at the portal, and in an instant, her imagination stirs to life. Colors swirl like memories, bright, vivid, and magnetic.
As she closes her eyes, visions unfold before her.
The first is a scene bathed in ethereal light. She stands tall as the guardian of fables, surrounded by swirling creations and radiant magic. Her hands weave through the air, drawing forth stories and creatures that dance to her will, each brushstroke painting the realm with the power of her creativity. "Here," she whispers, feeling the pulsing energy coursing through her. "This could be me," commanding storms of inspiration. Yet another vision ignites, coaxing her away from the brilliance, an attic filled with sunlight, dust motes floating in the warm air, familiar and comforting. There she stands amid her sketches, the walls lined with her vibrant creations, laughter ringing in her ears as her family gathers, filled with love and nostalgia.
Returning to this, it's not a defeat.
It's a different kind of life, one where art breathes renewed hope into everything familiar yet transformed. The visions pulse in harmony, a whirlpool of possibilities pulling her deeper. With each passing heartbeat, the choice morphs into something tangible. The power of creation versus the comfort of home. Her spirit yearns for the former, yet her heart aches for the latter, a split tension reverberating through her very being. Lorelei, Loki's voice cuts through her internal storm, the urgency lingering in his tone. Each choice holds immeasurable beauty, but neither erases the other. They coalesce in your being. The truths echo, and she stands there straddling the edge of her futures, when the two visions flicker and collide. They entwine and twist, the swirling colors merging into a vivid display of light and shadow, creating a dance of emotions. A yearning deepens within her, settling into her bones as she feels the pull of both paths.
Choose, but do not choose blindly.
Loki's words hang in the air, prompting her to break the spell of indecision that has anchored her.
You possess the brush, the canvas is yours.
You can sculpt both realities with the story of your own heart. The tension tightens, and with every breath, the weight of her decision crystallizes. She senses the shimmering fabric of her choice weaving through the space around her, a delicate thread binding possibilities together.
I understand, she whispers, determination rising.
I can create my own reality, a reality where both futures intertwine. With a deep inhale, she steps toward the portal, her fingers outstretched as she embraces the brilliant light. The world around her vibrates, and as she crosses the threshold, Lorelei feels the charge of possibility surge through her, igniting her spirit and sealing her resolve.
As she steps forward, the landscape of her choices unfurls behind her like a delicate veil.
The realms ripple and shift, blending into a vivid panorama that promises transformation and hope, a canvas ready to be painted with her vibrant heart. In that moment, the portal glows brighter, absorbing her essence and calling forth the magic of creation that awaits. The choice made, the path forged, Lorelei takes her first step into a realm of infinite stories, where every heartbeat weaves her place among them. Chapter 19: The Bridge Between Worlds. In a clearing at the edge of the Nibelung Realm, where magic twinkles like distant stars woven into the twilight, Lorelei Müller stands before a vast blank canvas. She holds a set of enchanted brushes, their surfaces alive with pulsing colors that resonate with the rhythm of her heartbeat. Nearby, the guardian of fables watches, their presence as serene as the whispering breeze, imbuing the air with a weighty promise of creation and potential. The landscape shimmers in the fading light, an orchestra of colors that seem to hum softly around her. Each shade carries remnants of stories untold, lingering like secrets in the fading day. Lorelei inhales deeply, the scent of pigment and possibilities swirling within her, blending with the exhilaration and tension that spark at the tips of her fingers. She feels like a tightrope walker poised between two worlds, the tangible demands of her family's expectations and the ethereal call of her artistic soul. Gazing at the canvas, a battleground between doubt and ambition, Lorelei dips a brush into the swirling vat of emerald green, feeling the enchanted hue pulse in response. The colors react to her emotions, a living extension of her will. With a determined sweep, she paints the first stroke, the arc bursting forth like a bolt of lightning through a stormy sky. The hue takes shape, an outline shimmering with latent energy, as if the air itself has drawn breath and held it, waiting.
Your power shapes worlds, the guardian murmurs softly, their voice wrapping around her like a comforting cloak.
With every stroke Lorelei takes, her worries dissolve into the ether, replaced by a fierce clarity of purpose. Each burst of color connects and collides, crafting the delicate framework of a bridge that transcends the ordinary boundaries of their realms. The moment stretches, full of potential. She can feel it. The bridge is more than a structure. It is a lifeline, a promise, a return to the stories that weave them all together. Lorelei dances with the colors, each stroke dictated by her heartbeat, each flourish emboldened by an inherent determination. With vibrant reds colliding into cobalt blues, the outlines of arches rise as if reaching for the heavens. Patterns unfurl beneath her deft hands, coiling like whispers in the wind, binding the realms in a shared tale.
You have a light within you, the Guardian continues, a tranquil anchor amid her creative storm. Let it flow through your art. Light, she thinks, focusing on the warmth that pulses in her chest, igniting a fire within.
Colors intertwine, bloom, then resonate into something solid yet alive. This bridge is both a passage and a reflection of her essence. With each dip of her brush, memories of solitude and heartache give way to newfound freedom, like unfurling wings. The brush does not just glide, it knows her fears, and each dash and curve brings a promise of something deeper. Yet, shadows of doubt flicker in the edges of her mind, ghostly reminders of her family's expectations, the academic accolades that glow brightly against her muted artistry.
Will they ever understand? She wonders, briefly paralyzed by a twinge of uncertainty that threatens to eclipse her burgeoning creation.
For a heartbeat she hesitates, the colors stalling mid-sway, as if waiting for her signal.
But then she steels herself, letting the anxiety drip away. I'm here, she reminds herself, and this is my truth.
Inspired by the Guardian's steadfast gaze, she pushes forward, guided by the belief that every stroke holds the power to mend more than just her heart, it can connect realms. The outlines become clearer, vibrant patterns breathing life into what once was merely a figment of her imagination. Hues pulsate, vibrate in the air, each brushstroke building the very essence of the bridge, a structure formed from her spirit sculpted in hopes and dreams. She looks up, catching a glimpse of the Guardian's eyes, reflecting the brightness of countless stories. Their knowing smile washes over her, igniting a shared spark. In an energetic flurry, colors dance, intertwining as they twirl toward a rhythm only Lorelei can hear, where imagination and reality waltz together in perfect synchrony. The magical pigments swell as she pushes herself further, layering vivid hues, sketching in both joy and vulnerability. The outline of the bridge solidifies, it shimmers, pulsating with a dynamic energy of connection. As the last stroke takes its place, she steps back, her heart thrumming like the chords of a symphony. Before her lies the completed bridge, glowing with ethereal light, its form both daunting and inviting. It stands as a beacon of creativity, bridging gaps that once felt insurmountable, an opportunity not only for Lorelei, but for countless tales waiting to be shared. With the canvas complete, a soft sigh escapes her lips, releasing the remnants of lingering doubt.
This, she murmurs, a whisper threaded with awe, this is only the beginning.
The air crackles around them, humming with the energy of her creation, a promise not only of passage, but of the adventure waiting to unfold. The Guardian of Fables, who has witnessed her labor, places a hand over their heart, their eyes shimmering with understanding and warmth.
You have opened a door, dear artist, they state, their voice rich with authority tempered by compassion.
Embrace the journey ahead, for it will lead you to places you never dreamed possible. With newfound purpose surging through her veins, Lorelei lets herself smile, her imagination flourishing at the threshold of the unknown, where shadows merge with light and each step beckons her closer to the stories that lay just beyond reach. Standing at the cusp of the newly crafted bridge, where day dulls into twilight and shadows stretch like memories, Lorelei feels the weight of the moment press down. The bridge pulses with magical energy beneath her feet, yet her focus remains trained on the figure approaching, the one whose essence flickers between worlds, a young man with dark, intense eyes and sharp features that soften in the soft light. Cassius steps forward slowly, caught in a delicate dance of light and shadow, as Lorelei extends her hand one last time, resolute yet fragile. "Cassius," she breathes, the air between them crackling with unspoken words and emotions, a tapestry woven from their shared experiences.
"I promise our connection will endure across worlds."
The words feel almost like a spell, swirling with the magic of conviction, but there's an undercurrent of uncertainty in her tone, a tremor of goodbye she cannot quite disguise. He halts just short of her outstretched hand, flickering as if uncertain of his footing. "Endure?" he questions, his voice a blend of skepticism and something softer, more vulnerable.
"Do you truly believe that?"
Lorelei feels the pulse of the bridge echo her heartbeat, a steady reminder of the power woven into their bond.
"I do," she insists, her grip firm. "We're connected, you and I. This," she gestures to the glowing bridge, "is proof. Our paths crossed for a reason."
In that electric silence their gazes lock, and the world around them seems to hold its breath.
The twilight deepens, wrapping them in a shawl of shadows and twilight hues. "Sometimes I fear that this connection," Cassius begins, but his voice falters, laden with doubt that seems almost tangible. "What if I lose you?" "No," she interrupts, her voice growing stronger, buoyed by conviction. "You won't.
The stories we've shared can never be forgotten."
"Not by me."
With a determination that burns brightly, Lorelei takes a half step closer, closing the distance, and in doing so, her heart speaks louder than her words.
"I wish I could go with you," he admits, his tone heavy with longing. "But my existence, my reality, is here caught in the shadows."
His features flicker in the twilight, a haunting beauty that evokes a bittersweet ache within her chest.
"Then be my anchor," she implores, stepping onto the bridge's threshold, feeling the warmth of its magic flood her being. "Help me remember, no matter how far apart we are."
Cassius takes a slow breath, his intensity wavering with a hidden ache that weighs on them both.
"You'll carry your light wherever you go, but it is you who must nurture it. Promise me you'll keep creating.
Don't let anyone or anything extinguish that flame within you." His eyes search hers, a profound depth of understanding mingling with their shared fears.
"I promise," she vows, her voice steady despite the crack in her heart. "This journey is just beginning. I won't forget you. Not now. Not ever."
With that, Cassius steps back slightly, an unintentional space forming between them that mirrors the vastness of their differing realms. Their moment stretches, time elongating with the weight of farewell, as if the universe itself pauses to witness their bond. "You'll step through this threshold, and the stories waiting for you are just as fierce as the ones we've told," he says, voice low yet imbued with faith. In the tender glow of the bridge, Lorelei feels the swell of magic reaching for her, enveloping her in its embrace. Yet the air thickens, saturated with unshed tears and unspoken farewells as she raises her hand, a final gesture of connection. Cassius's gaze never leaves hers, the flickering light within him shining brighter against the darkness of what they must leave behind. Then, as if caught in a gentle tempest, she nods, her heart brimming with resolve even as it fractures. Cassius, his form wavering like a candle flame in the wind, gives her one last nod, somber yet hopeful, and in that instant it seems they are no longer separate entities but two halves of a singular story. Lorelei steps forward onto the bridge, feeling the magic pulse beneath her. The energy envelops her, filling her with warmth and determination. Behind her, the dusk thickens around Cassius, casting long shadows that blur his features, yet she holds on to the moment, imprinting it into her memory. Their final glance exchanges the weight of 1,000 stories. It is laden with hope, promises, and the echoes of their shared adventures. "Go," Cassius whispers, his voice wrapping around her heart like a delicate thread.
"The worlds await you."
And with a deep breath, Lorelei steps into her new reality, the bridge illuminating the darkness ahead, igniting a spark of possibility that dances with each step. The connection lingers, a golden thread linking them, weaving through the very fabric of the Nibelung Realm and beyond, tying their fates forever in the stories yet to unfold. Chapter 20: Awakening. The attic feels alive with every creak of the floor beneath her, whispering secrets through layers of dust that glint in the thin light, casting an ethereal glow around Lorelei. She stirs from a restless sleep, the worn leather of her grandmother's sketchbook cool against her chest, and for a moment, she is caught between two worlds, one that beckons with color and vibrancy, and the other with quiet expectation, rooted firmly in reality. She blinks against the dimness, her fingers curling protectively around the sketchbook's embossed cover. Dust motes dance lazily in the fractured sunlight streaming through the narrow, grimy window, each particle a tiny world caught in suspension. The familiar mustiness of wood and old paper greets her, laced with an unsettling coolness that whispers of something beyond her understanding. Lorelei swallows hard, feeling the weight of expectations tighten around her heart, a grip as steady as the beam overhead. Carefully she shifts, the floorboards groaning in protest, and she opens the sketchbook, pages that have long carried the weight of her family legacy.
As she flips through the drawings, a jolt of surprise sends a shiver down her spine.
The sketches, once mere reflections of her imagination, soft, muted depictions of worlds untold, now pulse with life. Vibrant colors swell beyond their static confines, as if the images themselves are yearning to be released into the attic air. She leans closer, tracing the outlines with trembling fingers, mesmerized by the depth. The whispers intensify, barely audible but resonating deep within her consciousness, echoing the haunting melody of the Nibelung Realm. Each brushstroke feels like an invitation, urging her to recognize the magic nestled in the essence of her artistry. Lorelei bites her lip, caught in the thrill of discovery as the unsettling realization blooms. These sketches are alive, responding to a dream she had barely dared to articulate. Yet, outside the narrow frame of her attic window, the world continues its mundane existence. The distant outline of the roofline and the shingled sky holds no answers, offers no escape. The swirling energy within the attic bristles against her skin, clashing with the looming responsibilities waiting just below, where her family whispers in the air, beckoning her toward a path not of her choosing. Her heartbeat quickens, a steady drum underscoring her swirling thoughts. Do she continue down the path carved out for her, or dare to embrace the vibrant unknown? Lorelei shifts again, repositioning herself amid relics of her past, the remnants of forgotten sketches and abandoned notebook pages. Her ink-stained fingers dance above the desk, her pencil poised as she contemplates her next strokes. A meticulous cartographer, plotting the boundaries of two worlds, she resolves to bridge the chasm yawning wide between her family's academic expectations and the fantastical realms begging for her attention. Each mark on paper thunders with purpose, reverberating against the attic's silence. The gentle scratch of pencil against paper rises, accented by the rustle of old leaves and memories. With every line she seeks clarity, crafting an outline not just of her thoughts but of her emerging self, a manifesto to present to her family, a message laced with the magic that brushes against her every fiber. She pauses to touch a partially completed drawing, its surface shimmering with a glow that speaks to her very core. The remnants of whispered advice settle over her shoulders like a comforting shawl, urging her to pursue the truth of her identity, the truth that has suddenly unraveled itself in this strange but beautiful moment. Lorelei holds her breath, her quiet resolve battling the cacophony of voices that dwell in her mind, drawing her back to the life waiting below, the life they expect of her. With a shaky exhale, she stands and peers through the attic window, the ordinary world looking back, indifferent to her inner tumult. She has the beginnings of a plan, a pathway to reconcile her passions with family legacy. It won't be easy, confronting the myriad ways she has felt like a ghost in their science-dominated reality, but as the ethereal light washes over her, illuminating not just the attic but her heart, Lorelei knows she must embrace her artistic journey. With trembling hands and a mind aflame with purpose, she prepares to descend into the churning realities below, where dreams wait patiently for her voice to finally be heard. Amid the stillness, Lorelei gazes out across her scattered sketches, each piece a testament to her journey, a haphazard collection of dreams, frustrations, and flickers of hope. The pencil rests against the page, poised as she breathes deeply, seeking to summon the clarity to articulate what has bloomed within her, a landscape of vibrant possibilities aching to take flight. With determination, she surveys the remnants of her past scattered across the desk, like confetti from a forgotten celebration, charcoal smudges of half-finished drawings intertwined with crumpled notes filled with ink-stained musings. Each sketch reflects not only her evolution as an artist, but also the haunting echoes of doubt seeded by her family's expectations. Lorelei recalls the fevered moments spent pursuing artistic whims, and the despondent evenings when self-criticism became her uninvited companion, darkening the colors of her world. The pencil glides across the blank paper, the act feeling both foreign and intimate. With every stroke, she drafts not merely words but a proclamation, a mosaic of her newly discovered self. She envisions her family's faces as she wrestles to find a way to tell them about the magic in those sketches, to peel back layers of their well-intentioned aspirations, and reveal the pulsating dream residing within her. The scratching of graphite serves as a lifeline, weaving her scattered thoughts into a coherent plea. Yet, lurking beneath her resolve lies an undercurrent of fear, the omnipresent weight of legacy hanging over her shoulders. Lorelei's family thrives in their well-laid plans, their conversations saturated with science and logic, as rigid as the spine of a textbook. With every moment she prepares to breach this barrier, an internal debate unfurls. Will they accept her vision? Will they see beyond the reality they know, and embrace the vibrant world she seeks? Each question thrums in her chest like a muted drum, threatening to drown her burgeoning confidence. With the sketches before her, Lorelei recalls the artifacts from her grandmother that ignite her courage, the stories etched in pencil on paper, fragments of a past where artistry was celebrated rather than questioned. The tales of creation her grandmother wove feel almost tangible, each sketch now imbued with a knowingness that has the power to shift her perspective. The love embedded in those pages is a gentle nudge, urging her to let her voice emerge from the shadows of expectation. And as she immerses herself in these memories, the sketches begin to shimmer in her mind. More than mere expressions, they become manifestations of her determination. She envisions a future where her artistic journey isn't a solitary endeavor, but a vibrant tapestry woven through shared experiences, a dialogue between her dreams and the voices echoing from below. She wonders if she might illuminate that path for her family, granting them a glimpse into the profound joy and authenticity that accompanies her creativity. In this moment of inspiration, Lorelei realizes her journey isn't about choosing one path over another. It's a fusion of science and art, of expectation and imagination, bridging two worlds that can coexist. The revelation strengthens her resolve, the pencil warming between her fingers as she sketches a plan, guiding her through a dialogue she's long avoided. The hourglass turns slowly, every minute feeling stretched, and yet her thoughts are imbued with urgency, bolstered by the luminosity that dances just outside her understanding. Each whispered echo from the other realm reinforces the truth of her heart. Her path must resonate with her soul, painted in the rich hues of her creativity. A feeling of assurance surges through her as she finally drafts a few key phrases, simple words reflecting her resolve, fueled by dreams long held, and those freshly born from an ethereal spark. Lorelei feels a weight lift, giving space to thoughts and emotions once constrained. Yes, it will be challenging to voice her truth in a family that seems unyielding, yet the pursuit of her art feels worth any discomfort. With renewed vigor, she allows the final strokes to flow from her pencil, completing her notes as if sealing her intentions with an unspoken promise. The attic transforms in her eyes, not just a sanctuary of the past, but a launchpad into the future she chooses to embrace. As the light from the window dances through the dust, she realizes the resolve within her isn't just a flicker, it is a steady flame. Standing amid remnants of memory and dreams, Lorelei exhales deeply, her mind clear as a canvas, ready to transition from ink to voice. What once seemed a cacophony of uncertainty now transforms into a melodic symphony, echoing within her heart. With every pulse, she feels a gradual thawing of apprehension, leaving her more prepared than ever to descend into the waiting world below. The echoes of family await, filled with their questions and hopes, but she steps forward determined. She will not just navigate the intricate dance of expectation and reality, she will reclaim her narrative, an artist, a dreamer, ready to claim her voice. Chapter 21: The Art of Truth. In the living room, tension clings like the scent of paint, thick and suffocating. Lorelei stands before her family, art materials sprawled across the table like an explosion of creativity, in stark contrast to the rigid structure of her upbringing. Her heart races, each beat echoing the decision simmering in her veins.
It's now or never. I choose art, she declares, her voice slicing through the charged silence. I reject the science scholarship.
Each word rings out, reverberating in the air. In the corner of her vision, fresh canvases await her touch. The thought sends a thrill coursing through her, and she begins to paint. With each brushstroke, the mundane walls around her melt away into vivid imagery. A trickster's smile flickers into existence. A phoenix rises, shimmering with fiery colors. Abstract shapes twist and dance, reflecting the chaos inside her. Her mother's eyes narrow, the scientist in Dr. Helena Müller registering disbelief, a quick flare of anger sparking like static electricity in the room. For a heartbeat, the weight of expectation settles heavily, suffocating. But then, as the luminous figures flit against the walls, the icy exterior softens. Colors ignite and leap, their radiant movement daring her to challenge their family's legacy.
What have you done, Lorelei? Her father's voice cuts in, a blend of concern and confusion.
He looms larger than life, the shadow of his expectations hanging over her like storm clouds. Lorelei meets his gaze, the coolness in her expression a shield against the storm.
I'm creating my own future, she replies, her voice steady as she layers paint, every stroke exuding fierce resolve.
The images burst forth, alive with possibility, each canvas breathing life into her words, a testimony to her defiance. Her parents exchange glances, the silence buzzing with tension as they grapple with the transformation before them. It's a dance of light and shadow, colors flaring in the wake of Lorelei's artistry, captivating yet unsettling. Dr. Helena's expression flickers from shock to reluctant awe, the figures casting shifting shadows that illuminate her daughter's spirit, in a way that scientific logic could never explain.
Art is just a hobby, Lorelei, her father insists, struggling against the truth that hangs in the air. You have to be practical. You're throwing away a chance at a great career. No, Lorelei retorts, the brush now a weapon of her conviction. I'm not throwing anything away.
I'm reclaiming what's mine. With that, the painting swirls with new energy, colors colliding with a force that demands their attention. A constellation of unspoken dreams surrounds them, pulling at the edges of their understanding. As her creations spin around them, enveloping the room in a crescendo of color, Dr. Helena feels the weight of years pressing down on her, years filled with scientific achievements and academic accolades. Yet, as she watches the ink-stained fingers of her daughter dancing over the canvas, the vision of a rigid world starts to crack. She feels her heart stir, a warmth blooming where it had been locked away. The figures leap into brighter realms, and in that moment, she sees not just art, but her daughter's spirit unfurling against the confines of expectation. Lorelei's determination shines through every line and hue, becoming a lifeline stretching out before them, a call to find connection amid the differences that divide them. There's a beat of silence that swells in the room, the world outside muted as they become aware of the artistry. The magic hangs thick in the air, and Dr. Helena, visibly moved, allows her furrowed brow to ease into a glance of wonder. She shifts from the rigidity of academia toward an acknowledgement of this fierce creative spirit. As they stand there, Lorelei finally breathes, releasing a tether to the fear that held her back.
This is who I am, she whispers, the weight of her declaration both terrifying and freeing.
A challenge lingers in the air, inviting her family to step into the vibrancy she has conjured. For the first time, she feels her own future stretching out before her, pulsing with potential, a path forged not by expectation, but by the vivid colors of her own making. In her makeshift studio, where colors clash against the dim light, Lorelei loses herself in a world of brushstrokes and dreams. The gentle hum of the lamp flickers in sync with her racing heart, casting shadows that dance alongside her, as if echoing the stories yearning to burst free from the confines of canvas. The air is alive, thick with potential, as she grips her paintbrush with newfound determination. The mess around her becomes a sanctuary, a chaos that speaks to her soul. She stands amidst a riot of sketches, tubes of paint sprawled like a painter's war paint, ready for battle against her doubts. The canvases pulse with life, the echoes of her earlier creations still shimmering in her mind. With fevered energy, she dashes across the canvas, colors colliding in glorious swathes. Images swirl into focus, struggling artists face obstacles, but each becomes a beacon of resilience through the beauty she creates. A broken easel emerges, its splintered frame mended by brilliant swirls of color that resonate with her very being. A dark sketch morphs into a radiant mural, vibrant blooms exploding against the canvas, each stroke illuminating the shadows lurking in her heart. "Your creativity is safe here," she murmurs to one apparition, her voice a blend of resolve and compassion, a lifeline thrown into the chaos of doubt. As her brush dances across the surface, the figures respond, shifting ever so subtly, hints of hope glimmering in their eyes. They draw closer, whispering dreams to one another, and Lorelei feels the pulse of a connection building, threads weaving between them and across the divide that once felt so insurmountable. As she paints, Lorelei's mind races with thoughts of acceptance. The memories of her family's confrontation replay like an old film, but now they spark something different. Fierce pride replaces despair.
This is who she is, an artist, a dreamer.
The colors seem to vibrate with her thoughts, each one reflecting her choice, bold and unwavering. Her concentration deepens, a cocoon wrapping around her as she paints the final strokes of a piece that encapsulates her journey. In a single sweeping motion, she adds the phoenix, a resplendent bird bursting from the ashes, a testament to rebirth, to all she has fought for. It stretches its wings wide, casting shimmering reflections that breathe warmth across the cold walls of her studio. This creation stands as both a declaration and a promise. As the artwork comes alive, Lorelei reaches for her phone, fingers hesitating only briefly over the screen. With a quiet resolve, she composes a message to the local artist community. The words flow like the paint on her canvas, inviting, open, and eager to connect. She hesitates for a split second before hitting send, the thrum of anticipation bubbling beneath her skin. This is her step toward forming connections, bridging the gaps that once seemed insurmountable. She leans back, surveying her work, the tension of the day easing into something lighter, a hopeful vibration thrumming in the air. Each flickering light in her studio, every animated vignette echoing with joy, feels like a celebration of the life she's claiming. Here she discovers her truth, a painter unbound, a threshold dreamer carving a niche into the realm of the unseen. With her brush as her guide and her heart as her compass, Lorelei embraces her newfound identity, daring the world to acknowledge the fierce artist she has become. Chapter 22: Echoes of the Nibelung. In the quiet sanctuary of her small room, clutter reigns supreme. Sketchpads pile precariously alongside colored pencils, each item a testament to her restless imagination. Lorelei Müller sits at her desk, the fading light slipping through the window to illuminate her latest creation, a winged creature poised to leap from the paper and breathe life into the dull brick walls beyond. The air hums with potential, as she moves her pencil with purposeful strokes, an artist crafting her world into existence. Her fingers grip the pencil with both certainty and fragility, sketching the elegant curve of a wing as it unfurls against the white page. Each mark seems to vibrate with energy, rippling outward, as though the creature herself might break free and take flight. In this room filled with disarray, a canvas of half-formed ideas and dreams waiting for validation, every moment deepens her connection to her art.
Outside, the street buzzes with life, a mundane chorus of passing cars and clattering feet, while inside the air is thick with the sweet scent of possibilities.
The surrounding silence amplifies her heartbeat, as she leans closer to her drawing, shadows twisting in the corners, and lost in the dance of her imagination, she loses track of time. Suddenly something shifts. The lines of her drawing shimmer, winking into brilliance as the creature springs forth, vibrant colors bursting against the walls like fireworks against a starless sky. A flicker of hope ignites within her, as she glances down to where her creation transforms her surroundings. In her reverie, she barely registers the sounds of voices below, the casual grumblings of neighbors, carrying on with their lives.
Yet with each brush of her pencil, their indifference begins to fade.
A couple pauses mid-step, eyes widening, momentarily forgetting their petty concerns. The young child walks hand in hand with his father, their conversation halting as the walls around them fill with gentle illuminations, reflecting Lorelei's artistry. The flickering colors soften their routines, drawing them into an unspoken wonder that brews from the very source of her spirit. Lorelei's breath catches as their gazes shift, and she holds on to this moment like a talisman, a bridge connecting her desires with the outside world. With trembling hands, she pushes the limits further, daring to conjure more magic from the tip of her pencil. A few more strokes, and her heart surges with exhilaration as the colors pulse in rhythm to her racing pulse. She's creating not just art, but a piece of herself, a fragment she's always wished to share. The weight of her family's expectations feels lighter, a dull ache against her enthusiasm. Her father's perfect academic achievements, her sister's scientific accolades swirling like distant stars, while she stands grounded, forming constellations of her own. With a final flourish, she steps back, heart racing in tune with the vibrant spectacle blooming outside her window. Each onlooker, whether an accidental observer or a willing participant in her world, wears the faces of awe, as if her art has ignited their imaginations, pulling them closer to her side of reality. Yet beneath this surface elation lingers an unsettling duality. Doubt creeps in like shadows in her room. She wonders if she is enough, if her dreams matter in a family so steeped in logical pursuits, if she will ever prove herself beyond mere abstraction. It would be so easy to give in to fear, to yield to the calling of the safe path, to drown in the currents of expectation.
But here, in her sanctuary, a flicker of resolve ignites.
With every delicate line, every swirling form, she insists upon her own power to shape the world around her. The thrill settles over her shoulders like a warm embrace. She takes a breath, steadying herself against the intoxicating blur of colors and possibilities. It's a fleeting moment of clarity, a sign perhaps that she holds within her a light powerful enough to transform reality, not just for herself, but for those who wander through life with their eyes downcast, missing the spark of creation. With renewed vigor, she grabs a clean sheet of paper, her pulse quickening in anticipation of what comes next. The echoes of laughter, wonder, and admiration drift to her ears from the street below, wrapping her in a veil of motivation, a reminder of why she dares to dream and, more importantly, why she dares to create.
Outside, life continues to unfold, touched by her artistry, a promise of stories yet to be told.
The attic exudes an aura of forgotten whispers and long-held secrets, dust motes dancing in the slanted light filtering through a grimy window. Lorelei climbs the creaky staircase, heart pounding with the thrill of rediscovery, as she crosses into a realm suspended in time, where echoes of laughter from a bygone era linger between the spaces of long-abandoned toys and neglected books. Each step releases memories long buried, layering her thoughts with nostalgia and an electric curiosity. The air is thick with history, as she pushes aside cobwebs that hang like delicate curtains between her and the relics of her family. A chest rests in the corner, half buried under boxes filled with musty clothes and trinkets coated in dust, remnants of lives well lived, but now overshadowed by her parents' scientific triumphs. She kneels, rummaging through the chaos, fingers brushing against the cold wood, unearthing the treasures hidden within: a locket, a faded photograph of her grandmother smiling, vibrant and alive. With a rush of hope, Lorelei lifts the cover off an old sketchbook, its pages worn yet brimming with energy. The cover, slightly scuffed, is embossed with swirling patterns, reminiscent of the magic she has just begun to explore in her own art.
It feels alive, almost pulsing with a resonance that draws her in. As she flips through the brittle pages, she gasps. Here is her grandmother's legacy, a mosaic of sketches and notes that breathe life into each stroke.
Her heart swells with affection for the artist she never fully knew, but one she feels bonded to in ways that defy explanation. As she examines the drawings, vibrant flora entwined with fantastical beasts, a familiar playful energy seeps through the ink. Suddenly, a message spirals into view, scripted in a cheeky, fluid hand: "You never cease to amaze, dreamer. Keep pushing the boundaries." The voice echoes in her mind, unmistakable in its charm. It's Loki, the mischievous guide who danced through her dreams and now beckons her from the page. The revelation sparks a cascade of emotions within her, each as intoxicating as the magic in the air. Her eyes widen, tracing the careful lines of the note, thrill racing through her veins. She can hear his voice, layered in playful wisdom, reminding her to embrace her unique vision. How strange and wonderful that in the artifacts of her grandmother's life, the boundary between reality and the realm of imagination blurs, welcoming her in like a long-lost friend. With trembling fingertips, Lorelei copies his words into her own sketchbook, each stroke igniting an ember of purpose. She pauses, heart swelling with gratitude. Loki's gentle push, now woven into her lineage, encourages her to explore her own artistic potential.
But the joy is tinged with uncertainty. Doubt seeps into her thoughts.
Could she truly live up to this legacy? Would she measure up, stepping boldly into the stories yet to be told, rather than remaining hidden in her family's shadow? Sitting cross-legged on the floor, the fading light casts an ethereal glow around her, illuminating her grandmother's sketches as though they pulse with life. Each flick of her wrist reveals more, flashes of moments lost, dreams long forgotten, imbued with emotions that leave traces on her heart. Lorelei feels a tightening in her chest, the intoxicating pull of connection that goes beyond time and space. Each drawing ignites a flicker of understanding. This is not simply the past, these are pathways to explore, permissions to pursue her dreams. As the sun begins its descent, pouring its last rays into the attic, she acknowledges the fear that swells within her, a knot formed by the weight of expectations, the burden of familial allegiance, and the secret power she carries within her own heart. Yet, even among these shadows, sparks of light glow brightly. Lorelei holds the sketchbook close, its contents resonating with the vibrant heartbeat of creativity. She makes a silent vow to honor this gift, to push the boundaries that so often confine her, drawing inspiration from the past into the present. With a newfound sense of purpose and the playful wisdom of Loki etched in her mind, she glances at the window where dusk begins to descend. In that moment, she feels emboldened to craft her own story, a tale colored with wild strokes of imagination and creativity, illuminated by the understanding that she is part of something greater.
And within the walls of this attic, beneath layers of dust and time, she finds not just inspiration, but a sense of belonging, a reminder that dreams, when nurtured, can reshape reality itself.
The attic transforms into a makeshift studio as evening deepens, shadows and echoes intertwining into a tapestry of artistic fervor. Lorelei Müller stands before a blank canvas, the air around her charged with a potent mix of excitement and determination, each brushstroke a dance of color and emotion waiting to unfold. Around her, tubes of paint spill their vibrant dreams, while brushes lay poised, eager to translate the vivid images swimming in her mind into tangible reality. With practiced movements, she organizes her supplies, each item nestled within reach like trusted companions. A deep indigo glows brightly under the dim light, rich hues are scattered, evoking the essence of twilight itself. A sketch, an early attempt to capture the flickering form of Cassius, rests nearby, offering whispers of inspiration as she begins her work. Thoughts swirl in her mind, each memory imbued with his intensity, every interaction a thread that ties them together across realms. The first stroke brings her closer to a vision, his angular features emerging from a blend of deep shadows and hints of ethereal light. Lorelei pushes her emotions into the paint, colors swirling as her heart beats in rhythm with the brush. She channels the mysterious nature of his essence, blending sharp edges and soft light as though breathing life into the canvas. She recalls the weight of his voice, each word a quiet challenge that beckons her to explore further, pushing her artistic boundaries. "Show me your truths," she whispers to the night, her brush dancing across the canvas, bringing forth the elegant lines that define his jaw, the flickering brilliance of his eyes, their depths revealing a universe of untold stories. Colors blend and pulse, mirroring the flickering shadows she once saw dancing in the corners of his presence, each movement a testament to his mercurial spirit. With each swipe, she feels him beside her, the creative energy almost crackling in the air. A low, measured voice whispers to her, and it seems she can feel the essence of Cassius radiating through her brushstrokes.
"I'm here, always waiting."
The words slide into her mind like silk, urging her to capture not just his image, but the underlying depth of his existence, transforming paint into a conduit of emotion and connection. She becomes lost in the rhythmic flow, surrounded by the cacophony of colors and imagination, as night deepens around her. There is no longer any distinction between artist and muse, their worlds blur and meld, entwining in a dance of creation that is as much hers as it is his. Cassius's introspection pulls at her heartstrings, weaving doubt and intensity into the fabric of her work, pushing her to reveal layers she hadn't known existed. Brush in hand, she surrenders to the vivid encounter unfolding on the canvas. The boundaries between them dissolve, the portrait becomes a portal, a vibrant embrace of their shared dreams. Every stroke conveys emotion, spilling over with longing and intensity, each color a heartbeat echoing in the sacred space they've carved together. A vibrant smudge becomes a glint of mischief in his eyes, while swirling shadows evoke his brooding nature. The atmosphere pulses around her, and for a brief moment, she loses herself entirely in the connection, the brush gliding across the surface like a memory, reclaiming each nuance, revealing truths once hidden. In those moments, the doubts that haunt her subside. The canvas speaks not just of him, but of her, the artistic legacy that lives and breathes within her heart. Finally, Lorelei steps back, paint-stained hands trembling with exhilaration. The canvas reveals not just an image, but an interwoven reality, a portrait of a soul intimately connected to hers. In that electric moment, she realizes that their connection transcends creativity. It is a lifeline to understanding and acceptance, a union that breathes life into their separate existences. As the last glimmers of daylight surrender to the encroaching darkness, she feels emboldened by the power within the art she has created. Cassius and she, artists crafting their own stories, shaping the world through their dreams. The attic breathes around her, welcoming this newfound purpose as she silently vows to embrace the magic of creation, the endless possibilities that await when one dares to reach beyond the ordinary and dare to dream wildly. Chapter 23: The Storyteller's Gift. In the converted industrial space, stark white walls cradled flashes of color, deliberate, defiant. The exhibition Bridges to Elsewhere buzzed with whispers and the anticipation of discoveries. Lorelei Müller glides between clusters of intrigued attendees, her heart racing, fingers stained with ink. Each canvas, a glimpse into another realm, beckons them closer, the air thick with the electricity of creation and curiosity. The starkness of the gallery contrasts sharply with the splashes of vibrant hues spilling across the canvases. Fleeting, otherworldly motifs dance among the crisp edges of stark realism. A sense of otherness envelops the room, tugging at the edges of familiar thought, drawing the spectators into Lorelei's interpretations of existence. She catches a glimpse of herself reflected in the glassy eyes of the attendees, each one seeking connection, meaning. A man in a leather jacket, arms crossed, leans closer to one canvas. His brow furrows as he studies a section where chaotic lines meet soft, fluid strokes.
"I've never seen art breathe like this," he mutters as if sharing a profound secret.
Lorelei's breath hitches, warmth flooding her chest. His words validate the hours spent perfecting her craft, each stroke imbued with dreams and whispers of distant worlds. She turns, briefly meeting the eyes of a woman in a vintage dress, whose delighted murmur lifts like a song. The woman's gaze roams, wide with wonder, pausing at the glow emanating from a painted landscape that flickers in the artificial light. Lorelei's heart swells at the enchantment, realizing that for a moment, she has transported someone beyond the confines of their reality. As clusters of curious minds orbit around her creations, Lorelei slips into snippets of conversation, her voice laced with both softness and fervor.
"The textures here," she explains to a group of wide-eyed patrons, "are layered not just with paint, but with stories. Each choice is a step towards another place."
She sees them absorb her words, and with each affirmation, her confidence crescendos. Yet beneath the excitement, a flicker of uncertainty pulls at her. A fleeting thought drifts through her mind, her family's eyes trained on achievements in the halls of academia. The scientists, the scholars, each triumph weighs heavy, a reminder that she walks a different path, painted in broad strokes of imagination rather than precise calculations.
But today is not about doubt.
Today is about the canvas, the colors that pulse with life. Lorelei moves through the crowd like a painter with a brush, guiding their attention toward focal points where textures and layered imagery seem to shift, glinting in the gallery light. She points out the intricacies of her technique, a luminous blue that spirals into an aurora of dreams, binding her visitors to her vision. A piece doesn't just sit quietly, she interjects to an enthusiastic couple, their heads nodding in unison. It lives, it speaks to us if we let it. The couple exchanges glances, captivated, and for a moment she feels the weight of her ambitions unfurl, lifting from her shoulders like a fragile wisp of paint blown across a canvas. The evening flows on, the atmosphere thick with the mingling of voices and occasional bursts of laughter, echoing like sound waves traveling through the air. A palpable energy rises, coaxed into existence by awe and artistic connection. Each word exchanged builds toward a climax, an unspoken understanding that pulses through the gallery, like the heartbeat of a living creature.
Did you see that movement?
Someone gasps, pointing animatedly at the striking centerpiece, a canvas that pulses with a spectral energy reminiscent of the Nibelung Realm. Lorelei watches as the group of young patrons forms a tight circle around the piece. The colors ripple as if alive, a translucent silhouette of a fantastical creature emerging, shifting and flowing with the spotlights like a heartbeat, alive and breathing in the thrall of this moment. There, standing slightly apart, her posture firm, Lorelei absorbs the astonishment etched on the faces around her. The vibrant discussions weave together, laughter mingling with gasps of delight. "Your work brings another world to us," a voice calls, breaking through the hum, and her heart surges. In that instant, she recognizes her role, not just as a creator but as a bridge between realities, casting vibrant shadows against the starkness of existence. Lorelei nods at the remark, not with mere politeness but with a sense of purpose blooming inside her. Her gaze sweeps over the exhibition, absorbing the charged energy building towards an unseen crescendo. The evening swirls on, laughter spilling into corners, feet shuffling, voices rising and falling like waves against a shore. As the last hints of sunlight bleed away outside, Lorelei allows herself a moment of reflection amidst the frenzy. The exhibition, this dream pulled from her mind into existence, flourished around her like petals unfurling. A soft smile curls her lips. In this space, filled with vibrant energy and appreciation, she feels a sense of belonging, a truth whispering within. The path ahead may be shadowed by doubt, but in these moments, she is exactly where she needs to be. As the evening unfolds, the atmosphere thickens, a vibrant tapestry of voices cascading through the gallery like waves against the shore. Laughter mingles with hushed awe, a symphony of curiosity that swells as clusters of patrons congregate around the centerpiece, their expressions flickering between disbelief and delight. The excitement is palpable, a living, breathing entity fueled by the art that surrounds them. The centerpiece stands defiant, radiating an energy that feels both spectral and familiar, a canvas alive with secrets and shadows. Its pulsating colors morph with each passing moment, weaving illusions that beckon viewers to step closer, to gaze deeper. Lorelei's heart beats in sync with the rhythm of the crowd, each pulse echoing the depths of her own creation. The air crackles, igniting imaginations as vibrant hues of ethereal blues and fiery reds dance within the brushstrokes. A group of young patrons, caught in the spell of the artwork, surround the piece with wide eyes and eager chatter. "Did you see that movement?" one shouts, pointing excitedly as the colors ripple in a way that seems impossibly real. The responses pour out, a cascade of inquiries and astonished laughter.
"It's like it's breathing," another exclaims, excitement palpable as their collective astonishment transforms into animated debate.
A boy with tousled hair leans forward, analyzing the canvas like a scholar unraveling a riddle.
"It's almost like it's communicating."
"Like the creature within is alive," he says, glancing at his friends. The rest nod in fervent agreement, the weight of the world vanishing as they delve deeper into the possibilities that Lorelei's creation invokes. The lines blur between imagination and reality, a space where their own truths and aspirations intertwine. Lorelei watches, a bittersweet smile curling her lips. There's a thrill in witnessing her audience breathe life into her art, yet somewhere within, doubt stirs like an unwelcome whisper. Flickering memories of family gatherings ripple through her mind, academic debates over scientific triumphs, the meticulousness of her family's expectations tugging at her resolve. But here, in this moment of collective admiration, the walls that confine her thoughts begin to tremble. As laughter and exclamations heighten, Lorelei takes a step closer, inching her way to the periphery of the gathering. She feels their energy lift her spirits. They dive into interpretations that burst forth like fireworks illuminating the night sky.
"It's like there's an entire world hidden within it," one girl states, eyes sparkling with wonder as she reaches out to touch the air around the canvas.
Lorelei feels her heart swell. They understand, at least in part, the essence of what she has created. Yet still, threads of uncertainty twist around her thoughts. She remembers sitting at the kitchen table, surrounded by textbooks and scientific discussions, feeling like an intruder in a world where logic prevails over creativity. Every accolade her family earned seemed to layer another weight onto her shoulders.
"You can't pursue a dream that doesn't pay the bills," she recalls her father's admonishment, a voice that echoes like thunder in a summer storm.
The juxtaposition of pride and doubt warbles inside her like a dissonant chord.
But as she studies the crowd, so engrossed, so charged with their discovery, something inside her begins to uncoil.
They're not just admiring art, they are connecting with the visceral truths woven through her brushstrokes. Each exclamation is an affirmation, each delighted gasp a reminder that she has breached the confines of mere paint. The atmosphere reaches a critical pitch as one bold voice breaks through, firm and clear.
"It's not just a painting. It's a doorway, a portal to something else entirely."
Lorelei's breath catches, the realization reverberates through her. The piece has become more than art, it is a medium for exploration, a bridge to dreams unfathomable. In that moment, as a wave of agreement ripples through the crowd, Lorelei feels clarity break like dawn over her inner tumult. She belongs in this space, in this moment. Her heart beats to the rhythm of creation, vibrant and alive. Stepping forward, she can no longer ignore the echo of her true desires. With renewed resolve, she finally embraces her role, not merely as a spectator to her art's success, but as the architect of its very soul. This exhibition is a declaration, a promise made not only to herself, but to every spectator who dares to wander through her world. The energy swirls around her like wind through trees, an exhilarating dance of connection and understanding. She breathes in deep, pulling the vibrancy of the gallery into her chest, allowing the applause of the moment to anchor her in her truth. It's time to step boldly onto her path, to embrace the artist within unapologetically. Tonight is not just an opening, it is a beginning. With that thought echoing in her mind, Lorelei embraces her world, a universe rich with color and imagination waiting to be explored. Here, in this gallery, among the ebb and flow of discovery, she finds her place, every heartbeat echoing the truth that she is precisely where she needs to be. Chapter 24, a new chapter. Lorelei stands at the edge of her transformed sanctuary, a bridge between the rigid equations of her past and the vibrant chaos of her dreams. Morning light streams through a slightly ajar window, spilling across surfaces cluttered with beakers and brushes, a deliberate ballet of art and science that breathes life into the once fractured space. Her fingers, stained with ink and intent, hover over the open pages of her grandmother's sketchbook, ready to weave new worlds into existence. The walls, once a battleground for competing visions of formulas and fantastical sketches, now echo a cautious harmony. Lab instruments sit beside tubes of color, their caps carefully arranged, waiting for her command. Each item sings a different song yet dances to the same rhythm. Lorelei, a maestro of her own making. She gazes at the sketchbook, its leather spine crackled with time, and feels the weight of legacy merge with the buoyancy of imagination. With a breath, she allows the pencil to find its place between her fingers, the cool graphite warming against her skin. Each stroke unfurls like a banner of rebellion, defying the quiet pressure of academic expectation that looms heavy from her family's history. As she sketches, vivid images pulse from her mind, a surreal landscape filled with sweeping hills and shadows that beckon, like the secrets of the Nibelung Realm she only half comprehends. Outside her door, her family's world continues, the distant murmur of conversation punctuated by the clinking of coffee cups and the rustling of pages from textbooks. But here, in her sanctuary, every sound feels like a whisper urging her onward. She embraces it, the rustle of paper as she turns each page, the soft scratch of her pencil gliding, a rhythm almost sacred. She pauses, glancing up at the framed photo on her desk, a captured moment with her family smiling in perfect formation. They radiate achievement, her parents' proud faces, her sister's confident pose, but Lorelei feels like a watercolor among oils, softly blurred around the edges. It stirs something deep within her, a mixture of longing and defiance. As she lets her gaze drift back to her sketch, a satisfied smile breaks across her face. The drawing emerges not as a mere representation, but as a vibrant promise of what lies ahead. Each line transforms the doorway in her artwork into something more than mere wood and hinges. It flickers with the light of endless possibilities, slightly ajar, revealing the breadth of an adventure waiting just beyond her reach. It's a threshold, an invitation that pulls at the edges of her heart. Lorelei's hand trembles slightly as she presses down to add a delicate flourish, her ink-stained fingers reverberating with the pulse of her determination. But there's something else lingering in the air, a subtle weight that makes the atmosphere tingle with magic. It's as if the shadows have their own stories to tell, stories she has yet to discover. Her mind dances with the idea of Cassius, his dark intensity glimmering in the corner of her thoughts. She wonders if he's watching, an ethereal echo of his presence shrouded in curiosity. The memory of their conversations swirls, his voice cutting through the noise with questions that make her heart race. Who are you really? Where does your imagination take you? Lorelei swallows hard, grounding herself in the ink and paper beneath her fingertips. The connection she feels to him, this slip of reality intertwined with the imagined realm, fills the room with an electric buzz. Perhaps the presence of Cassius is her ally in this space, a guardian of the dreams she's always harbored, but feared to acknowledge. As she sketches the door wider, an invisible thread connects her to the Nibelung Realm, a space of wonder just a heartbeat away. Time flows differently here, the hours bending and twisting around her as she continues to carve her visions into the paper. Each stroke invites more clarity, a sensation that something magnificent awaits just beyond the horizon. But as excitement bubbles within her, so too does the shadow of uncertainty. What if she dares to cross that threshold, to unlock the possibilities that the door represents? Lost in thought, Lorelei completes the drawing with a final, resolute line. She sets her pencil down and leans back, allowing the scene to come into focus. The door stands ajar, golden light spilling into the room, yet she feels that it could easily be shut again, whether by choice or fate.
Her heart swells with the realization she holds the power to decide.
With the weight of her family's expectations still clinging to her, she recognizes the choice she must make. Will she step through, embracing the unknown? Or will she remain, a talented artist lost in the well-lit confines of her self-doubt? She takes a deep breath, her gaze fixed on the beckoning door, and allows herself to dream once more. Her imagination surges like a tide, washing over the rocks of rationality that have held her captive for so long.
Outside her sanctuary, the world continues in its ordered rhythm, but Lorelei feels her own heartbeat thrumming in time with the pulse of creation.
It vibrates with every stroke on the page, every whisper of the unseen, and the promise of adventure that lies just beyond the threshold. Today marks the beginning of her journey, a first step into realms uncharted, an embrace of the magic she's always known existed. With that thought igniting the depths of her spirit, she smiles at the door, knowing that this is just the start. The page before her glows not only with the colors of her imagination, but with the undeniable, hopeful breath of life itself.